PUBG Mobile, new game mode, Unfail. In Unfail, you can become the powerful predator or join a team of survivors. The predator cannot be eliminated. You can also gain rage by attacking players, which unlocks skills. Skill 1, Hook. Hook a survivor to pull them to you. If the hook hits an obstacle, you will pull yourself towards it. Skill 2, Slow Trap. The slow trap becomes invisible after it's deployed. When triggered, it explodes and slows survivors within range. Skill 3, Invisibility. Become invisible to ambush survivors. If you're the predator, make good use of these skills to pursue and eliminate survivors. Survivors start the match with 1 of 3 items at random, which increase their chances of survival. Jet Gauntlets. Gain a speed boost after vaulting over windows and flipping boards. AED, anti-radiation. Rescuing teammates restores their health to full. Move faster while carrying a teammate. Wrench increases terminal activation speed. Survivors have a heart rate monitor. Be careful when your heart rate goes up, as it means the predator is near. In this situation, you can flip a board to stun the predator and escape, or hide in a distribution box. If the predator guesses wrong on your hiding spot, escape while it's preoccupied, or face elimination. Of course, survivors can also pick up dropped firearms. These can be used to stun the predator and escape. When a survivor is injured, they will leave footprints on the ground. Use consumables or wild berries to heal up. There are also lots of items and mechanisms, such as the electric fence, which can block the predator, or use the fire extinguisher to outmaneuver it. Try to activate a terminal. While a teammate distracts the predator, if you happen to start with the wrench, you'll activate terminals faster. You need to activate 5 terminals to open the exit gate and evacuate. Now that the requirements have been met, hurry and escape. Unfail! Will you be the oppressive predator or a tactical survivor? Unfail, coming September 26th.
Welcome to PUBG Mobile v4.0's new mode, Unfail. As a predator, your goal is to defeat the survivors. Prevent more than half of the survivors from escaping. Even though you're fighting alone, the predator is very powerful. You are much faster and stronger than the survivors, and can track them by following their footprints. You also have some exclusive skills to help you defeat the survivors. Gain rage by attacking and knocking down survivors. At a certain amount of rage, you'll level up and unlock more terrifying and powerful skills. When survivors activate a terminal, take damage or rescue a teammate, their location and silhouette will be exposed for a short time. This is your best chance to strike, so make the most of it. Be careful of the interactables on the map when in pursuit, as they can cause you some trouble. Make good use of your skills to prevent the survivors from escaping. Before reaching level 3, when you knock down a survivor, you can pick them up to finish them off faster, or move them somewhere else to prevent other survivors from rescuing them. If you're already at level 3, you can directly execute down survivors. Don't worry, if the survivors manage to summon the exit portal, it takes a while to unlock, so you'll still have a chance to stop them. Defend it and don't let your prey escape. The hunt has begun. Are you ready?
Hello?
Okay!
Oh my god!
مرحبا، أنا عبيدة. اليوم رح أحكي لكم عن ببجي موبايل وكيف فزت بالجائزة الذهبية. كنت لاعب ببجي قديم بس ما كنت بعرف إنه في شيء اسمه مود واو لتصميم الخرائط. في صديق إلي اسمه نور VIP، هو مصمم خرائط وهو اللي شجعني إني أدخل هذا المجال. لما قدمت وصرت مصمم رسمي، أول خريطة عملتها كانت عن العمالقة. وقتها ركزت كتير على التصميم والشكل، بس الصراحة أهملت الفكرة، وأعتقد إنه هذا هو السبب اللي خلاني أخسر بهاي الماب. بس بالرغم من هاي الخسارة كسبت منها خبرة. بعد هاي التجربة قررت إني أشتغل على الخرائط بشكل أعمق. صرت أركز على الفكرة مو بس على الشكل. بماب الثاني حاولت إني أدمج بين الاثنين، بس مع الأسف كمان خسرت. مع ذلك ما استسلمت واعتبرت إنه كل تجربة هي خطوة للأمام. بالماب الثالثة قررت أجرب طريقة مختلفة تماما، وبما إني ما بحب استخدم شيء ما بفهمه، صرت أجرب كل الخيارات اللي قدامي. شو ما بيطلع قدامي حاول إني أتعلم وأفهمه. بعدها اجت مسابقة عن الفضاء، قدرت اطلع بفكرة مغامرة فضائية مميزة. كتبت كل افكاري على ورقة وبعدها بلشت أصمم الأشكال اللي بدي إياها. بعد ما انتهيت من تصميم الأشكال بلشت أشتغل بالأجهزة وأدخل أكواد البرمجة. بصراحة بالواو البرمجة سهلة، بس لازم يكون عندك فكرة عن أي لغة برمجة تانية. لما تكون تفهم أساسيات أي لغة برمجة تانية بيكون التعامل مع برمجة واو سهل جدا. وأخيرا بعد شغل دام لأكثر من أسبوعين وبفضل كل الاشياء اللي استخدمتها وتعلمتها قدرت افوز بما بالفضاء وربحت الجائزه الذهبيه، وكان هذا بعد شهرين فقط من انضمامي لبرنامج واو. نصيحتي لاي شخص ناوي يبدا، لا تقلد حدا، خلي عندك فكره جديده وتعلم كل التفاصيل الموجوده قدامك. استخدم كل قدراتك اللي تعلمتها داخل فكرتك الجديده، طبعا اذا كانت تتناسب مع الفكره. بالنهايه شكرا لفريق واو ستار على الفرصه الرائعه، وان شاء الله يعجبكم الفيديو وتكونوا دائما مستعدين للافكار الجديده اللي راح اقدمها.
Chicken killer, samgyetang dinner.
No, wait, why am I throwing haymakers?
Oh, get us back to a rainbow.
No, bro, we got it. No.
Oh my god, that's so scary. Fena dalga geçiyorum ben, fena dalga geçiyorum.
No. Why, bro? Oh, yes, you did. I found you.
unknown who will rise or fall. I raise my shield to stay alive, but the hurt still rain down from the sky. Now I got a tattered soul, but still I fight. Through jungles race, left foes behind. Yet through misshapes still stalk my mind. My perfect form fears tired march, but nothing stops my forward sparks. To life, I risk it all. A stupid fate may call. To life, I risk
Welcome to PUBG Mobile V4.0's new mode, Unfail. As a survivor, you have but one goal. Escape. Work with teammates to activate the terminals. To open the exit gates. The survivors win when over half of them escape. The power plant is divided into 4 areas. There are 2 terminals in each area. Activate any 5 terminals to unlock the exit gate. During activation, successfully tap the button on the left to increase the activation progress. Activate a terminal to gain helpful items. But remember, your location will be exposed to the predator when activating terminals. If you see the heartbeat, that means the predator is nearby and it's time to move. At the start of the match, you'll receive a random skill and a stun gun. Each skill has its own unique effect, including increasing movement speed, distracting enemies, speeding up activation, and rescuing teammates. In addition to skills, the map is also filled with interactables and special items. They're your secret weapon for causing chaos and distracting the predator. Attacking the predator with firearms will fill its stun bar. When the stun bar is full or a weak point is destroyed, the predator will be stunned, giving your team time to get away and activate terminals. Survivors collectively have 2 respawn chances. At 6 minutes into a match, or if all respawn chances have been used, respawning will no longer be available. When this happens, an exit portal will appear at a random location, until there is only 1 survivor left. Once 5 terminals are activated, the exit gate will open. Use it to escape. When your team is full, prioritize escaping together through the exit gate to win. Survivors, remember to never stop moving. Victory is in sight.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to day 3 of the PMSL America's fall season. We're in 2025, and the competition only gets better each and every season, each and every year, especially North America, that's putting up a tremendous fight. Day 1, okay, we'll give it to the birds. Day 2, though, a lot better, which means the competition for Brazil especially has become a lot more difficult. I'm loving what I'm seeing overall for PMSL, and today's going to be no different. Last day for the Phase 1 stages. So let's get it. Over in Sao Paulo, the players are sitting down. They're getting ready to go, and so are we. Hello, everybody. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Mustache Dave and Seven. Dave, welcome to the desk. You're back for PMSL. How you feeling?
Hey, man. I'm doing good. I'm pumped up. I'm ready to go. I got the mic on this side of the desk today. Last season, it was on that side of the desk, so you know why. NA, baby. Top 5, all right? Top 5 and PMSL. So, we'll see if it works out here.
Okay, it was the candle. I believe it was
Candle
a painting, a portrait before. Now it's the mic. It's just we find ways to just get superstitious and weird when it comes to North America. Seven, great to see you, man. You've been here the past couple of days. Now you're back for day 3.
2, North America decided to bounce back. Let's see if this is going to continue on, or maybe some changes are going to be made here, because some teams, as much as we're hyping up North America, they're towards the bottom of the leaderboard. They need to make some changes.
Got to make some changes indeed. I mean, after all, you don't become a champion if you don't make changes, and changes have already been made on several notable rosters, Alpha 7 being one of them. A team that definitely struggled throughout PMWC, needed to make some changes. They did so. They're looking a lot better this time around. But like we mentioned, North America doing a lot better overall. Hey, format-wise, though, we're on day 3. You should know how it works. If you don't, let's get you caught up to speed.
Here is everything you need to know about PMSL Americas. This tournament will be played in multiple phases. League Stage 1 will be from October 1st through October 3rd, while League Stage 2 will be from October 5th through the 7th. From there, we move into the championship rounds. 16 teams representing the best of North America, Latin America, and the host region Brazil will take to the battlegrounds, with each aiming to score the most points possible to move on to the PMGC Global Finals. Now let's talk points. Each kill is worth 1 point. Teams will also be rewarded with placement points. Win the game, score 10 points. Head start points will be awarded to the top performing teams after each league stage concludes. The highest ranked teams can earn up to 15 head start points per stage. In the finals, each team's kill and placement points will be fully reset, but all head start points will carry through. The prize pool for this PMSL Americas stands at $200,000, with $60,000 going out for league stage performances, with the league stage and finals MVPs also earning rewards. The stage is set and players have their eyes on the prize. Will nerves play a factor, or will experience under the bright lights have teams dancing their way to victory?
Dancing away to victory. Who's it going to be? Well, like we mentioned, today is the final day for Phase 1, the final check-in for how the changes for the rosters, if they've been working or not. Dave, here we go, man. Day 3. What's going on?
Yeah, day 1, it was about feeling out the lobby. I mean, heck, we got Rondo with 2 playing pats. Day 2, Alpha 7 versus the Wolves. I think that's the main storyline here, 7. And then day 3, I'm thinking the bottom teams, fellas, on the rise.
On the rise. Well, here it is, 7, right? It was Wolves, dude. Wolves tearing up yesterday's competition, I believe winning 3 out of the 6 games.
They ended up winning 3 out of the 6, and they could have ended up winning 4 out of the 6 if it wouldn't have been for that. What you just saw on the screen, Loops Esports clutching it up when they only had 2 players versus 4, but I felt like it was a much-needed wake-up call for Wolves Esports losing that engagement, because after that, every single time we got towards the end of the zone, they were not only just positioning themselves, they were playing it super smart. And from interviews that we got a chance to hear from Igor, being the co-IGL of the squad, he was letting them know, boys, we really don't have to do that much stuff. Today, though, when we start off the day, this is the map that I'm going to be looking at, boys. I'm going to be looking at Rondo, because every single time so far, we have gotten 3 teams with 10 or more eliminations. And I'm hoping today some of those teams is not just going to be Brazil. It's not just going to be LATAM. It's also going to be some of those North American teams.
Yeah, hoping so. North America's always been a very aggressive region, but that, at times anyways, kind of bites them in the butts. But this time around, I'm hoping they're going to look a lot better, and they are looking a lot better, Dave. I mean, for Alpha 7's sake, they're doing exactly what we expect. But for Wolves, though, a team that desperately needed to step it up for North America, it seems as if they have.
Yeah, look at this damage. Almost matched when it comes to damage, but the Wolves, at least for yesterday here, 51 elims here, 7. So the Wolves, they went on a absolute tear yesterday, and I'm curious here, 7, can they keep up that momentum on day number 3?
Yeah, and I'm happy we're getting a chance to show this graphic, because we did end up seeing these 2 teams engaging in, out of the 4 times that they engaged, Wolves Esports always came out on top. And I'm happy to see that Wolves was actually able to outfrag Alpha 7, something that if you would have told me was going to happen after day 1, I would have told you straight in the eyes, you're absolutely nuts. But then you also get a chance to see Wolves Esports with better average survival time. Something to keep in mind, though, is that for this squad, look how close everything is. They were still being back-to-back every single match. Yeah, Wolves was able to come in on top. Alpha 7 was able to clutch up 3 second place finishes in a row. I'm hoping that this rivalry continues on today, Reflections.
I'm hoping so, and we have 2 star players to talk about in our head-to-head. It's Revo, who right now is leading by a mile when it comes to overall eliminations over the past 2 days versus Higor. But going back to you, 7, it's not just about the eliminations when Higor is concerned. It's also that IGL leadership, right? So we're looking at 2 distinct players with different roles. However, can Higor taper off Revo's slaying power? Because nobody's been able to do so yet.
When the thing about this is that Higor put up great numbers yesterday for the squad. He ended up with 17 plus eliminations just for yesterday alone. But then when you put him up the caliber against Revo, I mean, this man is just currently absolutely lights out. More than 20 eliminations. The amount of damage that Revo by himself is currently putting up in a match is more than what some of the teams are being able to put up in 2 matches. Average survival time is obviously going to be up there for this squad. I want to continue to see consistency. I don't think Revo is going to fall off anytime soon. The big question mark for me is definitely going to be Higor. Are you going to be able to put up these performances not just in 1 day? We want to be able to see it in 2 days, because they left a lot of the pressure off their shoulders yesterday for Coops, and for Wolves Esports, they need to continue to do that.
They definitely do. Like you said, Revo's not going to slow down, and he hasn't. I believe our MVP, Dave, not mistaken, for really all of the PMSLs we've been running on broadcast.
Yeah, I mean, this guy always in the talking when it comes to finishing off with that MVP. So my dude's walking away with loads of money every single season. But shout out to Higor too, by the way, like 7 said, putting up those numbers yesterday. And I see the dude growing out that mustache right there. All right,
there
respect. I respect the mustache game. All right.
You have to, especially when your name's Mustache Dave. Well, Kaya's on site. We're happy to have her on our team this season with Jaguar. Before today's competition, let's hear what he had to say.
Hey guys, so we're here right now with Igarzada from Wolves, and I want to ask you about the last day, the first and the second day. How was your evolution?
Like in the first day we did some mistakes like in the last zones to enter the end game. That's why we it cost so many points to us. We could do way more in the first day, but because of these mistakes, it didn't happen.
Okay, and about you as well, you're having a great impact at the team, and especially individually, you're even fighting for the MVP. How is that experience been for you? How do you think you impacted directly to the team?
Yeah, I'm happy to be able to help them, and I have to be fighting for the MVP as well. It's a great thing to achieve,
And about the change you made for today, like Baton is going to play in the place of Juancho. What do you expect? How do you expect that it's going to impact the gameplay?
Like they are doing the same role, so I don't think there will be like a big difference, But we are giving him a chance, to prove himself, like we did for Juancho. So it's just it. We're just testing,
Just testing to see what works best for the finals, because obviously you want to get the trophy, right?
Yeah. Exactly.
So thank you. Good luck for you guys. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Kaya. That was Jaguar, of course, coming out for the Wolves. Big talking point, though, has to be the replacement now of Juancho, a staple when it comes to PMSL, a staple when it comes to North America, one of the, I would say, most decorated players from North America as a whole. But now Baton is in his place, not a bad player in his own right. 7, they're giving him a chance. They want to see what he could do, kind of akin to what they did for Juancho a little bit ago.
Yeah, sometimes I don't like seeing changes when a team is able to perform that well in the previous day. I want them to just continue harping on those little things here and there that they can maybe improve on. Even if you ended up with 3 wins, there's always something that you're going to be able to improve on. But as he said, I'm glad he kind of specified on this, Dave. He said that they just want to make sure they give Baton a chance as well to showcase himself. So it kind of puts the pressure on him. Whoever performs better is going to end up taking that role.
Yeah, I like the idea. I just don't know. I can't agree with the timing. That's the only that I can't agree with the timing, because yesterday the whole team, they're firing on all cylinders. They're all pumped up. They're high-fiving each other. And then next thing you know, like, hey, you're going to sit out tomorrow. I would be devastated. I'd be like, what? I just had one of the best days of my life, and now you're going to put me on the bench, coach? But I get the mindset. Totally understand it. I think the timing, though, for my opinion, might be a little off, but we'll see what happens here today.
That's fair. Let's take a look at our overall standings heading into today's competition, the final day of Phase 1. Alpha 7 leads the charge by a mile, but Wolves was on a big come-up yesterday. They get 3 winner-winner chicken dinners. Arguably should be 4 if they don't choke the 4v2. We'll talk more on that in just a little bit, but there are 4 top 2. That's where you want to be, especially by the end of PMSL America's fall season. If you want to qualify for the next stage, that's the goal. But as we look down the list, 7, who else stood out to you in the past 2 days?
I'm going to be looking a little bit on the opposite side of teams that are performing well. First of all, actually, before you even go into that, Xforce did put up a great performance yesterday on the second half of the day. So I got to give my boys some props. Third place finish, and then a 4th place finish. I want to continue to see those performances, backing it up with eliminations. But then on the opposite side, with teams that didn't really perform that well, Maryland Esports. This team, there was a lot of expectations, especially with the veterans that are there, with the young guns that are there as well with Squash. They just weren't performing. It felt like the exact same thing that we saw at day 1, except on the second half, they weren't able to pick it up.
Well, as far as Loops goes, happy that they stayed in 3rd. I've always been a big Loops fan, especially when it comes to an organization. They look quite solid. Maryland Esports also rejoining us when it comes to PMSL Americas. We go down the list, though. Several names that definitely stand out. Straight out of Nepal, for example. I feel like for multiple PMSLs, maybe even Titan Series, we've been waiting for this Straight out of Nepal roster.
Yeah.
Obviously a little bit different, Dave, right? To step it up. It's still towards the bottom, but it's still early going.
Yeah, shout out to the Titan Series. We had 2 squads qualify to PMSL from there, and Team Seals, one of them now VIP. Team Seals, man, second place online, last place on land. So we'll have to see what happens with that squad here today. But kind of going back to what Seven was talking about, a couple squads caught my attention. Maryland, Worlds of War, and iNCO, those three squads in particular, because they had a good amount of knockouts in day one, day number two, but they have not been able to get the confirmations, the elimination points. So if they can focus on confirming the knockouts here today, I think these mid-pack teams will be climbing up the leaderboard. So very important day here for some of these mid-pack squads.
Well, we've had the same map rotation for quite some time now, but this time we've switched it up. Let's take a look at it because Rondo is in the mix. No longer will we have Sandhawk, which, gotta say, man, kind of sad about that, but Rondo's been phenomenal. We'll have Rondo to start off the day, 3 Erangels, and then 2 Miramars to close us out. So 3 Erangels, 2 Miramars, that's pretty standard. But Rondo, how's he been playing 7?
It's been absolutely awesome, okay? I've been on the hype train of Sandhawk. I've been missing Sandhawk. I was one of those people just shouting from the back, don't remove it! And then Rondo came in and just absolutely is amazing, okay? You have up to 3 teams. I've seen on different PMSL Southeast Asia, 4 teams with 10 or more eliminations. Boys, the recall aspect of this map, I absolutely freaking love it. The terrain aspect of this map, I absolutely freaking love it. I'm hoping it continues on. And the thing that we have seen so far in the past 2 days that I've been enjoying is the different strategies people have been using here and there. The splits that some of these teams have been doing as well. We've been having 3-1 splits with one of the players just being in the back in the recall tower. We've been seeing the explosive bow, Dave, which I'm a huge fan of.
Oh, yeah. Explosive bow, man, never disappoints. We look at our top teams for Rondo. Alpha 7. Now, is that a surprise, Dave, being the number 1 team out here? I mean, come on, this is a team that's always played edge, always been aggressive, and on a map where you can afford to get aggressive because of the recall. Yeah, makes sense. Alpha 7's up there.
I'm surprised they don't have 20 plus elims, all right? That's the truth. That's the only surprise I got right now because like Seven said, the recall tower, you can really play around with some strategies here. I do miss Sandhawk. If I had to have my emails answered from PUBG Mobile, I think I would replace the last Miramar of the day with the Sandhawk. But yeah, going back to Rondo, definitely gives these players an opportunity to jump into the day, flex their muscles, get into these skirmishes, these 1v1s or whatnot. And really, the risk isn't all that there as long as you have one of your squad mates available to get the recall. So definitely a huge potential for some massive elimination points here in Rondo specifically. And I love it. I mean, you got the jammer backpack, you got the emergency cover as well, the EMP zones. I mean, the 2 plane paths alone can cause some early game drama in its own right. And let alone, it's the largest map. So you love to see it.
Well, speaking of drama, 7, will we have any drama today in terms of our top standings? Do you think any of those bottom teams can fight up to the top of the pack?
I mean, technically, it's kind of close for some teams, okay? We have seen crazier things happen in the past, but for some of the squads, one thing I'm going to be looking at specifically, when we end up going to Miramar, it's going to be a hot drop that's been annoying the absolute crap out of me. And it's between Team Liquid and iNCO Gaming. For some reason, the first day, I was like, okay, boys, you know what? You're going to want to decide to do some knife fighting here. Just live it up to whoever gets the RNG of getting the first weapon and whatever goes. And then they follow it up on the second day as well. And these are teams, I mean, for iNCO Gaming, yes, you were able to perform well yesterday, at least for just one match, getting the win in the first Erangel. But then after that, you kind of disappear for me. And for Team Liquid, you just started going down the leaderboard. We got to make sure we don't see any of those hot drops today. You got to play it smart.
Oh, goodness. The Team Liquid conversation might be starting once again. I'm trying to avoid it. I'm not going to lie, but it is a big organization that you would expect a lot from. But I'm going to wait until they step it up. I'm not going to harp on them just yet. Now, for our North American rosters, well, they've been on the come up. Some of them still need to do a little bit better today. I'm sure they will. Luckily, we had Sarpatch and Kaya on site to talk to our NA rosters. What's happening over there in Sao Paulo?
Hey guys, so I'm here right now with Anmol from VIP, and I want to ask you about yesterday. Like, you had a great day, you were like about in every end game, and now what do you intend to change for today if you are going to change something?
Actually, we were playing passive. Tomorrow we were trying to get in the zones for the last zones, but we were losing one player in the start of the match. So today we'll try to go in the last zone with 4 men alive and try to play aggressive in the last zone because we were not able to get kills in the last zone for the first 2 days. So we will try today to get the kills.
Okay, so good luck for you guys. Thank you.
All right, guys, here we are with Nenebete from iNCO. They're about to go in the practice range, so really quick, Nenebete, how have you been feeling the roster place last year? You just joined, how have you been feeling with the team? Como você está sentindo com o time que você agora uniu com eles?
Estou me sentindo bem, estou me sentindo confiante. Creio que a gente conversou muito ontem e hoje vai ser dia muito bom.
I'm feeling great, I'm feeling confident. Yesterday we improved and today is going to be really good. All right, guys, so here we are now with Leon from Sons of Nepal. What are the plans for today? Are we going to switch something up? Are we going to change something, or are we going to continue with the plan?
I think we're just going to work on not making as many solo mistakes. That's been our mistake yesterday, and we're going to keep focusing on that and try to minimize our mistakes, but keep going with the same game plan.
How are the players? How do they feel? How's it been here in Brazil?
So far, it's been great. Food's great. The environment's great. Great people here, and we've been enjoying it. And I know we're just here having fun. You know, regardless the results, we're gonna have fun. So you know, that's what it is.
All right, bro. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
Hey guys, I'm here right now with Klaus from X Factor, and I want to ask you about yesterday. You had a good day, good points, but you still didn't get a victory, right? So what do you think that you need to change to get this winner chicken dinner?
Just maintain 4 players alive and keep our consistency from yesterday and keep the momentum.
Okay, and are you feeling confident for today?
Yeah, we're feeling pretty good still. Like I said, it's mostly momentum and keeping 4 players and consistency for us.
Okay, so good luck for today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, that's a strat, Dave. Keep all 4 players alive. I think if you could consistently do that, you could conquer anything when it comes to PUBG Mobile.
Yeah, by the way, we need them jackets. What's going on? All those players have those nice jackets going on, man. Send me some jacket. Not to throw people under the bus, but someone from Xforce is like, hey, you want a jersey? I'm like, yeah. They give me a thumbs up, like,
Yeah.
No, you need my address. Hey, send me the free stuff. But yeah, sons of Nepal looking for the father of Nepal to tell him, hey guys, we have a big opportunity ahead of us. We're not here for just fun. We're not here for just $500. You could really put a stamp on the game here and make a name for yourselves because you're up against some of the largest teams in PUBG Mobile Esports. I mean, Alpha 7, I believe they're like number 6 on the overall total earnings. I think they're trying to break that like 2 million here. But yeah, I mean, there's so many eyes on this lobby specifically that if you're here and you're a newer player or a team that really hasn't had any major achievements, like it's your time to shine, you know? So saying, hey, we're here for fun. It hurts. It hurts me, guys. It hurts.
I absolutely hate it. Okay. It hurts you. It pisses me off, man. You said it. I mean, we're currently even this PMSL so far, we've gotten some of the best viewership we've gotten in a long time. So the eyes are there. You can maybe start creating a fan base. On top of that, you can showcase some of the top teams, what you're able to do. I was happy with what VIP Esports said. They did have a good performance yesterday in regards to getting themselves towards the later circles, but they said it specifically. They just were not being aggressive. They're looking to be more aggressive, and I'm hoping that is going to be a massive change for this squad. So reflections, they don't end up being in that last place.
Get the Amazon gift cards. We're going to be giving one throughout our fly-throughs, aka what you're seeing right in front of you. We're heading into Toronto, an opportunity to get a little bit richer for you out there for the Amazon gift cards. I know one of you out there, you guys are nerdy, all right? You're picking up every single code you possibly can, and I love it. Let us know what you're buying. Rondo, first time for myself personally to cast over this wonderful map. Of course, we've got the recalls, big elimination numbers. Explosivo 7 was just pointing out. I'm hoping that comes to fruition. Your teams to watch out for, however, is going to be Alpha 7, Influence, Rage, Royals of War, Intense Game, as well as Loops. All 5 of them have been performing the best when it comes to Rondo. Doesn't mean they'll be the best today. It just means what they have done over the past couple of days. And already, we're underway 7.
That's right. Alpha 7 is going to be getting it started right away with United for Gaming. They are going to be coming out on top, at least so far, securing 1 elimination. And you'll be able to start seeing just teams being split. Those splits 3-1 split. In the past, we tend to say, why isn't the last teammate pushing? They need your help. But in this one, that last teammate more than likely is just going to be looking to set themselves up near a recall tower. So they'll be at the ready, Dave, in case anybody goes down.
Yeah, without doubt. Like all those traditional splits that we always talk about in Erangel or Miramar, kind of out the window with the recall towers. So looking to see who could get involved early on. Looks like United Gaming already got one of their players up close and personal up against Alpha 7. They got the shotguns. My dude over here lands in with the grenade. Gonna be tossing that one with the fadeaway on the money. He's got the M4, got the Uzi combo. Trying to pull up. The revive is coming on out. Let's see if he can get the job done, Reflections.
Lands in, doing a wonderful job against Alpha 7. A dominant roster on Rondo, but the domination will end as he falls to all fours. Forced to get up, but nobody's there to get him up. Unfortunately, he would go down, but like we've mentioned, there are recalls for a reason, which gives the opportunity, 7, for these teams to get a bit aggro towards the start.
Yeah, and out of everything you want to see, you definitely don't want to see Alpha 7 starting to get hot right away in Rondo. We saw it at the start. You called it out, Reflections. This team has just been on an absolute tear when it comes to Rondo. Yesterday, they got a 3rd place finish, 14 eliminations. The first day, they got a 2nd place finish, 15 eliminations. So Alpha 7 looking to follow up on just those performances, those insane performances, honestly. 14, 15, keep it going because this squad right now, at least on the leaderboard, is so far up and I don't see anybody passing them up. But I am going to be looking at some of the other Brazilian squads that kind of slowed down a little bit yesterday. One that comes to mind right away is Intense Games, the reigning champions of PMSL America's spring split. They really haven't been able to showcase their skills that much. In day one, they did put up some good performances, Dave. They had a win with 19 eliminations. They were the first team to get back-to-back chicken dinners. Hopefully, we'll see that today again.
Let's hope so, man. Day number 3, it's all about those head start points here at the end of today to really get you going for those finals. So we did see that recall come in over there from our boys up against their Alpha 7 counterparts. Xforce is going to be pulling up. You were talking about Xforce yesterday. You said they had a couple good looks, couple good fights here. They are going to be a mid-pack team right now. I believe that was them kind of just, split looting for the time being, leapfrogging, getting the vehicles, taking their time.
This is all the way down towards the south end. It looked like they were going to collide with each other. They don't. They end up breaking out. We do have a 2-2 split, 7. This is something you mentioned happens quite often, naturally because of the recall potentially, but because the teams feel they can get a little bit more aggro, they tend to split up. 9Z will join their teammates on that southern bridge, but how often have you been seeing teams split up, and how much success have you seen from it?
I mean, there's success for those teams that actually want to be aggressive and take the risk of being aggressive. For some of the other squads, they end up getting caught with their pants down. It feels like they don't expect some of these teams to be that aggressive, and then they end up paying the price. Right now, people are starting to adjust. You are starting to see those teams starting to prioritize just going towards the zone because it does play a huge part of it, especially when it comes to Rondo. You're going to be seeing a lot of just open terrain. You do want to make sure that you get your loot in. That way you got those remote covers that you can call from the sky, and they will fall down in front of you, and it will help you out, and it will boost up in regards to some of the fights that you're going to be getting towards the end. So looting is very important at the start too, but also fighting. I feel like that is the most important thing. You pretty much get an absolute mulligan when it comes to this match. You can suck at the start as long as one of your players are still alive. You get that recall, Reflections.
The recall is huge. Obviously the cover you can call in is massive, especially during an open fight, whether it be in zone or in the beginning. We do have a northwestern zone, therefore teams are going to start rotating up as quickly as they possibly can. For Team Liquid, though, on your screen, they're already pretty much dead center. However, they are going to be right next to a roster. It's going to be, I believe, Maryland, if I'm not mistaken. He's going to be just up ahead of them. So for Team Liquid, a team that is historic when it comes to PMSL, is historic when it comes to PUBG Mobile as a whole, right? Esports has been on the struggle bus in the previous seasons of PMSL. This time around, it is no different. Currently 10th place. So getting into a fight early on could be good news depending on whoever's facing against them. I wouldn't be too worried if I had to face off against TL this early on, given their previous performances, Dave.
Yeah, it looked like Mythic and Ayala were doing some scouting. They might have spotted out Maryland, but then got the call to pull back. So Maryland, they do got a 3-1 split going on right now. So I did like the call to kind of push back because they do recognize they have a pretty decent location in this early circle here. I'm surprised no one's going to Stadium 7. What's going on, man? Stadium, that's my spot, all right? I like going to Stadium. You get the little zip line. You go up to the tippy top of the building. Nothing but sight lines. I mean, nothing but sight lines. So iNCO, they're going to be holding it down Stadium for the time being. I got my fingers crossed that these circles, keep shifting right on top of that. But Loops Esports out here in the distance. Looks like that's going to be the Wolves right on the other side here, 7.
Yeah, and for Loops Esports, one player that I'm going to be looking at specifically is going to be Viteen. That man has been putting up some good performances for this squad. I think he's currently the second player with the most eliminations, following up Revo. Revo with 42, as we saw at the beginning of the day, and Viteen following him up with 31, which is still absolutely insane with what Revo's been able to do. But this is going to be a big storyline for me today. What is Wolves Esports going to be looking to do? Because you want to be able to maintain here your second place. That way you can get those bonus points, as we were able to highlight it at the beginning of the day. That's going to play a massive turn of events when we actually get to the finals reflections, because even those extra points is what kept Alpha 7 alive in last split, and they're definitely going to come into play this split.
Yeah, isn't that wild? Alpha 7 very nearly did not qualify for PMWC. There was a real chance we would not have seen the defending champions not able to defend their crown. Now, granted, they weren't able to do it anyways on the final day because they were eliminated during the ultimate, or LCQ, which is tough. It was tough to watch for sure. Alpha 7 needed to regain, and I think this is the season to do so. Last season was a wake-up call. I feel they were a little bit too confident. This season, though, they're looking to dominate, and that's exactly what they're doing. All gas, no brakes so far, but every point matters, to go back to your point. It really does. And I want to point out, by the way, so as we're in stage 1, about to transition into stage 2, Luke starts to fight against Wolves. This is a big one. This is going to secure the northern portion of the map, which I feel is going to be critical to lock in. Dave, what are we looking at?
Yeah, man. I mean, it looked like right there, Loops got engaged. It's going to be in this area over here. They did get a couple shots in, but then they pulled off. Next circle does pop. So Loops, I love the call. Just pull back, pretty much take up the control of this section of the eastern side of the circle, because now you got all these teams, fellas. Boom. They need to make a move here. So good call from Loops right there. Timing was critical for that play.
Timing critical indeed. It does shift towards the south. I thought the north is what was going to be favored. Ultimately, it wasn't, so I thought that fight between Loops and Wolves was going to be a bit more powerful than it was. Either way, they refused to back off of each other. Dorian does start to chase down Loops as a solo. Coops, Jaguar going to be a little bit further behind, but as the scramble for center control begins, you notice Maryland starts to move in, as well as, I believe, Resilience Esports, who also starts to move in for themselves. Stadium is going to be in zone, though, Dave. I know you're excited about that one. And iNCO is staying put where they're currently at.
That's what I'm talking about here, 7. I mean, these are those sight lines I was mentioning here. We can see so much intel up here. And if they get shot, they could just, jump back down underneath that cover. But over here in the EMP zone, Ergot from Rose of War looking to make the push with the shotgun, 7.
He's going to be hunting down some of the players there for United for Gaming. United for Gaming not realizing that Erigot's going to be right behind them. That's going to be one of the easiest eliminations he's going to be able to pick up throughout this whole tournament. Demeanor trying to heal up as well in this zone. I mean, it's just going to be distracting for you with everything going on. Let's see if Eric's going to be able to hit one of those grenades. Barely able to hit him there. One thing I wanted to point out with iNCO that I really enjoyed is they did have a 2-2 split. As soon as the new circle popped up, oh my goodness, Resilience just pushing up to Jaguar. Jaguar, a team that had such a good performance in day 1, day 2, massive slowdown. Here in day 3, it looks like they're going to continue to do the same. But going back to what I was saying with iNCO, the quick recovery from that squad, making sure they group up in time. I'm enjoying that, Dave.
That's what you need to do here. That's what you need to do. So Jaguar, first team eliminated here of the evening here in game number 1. United. Remember, we saw them trying to get some early game eliminations up against Alpha 7. Now they're going to continue to push out Worlds of War. David on the second story here. Reflections trying to avoid the grenades. Last one alive, I do believe so. He's going to be burning versus squad mate. Oh my goodness, his squad mate's going for the insurance policy here. Reflections.
Yeah, Demonor staying alive, not committing full with his team. Honestly, not a bad play as far as I'm concerned. He's going deep into blue, potentially to go for a recall or just extend the life of his roster in general. Nice to see United 4 Gaming win because, Dave, as you said, they were a team who challenged early on against Alpha 7. They didn't find success, but we knew that their insurance policy was keeping a player over at the recall station, and it ended up paying off. And, well, we're back at it once again. That's the beautiful thing about Rondo. You lose a fight doesn't mean you're down and out 7.
It is. That's the crazy part of it. You're going to start seeing so many eliminations. You're going to start to see so many engagements. And then when we get into the later matches, the Recall Stars are still up. Guess what? They're going to be finding a way to get within that zone as X Factor is currently getting shut down by Team Liquid. Team Liquid has made some changes this season around, changing their coach, changing one of their players too. Lorison left the team. Now Skajovski, one of the analysts last time for the Portuguese broadcast, wanting to get back into the gameplay. He's been able to put up some numbers for his squad so far right now in this match. He has 1 elimination, and Team Liquid is looking to make sure they continue to be hot because yesterday it was just such a slowdown for this squad. The best performance they had yesterday was a 7th place finish with 3 eliminations, Reflection.
And that's not going to be good enough. Doran, good shots at Xforce, 24K up ahead. That's going to dwindle the numbers down even further. Now only a 2-stack for the roster of Xforce. Another breakaway for the zone. It's going to shift away from Stadium. Stadium now seeing iNCO still in it. They're going to have to move out. Team Liquid still in some engagements. Royals of War up ahead. They had a bit of a tough time earlier, and David, his job got even more difficult. Chief roaming around, and Royals of War will officially be eliminated. A team that stayed alive a little bit longer. Well, not too much longer, as Team Liquid puts the final nail in the coffin.
Very tough, but I mean, it goes to show you the recall towers, how it really gives you like that second chance mechanic. And unfortunate for Royals of War, they kind of let that one slip through their fingers right there, only walking away with 1 elimination point. So Team Liquid currently sitting on 6 elims. They still got the whole team alive. Alpha 7, though, down here below, 3 elims to their name. They're going to be over here on the southern side of Stadium, looking to take some shots at iNCO, who, like you said, Reflections now need to make their approach into the new circle. But 7, looking at teams that I'm really feeling their current position, it has to be, and I know we got the swap on the squad, but it has to be the Wolves right now. Pretty center, 2-2 split. I'm feeling really good here in this game for this squad.
Yeah, those 2-2 splits, especially with this circle, kind of oozes just confidence from that squad, which is fair to have, especially considering the performance you were able to put up on day 2. The main factor becomes just don't be too overconfident, right? You want to make sure that you have everything ready and you are going to be able to make the call to regroup in time. Sometimes in these situations, teams are just too overzealous. They get a little bit too over-aggressive. That happened yesterday to Wolves Esports when they ended up going against Loops with a 4v2 and they ended up losing that 4v2. I'm hoping they have learned from those mistakes. And you mentioned it. I mean, right now, perfect location for this circle. Where is this next circle going to be going? And also for some of the other squads towards the end, you can see iNCO as well, still there towards Stadium. That's not going to be in play anymore. Ooh. Wolves gets blessed here. Loops Esports as well. And I'm going to be looking at Influence Range and look at intense game there towards the north, Reflections. So much room to work with too.
Tons of room, and Dave, as we take a look at this, naturally you see Loops, right? Influence Rage, Xforce, Klaus, Wolves, as you mentioned a little bit earlier, dead center, but for the teams on the outskirts, they're forced to rotate in.
Yes, sir, right here. I mean, this is going to be a cluster, a clown fiesta, but we'll get back to that because straight out of Nepal getting picked apart over here. They do still have a couple squad mates alive. Leon trying to pull up from the back line with the M4 pulling up in the Dacia. Can we get the job done? This is up against iNCO. There we go. Crucial knock right there to continue to carry the flag. But 7, Alpha 7, they smell blood.
Alpha 7, one of the teams that just want to make sure they third party anything that comes their way. This team up to 7 eliminations already, keeping it on brand for themselves and for me too. Gisao has been putting up some numbers for this squad. They still have Obscure on the bench pretty much. So if anything for this squad, I would actually want to see some of the changes there towards the end because they have just such a point lead that we might end up seeing them switch a little bit of players here, but Intense Game, with all that room that they had to work with, they're going to have to go up against 9C, and 9C has been a team that's been wanting to become a little bit more aggressive. Their performance so far this phase 1 has been lackluster, and then Alpha 7, Dave, once again, catching people on the rotation.
Catching people on the rotation, but more importantly, catching iNCO off the respawn. McGrellin ended up heading back into stadium to get his teammates back in. iNCO says we're gonna land on our loot to go for a quick recovery, catch Alpha 7 off guard, and Alpha 7 wipes him once again. So the risk that McGrellin took to go into Blue Zone, into stadium, was all for nothing, because now he's back by himself. That was the big takeaway from that engagement. Teams are feeding Alpha 7, whether it's United for gaming off the rip, iNCO in this case, or who knows, maybe even Wolves or Xforce Klaus up ahead, or even Maryland next to him. The point is, these respawns are not being utilized correctly. I have no idea why iNCO decided to full send back into a hot and ready Alpha 7. It didn't make sense to me, Dave.
There goes Xforce. Listen, dude had the pickle bust. That's all you could do here. VIP Esports, though, just got done with their rotation right on the doorstep of 9Z. And look at this, VIP Esports. We talked about them in the pre-show. These bottom teams really need to pull it together here on day number 3 to get some head start points here. They had a great little offensive push right there, but now they're on the defense because everybody looking to get a piece of these edge positions right now. This is going to be Prince popping up over the wall with the shotgun, connecting, but not able to get the job done here, fellas, because like I said, everybody is just looking for some type of action right now as the circles continue to contract.
Yeah, VIP not being able to recover there from that third party from Intense Game, but Intense Game better be ready though, because Influence Rage wants to continue to be aggressive, and they're gonna see if they can maybe get into a fight here. Influence Rage with the 2-2 split, maybe just scouting, maybe making sure who's going to be where. Wolves, meanwhile, with a 3-1 split, Igor is gonna be securing that compound, and I'm gonna be looking at Wolves Esports now to just kind of regroup where Igor is at and maybe leave just one player behind. Work a 3-1 split if possible, or if not, you're gonna have to be careful to Reflections, because you still got Maryland there towards their southwest.
Yeah, Maryland can crash into the south, as you mentioned. You also have Team Liquid off to your right. Do they want to take priority over where Igor is at? At the moment, not necessarily. They're currently chilling where they're currently at. No reason to get overzealous, but I do worry about Maryland, as you mentioned. And even for Alpha 7, they start to move in, and that's going to be McGrellin once again trying to stay up, making that heroic play to get his teammates back in, but they sacrificed some lives. Now for Alpha 7 out in the open, Baton is not going to make them feel comfortable either. So they'll park the bus behind the rocks and take their time, but they're not inside zone. So 7, you brought up Maryland against Wolves. What about Maryland against Alpha 7? They're starting to roll up as well.
And they are going to be rolling up, especially with the grenades going to be coming in. They get 3 knocks right here. Alpha 7 is going to be caught by surprise, as Mafioso is going to be one of the only last players standing here from Alpha 7. He's going to have to fend them off, and he jumps into the Molotov, not being able to realize there was a Molotov right there. And Alpha 7 gets eliminated, but somehow this squad, I mentioned it, boys, they've been able to get 10+ eliminations every single random map. They stay within that threshold, Dave.
I love seeing the bamboo trees get ran over too on a pull-up. I mean, it just adds to the cinematics right there. But Maryland really just taking advantage of Alpha 7 being pinned down by the Wolves, and instead of crashing the Wolves, deciding to wrap right behind and take up that large boulder that we see them currently occupying. And they get the loot, they got the vehicles. We see them out there in the distance tossing out some smokes, looking to make that next play here. Reflections.
Yeah, you know, one of the things about it, it's super smart. They see that Alpha 7 is exposed out in the open. That's a lot easier. It's a lot easier of a time, rather, to crash in on them versus trying to crash in on Wolves, who have hardcover POI. They took the better statistical fight. Now, the question is, can they break away from this? They have smoke for concealment. They, of course, have the divots that they've been able to create so they can get their teammates back up. But now you got Loops focused on you. You've got Wolves also still focused on you, who are gatekeeping Alpha 7 from a little bit earlier. So it's going to be tough for Maryland, especially with the players still down. I don't know if they're going to be able to make it out. Hopefully Loops backs away. They were taking a lot of damage from Blue, so it looks like they're going to go ahead and at least poise up in the northern side. But yeah, for Maryland, it'd be a miracle 7 if they could break free.
Yeah, it's going to take a miracle, or it's going to take some teams to end up distracting what Wolves is going to be doing, or maybe what Loops is going to be doing, but I don't see that happening anytime soon. Luckily for Maryland right now, these squads are not within grenade distance. As you can see there, Wolves Esports is going to decide to figure out where they're going to be going, prioritizing a little bit more where this zone is going to be. And I'm actually surprised that Wolves Esports decided to continue on through this 3-1 split. I really thought they were going to maybe go a little bit more towards Igor was. That was not the case. And you're going to continue to see Maryland here trying to make a move, but it's not going to happen as they just have too many teams looking at them. And now they are within that nade range. Now they're going to be just feeling that pain, feeling that pressure. The nades are going to be coming in. Those teammates and players are going to start getting eliminated. Reflections.
Yes, they are. Maryland, tough break for them, but they made the right call to push Alpha 7. I'll stand behind it. Pushing Wolves would have probably ended their run a little bit earlier. 4 eliminations, and Goy Boy will stay alive in low crawl as long as he can. For Wolves, they're focused now on where Higor is at. You pointed him out earlier, 7, and for Dave, you know, Higor at the next location where Wolves want to rotate into. But if I'm Wolves, I want to get there quickly because Team Liquid isn't far behind. They're also outside of the zone. So there is a very real chance that Team Liquid crashes into Wolves Higor very soon. But Wolves does take priority. They do move up, but Team Liquid has taken notice.
Yeah, Team Liquid really just spending too much time over there because you have to assume they did some scouting and they recognized that there wasn't a whole team here just by looking at vehicles alone, but instead allowing the Wolves to group back up on Igor, like you said. So Baton with the laser does need some ammo, though, 7. I mean, we got none in reserve. Got the 3 times right there and 18 in the magazine, but McGrellin from iNCO still alive. So one thing about this map is you can kind of create divots in the destructible terrain too. So it's really a good map for those solo snakes as well. But IG out here in the field is going to be leapfrogging. They got a couple vehicles. They got some smokes. They got this giant boulder that they're working with right now as they're looking to crawl their way up, get within grenade range onto the compound that Influence is holding down here on the high ground.
Yeah, I'm intrigued to see when we're going to start seeing some of this deployable cover, especially for some of the squads. Even Wolves Esports, they weren't really in such a great position. There wasn't really much of a compound. It was just an area where you had a recall tower, and that was about it for that squad. And I got to give props to Baton so far. He's putting up some eliminations. I think we saw him earlier. He's up to 3 eliminations. To compare that with what Juancho was able to do in the first 2 days, Juancho ended up with 10 LMs. So far, it's working out wonders for this squad. They got nothing to lose. They're playing with more confidence, and it's starting to show. IG right now working with 2 teams, not just with Influence Rage. You got Resilience in the back too, but Resilience is not going to be making a move anytime soon because you can see Influence Rage, little boy right there, Reflections, just waiting for anybody to make a move.
Yeah, Resilience in a tough spot. I mean, they will be safe at the moment, but they only have 2 players up, so they don't have the resources, the manpower to truly push forward. Now, Influence Rage love where they're at. They've got the hardcover POI. The only thing is you're also dead center, which means, as you mentioned, all those other rosters around, they're going to be looking directly at Influence Rage, and Higor has dropped. Wolves' numbers are starting to dwindle. Maryland finally finished off. They were gate-kept by Wolves a little bit earlier. Shout out to them, though, giving them flowers for taking down Alpha 7. They made the right play just a little bit ago, but as we start to dwindle down to, I believe, our top 7 rosters, you got some teams that are healthy, some that are not. iNCO with just 1, Resilience with the 2, Intense Game still okay at the moment with 3, but with Resilience behind, I don't know how that's going to end up paying off. The question is, though, in the next 15 seconds, where the zone shifts. Everybody is praying to PUBG Mobile gods that the zone ends up blessing them. Because, Dave, if it doesn't, there are some rosters that could be in some deep trouble.
Yeah, McGrellin really wants it to continue to go right on top of them, and it will. It will. So hopefully his little cover will allow him to survive just a little longer. We're going to start to see a lot of these deployable crates called in, create this cover so that way these squad mates can continue to push up just a little further. And unfortunate for McGrellin, I believe his position compromised because I saw a couple grenades coming out from Doran over there, but also Mythic look in his direction. So that's it, feels bad right there. Maybe he'll survive a little longer. Maybe Team Liquid will look to third party the Wolves as they do make this approach. But 7 teams. Oh, nice. That's good. That's good. Bad for McGrellin. But that was a beautiful laser heat-seeking missile right there, 7.
That was absolutely nasty. He lined it up. He made sure he had McGrellin on his sides. and just took for it. They just went for it too. And now that they eliminated McGrellin, they have less teams and less players to kind of worry about, especially with this zone. Which team are they going to be starting to focus on? Because Loops is currently pinned down. Mythic and Team Liquid as well, they're going to be pinned down as well. All these outer edge squads are just at the mercy of what Influence Rage is going to be doing, because Influence Rage, not only do they have a compound, they also have the high ground as Team Liquid trying to make a push closer and closer to Influence Rage. This is what you need to do. You needed to have 2 squads making that push. Intense games coming in as well, Reflections.
That's right. I want Loops to also third-party this. This is the opportunity to come in while the forces are weak. Lil Boy, deep inside the building. Knows IG's pushing up. Swings to corner. Hits the shot needed. Well done. Team eliminated. Now for IG, start to focus on Loops, who's once again coming in when he knows the forces are weak. Rattle Boy is going to be the first one to try and penetrate the building. But where's the rest of your roster? Get up there, boys. Don't take 2 fights at once. Don't focus on Wolves. Focus on IG, then focus on the rest. But for Rattle Boy, hey, holding his ground. Medkit being popped. IG moving around. Slowly but surely, Loop starts to push up as one cohesive unit, and IG are gone. That's how you push a fight. We're down to our top 3, Dave.
Nothing but SK12s right there. Intense battle. Meanwhile, here comes Doran trying to slide up with the Dacia. Does get pieced up. Oh, not a Dacia. Does get pieced up, though. Pretty well hitting the dirt. Really low in the health department, but the crossfire right there from Rafina just too strong in the Wolves here, 7. I don't know, man. They might be slipping. They might be slipping now. Coops over here on the high ground, still trying to get some grenades, though. I don't know if he can get this laser. That'd be insane, but it's gonna be a Yala downrange. Can Coops get another insane grenade? That would definitely be helpful.
Esports. You think with Wolves Esports right there, they kind of doubted the call that they were making. Doran, you kind of saw him wanting to go towards Loops, wanting to third-party the fight. The rest of the squad just wasn't at the ready. Miscommunication there from Wolves Esports, and they're going to be paying heavily. The Molotov's going to be coming in, forcing him to come out, but Ayala just barely being able to get in cover, and now he's going to be returning the favor in regards of a grenade. But Rataboy says, Ayala, go back to the lobby with the rest of your squad. Let us take on Wolves Esports, and Wolves Esports looking to see if they could possibly end up winning this. Meanwhile, Rataboy, Loops, V-Teen taking care of Coops running around, and now it's just down to that sub-player Reflections to Baton. The player that hasn't really played anything in the first 2 days is down to you. Can you clutch it up for the squad, or the grenade's gonna be too much?
Nah, he's cooked in this moment, brother. He's got all angles covered from Loops, and Loops takes it in sensational style. All 4 players alive, 7 eliminations, and Loops is showing why they're one of the most consistent teams. They started today in 3rd, and I'm sure this win is going to jump them up maybe 1 spot. They won't catch Alpha 7, but they should be able to get in 2nd. But you got to shout out Wolves. Wolves did a phenomenal job. 2nd place, 9 eliminations. Their positioning throughout the entirety of this map, number 1 on Ronda, was great. I can really see why Wolves had such a successful day 2. They're coming into full form. They make the roster change. Baton in for Wancho. How would it pay off? What seems like it paid off quite well, Dave.
Yeah, almost 1,000 damage for Breton, 3 elims. So, I mean, you know, homie can hold his weight here. I would love to hear player comps right there, because at the end we saw Doran with that pull-up 7, like we were talking about with the vehicle. Might have been looking for like a little dip to hold down within grenade range onto Loops, but unfortunately that position was compromised. But I felt like everybody on the Wolves at the end, they were trying to just get some eliminations because they recognized like, hey guys, we're in a pretty bad spot, especially with Loops having that compound under wraps here 7. I mean, I don't know. What's your thought on that last play?
Yeah, I kind of have to go back with what Doran was trying to do there. He wanted to do what Loops Esports ended up doing to Intense Game, wanting to go for that third party, but the communication just wasn't there. This is things here and there from this squad that they're going to go back and they're going to adjust. And so far, from what they showed me yesterday, they were showing me that they were able to adjust on the fly. So I'm hoping that that's going to be the case on this one today. And that grenade right there.
Yeah,
my
shout out to Maryland.
goodness, Maso. He ended up getting 3 people with that nade, and Alpha 7 didn't know what the heck hit him.
But this push, though, this push for IG, they hold it down as long as they can. I'm so proud of Loops for recognizing the situation and taking advantage of the third party. That's what gets them into first place. They don't take that fight in that fashion. Who knows how this ends up finishing? But for Loops, well done. They celebrate on the stage, and rightly so. They're going to be the winner chicken dinner champions of map number 1 with 7 eliminations. We take a look at the stats. Vitten, who has consistently been the shining star slayer for this roster, does it once again in map 1. It's going to put him closer to Reva. Well, who knows? Alpha 7, even though they get finished off in 9th place, still had 10 eliminations. But Vitten 7, you shouted him out at the start of the show, and rightly so. He finishes off with 3.
Yeah, he's been an absolute star for this squad, putting up those numbers, putting up those eliminations. And you mentioned it, I mean, these two squads have been fighting for points and trying to get to that second place. They're currently up to par, and this is not the first time that we see these two squads getting at each other towards the end of a match. Loops Esports there with the 17 points, 15. That might not be enough, Dave. I think Wolves might still be holding that second place down.
Yeah, with those 9 elims, without a doubt here. But still, good start to day number 3 for Loops, right? I mean, you come into match number 1, you get the win. Everybody on the squad gets a taste. You know, we all walk away with some good damage and some elims. So definitely the start you want to have on a day number 3, because after today we go into phase number 2, right? So the points it rolls over essentially when it comes to like those head start points. So it resets, right. And yeah, Loops doing pretty good. I think Team Liquid, that was the squad we were chatting about in the pre-show as well. Like, I feel like we're always talking about Team Liquid. Like, where are they? What are they doing?
That's right.
Oh, no. But I think game number 1, another similar story to Loops. Almost 2,000 damage done, 60 limbs. So Team Liquid also having a pretty solid game. But here's the match MVP reflections.
That's it. Coops from Wolf, man. Look, we're always singing his praises. Finishes off with 4 eliminations at game 1. Even that above a Baton, who came in with a ton of damage. But it was Coops with the most damage done, the most eliminations, and, well, a large reason why Wolves was finding so much success on the battlefield there with 9 elims, 2nd place. Wolves, you got to give it to Coops. They made a play call to switch out Wancho with Baton. Both are great players, but Baton held his own. He wants his spot on this roster if he can get it. We take a look at the overall results, and you're spot on with it.
There it is.
Well, actually, excuse me, Wolves does hold on, like you said, by literally 2 points. But hey, slow and steady wins the race. Loops is catching up, but I really love where Wolves is currently at. I like where Loops are at. They're highly consistent from yesterday into today's competition. So Dave, for Wolves, man, North America staying strong amongst the Brazilians.
Yeah, I mean, hey, the hometown crowd, man, they are loving it. I'm telling you, they are loving it right now. We only got the Wolves up here. I'm looking for Xforce. You know, yesterday we saw the Wolves go from 9th to 2nd tier 7. So maybe, you know, day number 3, Xforce could do the same thing.
Yeah, and hopefully it's going to be in the first half. I know it didn't happen here in this batch, but maybe in the first couple of iNCOs, because yesterday they just decided to wait until the end, until the last 3 matches with those great performances, and they end up falling here because they didn't really have that good of a performance. Maryland, though, however, with that good performance, starts moving up. Team Liquid as well, looking like the PMSL Brazil there, but now there's a North American flag, baby.
There it is.
Wolves Esports, and you mentioned it, they're holding down that 2nd place finish. One thing that I do enjoy besides that is just consistency out of this squad, boys. When we talk about teams that are going to be going to PMGC, whether you go to PMGC via the gauntlet or straight to the group stage, whatever it is that happens to your squad, all it comes down to reflections is consistency.
Consistency is it, and you talk about consistency. Alpha 7 breaks 100 eliminations. They are now at 107, dwarfing quite literally everyone out there. Anybody can shut them down. Well, they were shut down by Resilience, or it should be Maryland, I apologize, but will they continue to be able to slay out? I think so. But at this point, right, with it being phase 1, I think it's still time, or at least a good time to continue to lock in your strats and your rosters. Apparently for Wolves, right, they're still playing around with it. The fact that they're already finding great success with Wancho, they say they're going to give Baton a chance, and they get a 2nd place with 9 elims. This roster can do no wrong. Well, there it is, map number 1. There's Rondo. We have 5 more maps to get through. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, Aaron Gale coming your way.
I, Victor, have soloed countless enemies on the battleground, rising above all. But alas, One ill-timed ambush and I was forced to jump off a cliff. When I awoke, I found that I'd become a billionaire? Here by the ocean, far from the cacophony of battle, I've built myself the most luxurious home. It boasts magnificent floor-to-ceiling windows, creating an immersive atmosphere. The complete transparency is totally my vibe. Every morning, I wake up in this gigantic bed and roll straight onto the balcony for some sunbathing. Imagine never having to wear battle gear again. I switch up my look all the time to match the season. Maybe I should open a fashion design company. If I hadn't been fighting on the battleground, I bet I would have become a huge celebrity. Look, a piano! Such a beautiful home naturally needs a piano to enhance the atmosphere. Becoming a musician is one of my biggest dreams, you know. It's been forever since I've had such a fancy lunch. Whenever I sit on the swing, I always think about how great it'd be to have a partner by my side. The sound of water soothes my soul. This is truly the life I was meant to live. Life as a rich person is just so uneventful and simplistic, isn't it? Running in the sunset with my enemies takes me back to my youth. The sound of bullets whizzing past one's ears, teammates shouting close by.
Victor, wake up!
No way! That was a dream? Battle goes on. For life is endlessly cruel.
Welcome to PUBG Mobile V4.0's new mode, Unfail. As a survivor, you have but one goal. Escape! Work with teammates to activate the terminals. To open the exit gates, the survivors win when over half of them escape. The power plant is divided into 4 areas. There are 2 terminals in each area. Activate any 5 terminals to unlock the exit gate. During activation, successfully tap the button on the left to increase the activation progress. Activate a terminal to gain helpful items. But remember, your location will be exposed to the predator when activating terminals. If you see the heartbeat, that means the predator is nearby and it's time to move. At the start of the match, you'll receive a random skill and a stun gun. Each skill has its own unique effect, including increasing movement speed, distracting enemies, speeding up activation, and rescuing teammates. In addition to skills, the map is also filled with interactables and special items. They're your secret weapon for causing chaos and distracting the predator. Attacking the predator with firearms will fill its stun bar. When the stun bar is full or a weak point is destroyed, the predator will be stunned, giving your team time to get away and activate terminals. Survivors collectively have 2 respawn chances. At 6 minutes into a match, or if all respawn chances have been used, respawning will no longer be available. When this happens, an exit portal will appear at a random location, until there is only 1 survivor left. Once 5 terminals are activated, the exit gate will open. Use it to escape. When your team is full, prioritize escaping together through the exit gate to win. Survivors, remember to never stop moving. Victory is in sight.
Welcome back, everyone, to day 3 of PMSL America's fall season. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Mustache Dave and Seven. Rondo is done. I'm not going to lie, Dave, I actually had a really good time casting that. It plays super fast.
Rondo, yeah, I mean, for being the largest map, too, I think there's just so much going on, too, right? So it was late game, and a lot of the teams already eliminated. And because of those recall towers, there's a lot of opportunities to get into fights. And I think that's why it feels so fast because it's just constant action, and there's not like a lull moment like you might see on like a Miramar or like back in the day of a Candy. So shout out to the Rondo devs and bringing it to esports. Totally agree. Really nice, refreshing map to see here this season.
That's right. And now we head into Erangel, which is arguably going to be a lot slower, right, than that of Rondo. So it's like, how did the teams adjust to that? I feel Alpha 7 love Rondo, though, 7, because they could just gatekeep and hold everybody back. But it's Loops who's really loving it so far. They get the big win of the day, taking map 1 with 7 total eliminations, putting them just 2 points away from tying Wolves 3 to overtake them. But as we head into Erangel, we've had a lot of dominant rosters, and I expect a lot of those dominant rosters to continue to do what they do best, and that's slay out. How's Alpha 7 been on Erangel over the past couple of days?
They've been really good. I mean, day one, they were able to get a win, and they were able to get a third place. And Alpha 7, they're obviously going to be getting the eliminations. Rebel was popping up. Yesterday was a bit of a slowdown in regards to those top 3 finishes. They did end up at least with a second place finish on the last Erangel with 11 eliminations. So I'm hoping this squad will be able to follow it up. And there you go. You know what? I'm talking about it. Let me just show you why I was saying PMSL Brazil. But Wolves is there now, baby. Wolves has been putting up those good performances. And with the way that this squad is currently playing, with the way that Baton was playing in the last one, I wouldn't be surprised if Wolves goes for another top 3.
They might be able to do exactly that. Proud of them. I really am. Narrowly missing out of PMWC. Just by mere points, really. Choosing to camp up at a shack. This time around, they're out for blood, out for vengeance. Alpha 7, beautiful job. Influence Rage, though. Needing a chance or needing a moment to wake up a little bit. Intense game 2. You know, we saw bits and flashes, right, from Rondo, Dave. This time around, I'm hoping we see a full-fledged fire from Intense.
Yeah, 9, right? 9 elimination points. Adrian with 0, but regardless, we had Rafina, Silence, really getting some good cross action going on. So that's what I look at for teams. I mean, you guys, we've been chatting for a couple of years now. I'm always talking about momentum, right? I mean, they call me Mustache Momentum Day for a reason. And I think coming into game number 1, walking away with a win, walking away with like 9, even 8 eliminations, you're already feeling good. You know, that pressure, not quite off, but you're confident in yourself. You're confident in your gameplay compared to like a team Jaguar. Had an okay day number 2, but then you drop in, first one's eliminated, 0 limbs. You're going to be feeling down, and you don't want to feel down game number 1 because PUBG Mobile, as much as it's a skill game, there's a lot of mental that goes into this. I mean, at the end of the day, it's a competitive team game too here, fellas. So yeah, it's crazy.
And it's also LAN. I think Dave, that was pointed out. It was like, you know, some teams performing very well throughout Titan Series on the online stage. It's obviously a different set of teams and that you're playing against and play styles, but LAN also hits a bit different over in Sao Paulo.
Meet me at a LAN. I got a single, you know, go on my SoundCloud. But
what?
Hey, you didn't know that, man? Come on, bro.
You got many special traits about you, Dave. It's not just a mustache,
bro.
baby.
Yeah, I mean, there's a time, you know, SoundCloud rapper.
Are
you
you a rapper? Are you a country singer? What do you do?
Check it out yourself, man. Check it out yourself.
Okay,
but you know who's not getting met at LAN is you know, Team Seal changed their name to VIP. You know what? I was watching yesterday here, 7. They're still going to Zarky. I have no idea. Completely different squad. Still dropping Zarky, man. Like, what's up with Zarky over here, man? What is going on with Zarky?
They've been switching it up. So day 1, they ended up going Zarky. I even shouted you out. I was like, oh, yo, Dave's going to be happy. Zarky bros are back, baby.
Zarky
and then
bros.
they were like, yeah, that's not going to end up working because they had Maryland pretty much just gatekeeping them, camping them. On top of that, towards the south, you had Alpha 7. So they did a great strategy, which now they have taken over Noah, which it has worked out wonders for this squad. And this is why I was talking about in today aspect for Erangel, especially for this squad. I want to see them being able to just become a little bit more aggressive in this Erangel. And for all those squads towards the bottom from 15th place all the way up, 15th place to 8th place is just separated by 22 points reflection.
Well, if you've been thinking about buying something on Amazon, this is your opportunity. Get your gift card, claim the code, and Well, I don't know. Pick you up something nice. Again, I always ask. I don't think anybody's ever answered me. That's okay. You guys don't have to. But I just want to know what you're buying with your Amazon gift card out there. Dave, what are you buying? I think last time, at least I heard it was horses at one point.
Whoa.
Me, I was a rice cooker. What about you?
Yeah, I've been getting into collecting some DVDs. So I've been it's spooky season, so I'm getting all those horror flicks right now.
Why are we doing DVDs in 2025?
Bro,
What's up with
DVDs, brother.
But why in 2025? Is it now? Is it because they're cheap? Is that why?
They are not cheap.
They're not cheap?
Come
on, DVDs are not cheap?
That's why I've been claiming all these Amazon codes before everybody else. They are not cheap.
Hey, yo, chat's like, what's a DVD, bro? I'm sure we have some viewers out there who literally have never used a DVD. Hey, it's getting sad for us, boys. We're getting older and older. It's like VHS. That's just
talking about that. I was looking at like the rankings of like most earnings, and there's also a column of like oldest players, and the oldest player right now in competitive, I think, is like 33. I was like, oh,
that's me.
I was like, oh my goodness, absolutely. Wow. So shout out to all the youngins out there. Really, and I think it goes to show you that this esports ecosystem is open to everybody. And honestly, the younger people looking to aspire to become like a professional gamer, a pro in esports, like PUBG Mobile is so inviting, and it allows that, right? So shout out to everybody in charge making the esports ecosystem what it is.
Quick question, Seven. Who is the youngest player that you know of in PUBG Mobile Esports that actually makes it to like an international stage? That's a notable player. Even if you don't know the name necessarily, like what age range are we talking about? Because
like Dave said, man, if we go to Southeast Asia, if we go to Southeast Asia, you got kids that are 16 years old that are trying to play in global. So there's definitely like a big range, and there's always just teams and players switching around. But I got to think of an actual name of one that's really, really young, because there is a lot. I mean, you got Falak there from Fourth Thrives, not anymore.
Okay,
it's a different organization.
He was great at PMWC, by the way.
Exactly. I mean, there's a lot of young guns that have been popping up.
Okay, well, fair enough, man. Yeah, we were talking about Falak nonstop over at PMWC, and if he's only 16, come on, dude,
he's
making more money. Oh, he's not 16.
But he's young. He's young. He's in the ones at the beginning of the age.
Still in the ones, baby. No, that's incredible. Bro. And like Dave said, PUBG Mobile, it's great that all age ranges can compete, whether you're 33 or in the ones, right? It's available to everybody out there. Sarpatch, Kaya are doing wonderful jobs out there, catching the players when we need them most. This time it's Sarpatch who had a chance to speak to Baton, filling in today. Let's hear what Baton has to say.
All right, guys, here we are after match one with Baton, who just played his first match of this PMSL. Baton, first off, how are you feeling now that you come back?
I'm so excited to play, and I feel very great, honestly.
Tell me about this match. Tell me about you guys are getting a lot of the circles. You've been doing a great read there. Tell me about this match in particular, though.
We have a good tactic. I think we have the best tactic here, and it's working. That's all what I can say.
I don't want to be a snitch, but Juancho's out there now I want Baton not to do good. Do you want to say something to him?
I don't care.
Dang. Let's go.
There's Baton coming out for Team Wolves. That was after, by the way, their game number one. All smiles, feeling great as he should. Seven, how competitive is it, man? I mean, because you're trying to potentially replace Juancho. I know it's all love for the roster, but you now have Baton. You now have Juancho fighting for the spot. They have similar roles. They play the same. Baton's got to be fired on all cylinders because he knows he has to.
Oh, he's gotta. I mean, especially with what the squad was able to say at the start, too. We're just gonna give Baton a chance to perform. We gave Juancho a chance to perform, so it sounds exactly as that. They're trying to figure out which one is gonna be the best two players, and I love that Sarpatch was able to mention this. Juancho's in the back. As much as Juancho is nice and awesome, these players are competitive. If you were to get a camera on Juancho, he would be that meme right now that just focuses on the fist, and the fist would just just be closing up and just be like, oh,
Arthur,
come on,
yeah.
get me back in there, baby.
He's getting elims. I'm not playing tomorrow.
Hey, you know what he's thinking, Dave? He's thinking, I don't want to be coach again. I don't want to be Coach Wancho for PMSL for a second time.
Yeah, it's better to be playing, right? But at the end of the day, it's a team game like we were talking about. So I do like that they're kind of rotating and flexing out the bench players, getting everybody involved, because the main goal for the Wolves is those head start points right now and getting it going. So heading into Erangel, I mean, it's feeling good. We had one game done in the books, Rondo. Now we're going to 3 back-to-back. Erangel is the classic here, fellas. I see the plane. It's up in the air. It's locked and loaded. Let's get into game number 2.
Heck yeah, Erangel, the first one of the 3 we'll be watching today. Off of game 1, it was a big start for the side of Loops, Wolves, and Team Liquid. Even IG got a little bit in there on Rondo with a total of 9 eliminations. Throw Alpha 7 as well with 10. Not all those rosters can once again do those many numbers, right? When it comes to Erangel, due to the limited respawns, Alpha 7's probably not going to be fed as much as they were in game number 1, especially from iNCO's perspective. I could not believe that respawn straight into 3 players diving in Alpha 7, instantly getting wiped again. What are we doing here? iNCO, game number 2, no respawns you have to worry about. Go back to your bread and butter. Let's play a little bit better. But as the play path is pretty standard, the question is, where does it land? And who will be our Zarky boys today, 7?
Yeah, I'm going to be keeping an eye on actually Primors, because Xforce has been fighting with Maryland very early on. I don't see currently Maryland landing anywhere near there. I think they finally decided to just give that up. Along the lines of what we saw at the start of day 1, too. Team Liquid and Straight Outta Nepal used to fight in Milta for I think 3 of the first Erangels that we played. And then on the second day, they decided to just concede that, and Straight Outta Nepal ended up going to Milta Power instead. Now, VIP, for some reason, they said, you know what? I think this playing path might not benefit us going towards Novo, Dave. I don't know if they're going to be making that rotation all the way up to Sarki, or maybe looking for somewhere in Stalber or Kameshki.
Yeah, I mean, we're looking at VIP. They got 3 strats here. They got what I call the 3 corners, and we call it the triangle of life. And hopefully for VIP Esports, they recognize what the last squad on VIP did, and they learned from those mistakes. And hopefully coming into the new season with an entirely new squad, they know for a fact there's one strat that we need to make sure not to implement like our last predecessors did. And that is constantly following Alpha 7, being behind Alpha 7, always clashing with Alpha 7. And guys, I'm looking at this. Guess who they're next to? Alpha 7s. It hurts, man. It hurts because VIP, I was a big fan, still am. They used to be called Team Seal. They were the second place qualifiers coming in from the Titan series. They were dominating. Now they're playing with the big dogs, and Alpha 7, the biggest of the big dogs. And you don't want to be rotating near Alpha 7. TLDR, don't be next to Alpha 7 if you're trying to get that momentum going. And VIP Esports 7, they're next to Alpha 7.
Yeah, VIP just wanting to test out their luck here, trying to figure out, okay, are we going to maybe be doing something here? This team, though, I mean, they're not that close anymore. I think they decided to just go towards Kameshki and Stalber, too. Alpha 7 known for going Lipovka as well, going to be outside of that first circle, too. One thing that I'm going to be looking at is Loops Esports. I mean, they end up going Pachinki. Nobody has been challenging that squad, too. I'm happy to see that Xforce is also not being challenged in Primors. And then you have IG all the way to the northwest too. 9C Globant. This squad has been doing a weird split towards Ferry Pier, towards that western bridge, trying to catch some people that might be rotating very, very early without that much equipment right now. Not gonna be getting lucky. And honestly, for 9C Globant, they have absolute goats in their squad. And right now, reflections, this team is just not performing to what we want to see. They only have to 50 points in 13th place.
Yeah, I mean, when you think about Remix, Milos, Reyes, Kogo, those are some staples when it comes to PMSL. Honestly, when it comes to Titan Series as a whole, You would expect this roster to be performing up to expectations, and you're absolutely right. They're just simply not when you have that many shot hitters. But early goings, at least when it comes to today, do I expect them to break into top 8? It's possible to make an impact, though, in the overall standings, like top 5. No, it's just not going to happen. But I want them to finish strong and start gaining that confidence, especially heading into Phase 2, ultimately heading into the finals. And this is the map where you definitely start off doing so. Do I think they need to gatekeep the Western Bridge? No. But I definitely think maybe, trying to stave off, some of that middle control, which Royals of War have, Wolves have, Loops have. I think that's going to be it. Now, one thing that I did want to point out, and just to harp on them a little bit more, Alpha 7, they land over in Lipovka. This was an area that they land pretty much exclusively when it comes to PMSL competitions, and the reason why is they're just not contested over there. The only time they were contested was spring season going back to last year. PMWC, they would land over in Zarki, but this time they land at Lipovka. But one of the things they love to do is rotate up north, and they're going to try and lock in the northern zone. So now I'm putting iNCO on alert. I'm putting VIP. You shouted them out earlier, Dave, on alerts, and potentially Maryland too. These are all teams that need to be acutely aware, keep their head on a swivel, and understand Alpha 7 is going to be in their region relatively soon.
That's the thing, man. When you're struggling for points right now, day number 3, you gotta stay clear. You gotta put respect on these squads that are actually performing, right? Because if you do clash with them early on, there's chances that they're probably gonna take that fight because the odds of getting third-partied are even less, early game, because everybody's so spread out. So if there was a strat that I would like to implement, if I was like a VIP coach, like I said, I was harping on it moments ago here, 7. It would be just drops as far away from Alpha 7 as possible. I don't want to clash with them at all here early game.
Yeah, I honestly, with the drop that they had just now, I fully don't mind it. They're playing it slow. The only thing with this squad is that, and we've seen it in the crazy part too, that you guys have mentioned, that we even mentioned at the start too, is that this is a completely different squad from Spring Split. Yet they're starting to do the exact same strategies that we saw from that Spring Split squad, which was just be the little brothers of Alpha 7, do the same rotations, but do it like a little bit later, maybe a couple minutes later. They need to start finding their own rhythm. They need to start finding their own way to play the game. I necessarily don't mind them if they land Kameshki and Alpha 7 lands Lipovka, as long as they're just not going to be trying to do the exact same rotation. And if they are, they got to be ready to take a fight. And one thing that we saw this squad talk about earlier, Reflections, was saying they want to continue to be more aggressive here today. If you do see the opportunity, honestly, you got absolutely nothing to lose. You're in last place. You got 35 points. Might as well just try to frag out and see what you can do in certain situations. Put yourself in bad situations. It's the last day of Phase 1. Just go for it.
Sure. Yeah, especially if you're at the bottom, right? That's the key factor. You're at the bottom. You have nothing to lose. Let's start testing the waters and really see how far we can push ourselves, not only as players, but also as a team, and see what our skill ceiling is. I think that would be the goal, especially at this stage, Day 3, Phase 1. Team Liquid on your screen. I did notice a hovercraft roster that played very, very well in Game 1. Is this the start to potentially a dominating run for the Team Liquid roster that we're always trying to hype up? Got a big gap, though, between themselves and Intense Game, right? We're talking about 40 or so points, maybe even a little bit more. Math is hard for me. That's why I say maybe, okay? Maybe it's 50, maybe it's 54, okay? Either way, that gap, quite substantial, but either way, improvements. Same narrative for VIP. Same thing can be said for Team Liquid. Let's start to step it up. Now, we mentioned Alpha 7, over at Lipovka. They love to rotate up north. They've gone pretty south, a lot more south than I was expecting, and that's put Intense Game on high alert because now they've got Xforce behind them, Alpha 7 off to their right. So Xforce 7, a roster that you pointed out, who stepped it up, a little bit in Day 2, didn't do too well in Game 1. They come out with the goose egg. This time, they're back on their bread and butter, which is Erangel. They're surrounded by wonderful teams. Can they hold their ground today?
I'm hoping that's going to be the case, especially with the circle. You can see them trying to get a little bit more towards the center, not playing that much edge. Now the circle is going to be switching focus. Look how open that eastern side for the circle, Dave, is just going to be absolutely nobody. You got VIP that's going to be coming in. You got straight out of Nepal that's going to be rewarded too. But it comes down to how quickly you make those rotations in, because everybody else, you see it, is coming into the circle.
Yes, sir. And they're all crashing. I mean, everybody is just on their own little rotational pathways trying to center up right now. So it's just a mad dash for any type of hard cover right now. Still 16 teams alive. And kind of going back to, I still recall like when hovercrafts were introduced into esports, the one team that really took advantage of the hovercraft strategy and they implemented it beautifully, where almost like 9 out of 10 games they would prioritize trying to get 2 hovercrafts. That was Xforce. Yep. That was Xforce all day, and they saw some really good success with that. So looking to see what Xforce can accomplish here today with those hovercrafts. But little boy from Influence Rage got that pump shotgun, baby. Got that grenade in the Molotov. He's on fire, but Influence Rage better row with the off angle. They're looking to clap up Alpha 7, and we don't have those respawn towers here this game here, fellas. Nope. So, you get knocked, you get flushed out, you're done.
That's right. Speaking of which, Lil Boy is done. He's been taken down, and Carrillo from the stairs tries to get into the choke point. He's finished off. Alpha 7 in shambles. That's Mafioso from a distance. All he can do is just look on helplessly. In the meantime, though, plenty of teams have heard the gunfire. Xforce, for example, now starting to roll in. They want to take advantage of the damage done from Alpha 7. You mentioned the hovercraft. Well, you got 2 and the one to the left. You got Aleem just off behind the building, and Influence Rage, they couldn't recover from that last fight with Alpha 7. Therefore, they're in shambles. But does that mean they can't hold on? Not the case. Diego is getting geared up, ready to go as Xforce on the outside starts to poke their heads in.
They should be able to hold on. The grenades are going to be coming in, though. That's going to be the big question mark. If Xforce is going to be able to connect, and they are currently connecting, Little Boy is going to end up going down. Now it's 2 players left standing with 1 player knocked from Influence Rage. Fate trying to find a way in here. That smoke set up right now by Influence Rage, slowing all of this down, and you can see now they're getting their guns out. Now they're getting those grenades out, and it's turning around. They made it into a 4v2 to now a 2v2. 24K is gonna have to clutch up, and that last player from Law from Influence Rage is gonna be up as well. Diego and the squad responding great to this third party. I don't know who's gonna be taking it here, Dave.
Yeah, Influence Rage really impressed with how poised they're being right now, considering things aren't looking too well. But Federal trying to get the heal in the stairwell. Oh! Xforce just crashing the compound, not really having the intel. Blind sending it through the smokes when they had the advantage, just crumbling right there. And guess what? Alpha 7, they still got their soul. They're still surviving. So, my goodness, Xforce, the team to be eliminated out of that whole chaotic mess right there. Yeah. They do walk away with 2 eliminations, but wow, Influence, such a good defense on their side right there.
Yeah, spectacular. So just to recap, Influence, they end up losing 1 player to Alpha 7, and they lost only 1 player to Xforce, who crashed in while Influence had a player down. So basically, for all intents and purposes, that was a 2v4 that they were able to win. Phenomenal job. Mafioso, he'll hang out in the swamplands and try and stay up as long as he can. We know the game when it comes to our solos. For Influence Rage, though, super happy with their fights, super happy with their Aaron Carroll already, even if they're finished off now. 7 eliminations. But as the zone does shift, Rozhawk is going to be center, and I noticed Maryland did their good deeds and pushed straight into it to lock it in. But of course, other rosters are thinking to lock in Rozhawk for themselves. That's Loops. Of course, you got Jaguar, and then you got Wolves. I really like where Wolves is currently at. They're going to be on the shorelines towards the water, holding down the bridge. They're dead center currently. They played our last map on Rondo very, very well because of their positioning, and I think their play call on that bridge is going to be super smart, especially if we have a shift to the north. They're going to be able to gatekeep quite a few rosters, so big plays, not only from Influence Rage and also Intense Game, but also from Wolves. Really liking what I'm seeing in our Erangel map too. Overall, I think 7, we've had a big improvements in our Americas region.
Yeah, we definitely had, especially from other squads, right? The big question mark coming into this, and you and I were having these conversations over and over again, reflection, especially at what happened at PMWC, was that, I mean, Americas was looking down. Let's be honest, boys. There was 0 teams from Americas that was able to make it to the finals of PMWC. Yep. This was a chance for these squads to just go back, regroup, see what they can improve on, and hope that the region also improves. Because sometimes, I mean, you can continue to dominate your region, but then when you go to a global event, you're gonna get exposed, because that little thing that you got away with here in Americas, you're not gonna get away whenever you go to other regions. And this happens not just in Americas, it happens in CSA. We got a chance to see India as well. I'm hoping India is gonna continue to improve too, now that they're on the main stage and gonna be going back to PMGC. That's what it comes down to. We need to see not just the Brazilian squads upgrading their gameplay. We need to continue to see consistency out of Wolves Esports. So far, it's been the case. I'm hoping it's going to continue as 9C Globant starting to answer a little bit of my questions. I was expecting this squad to honestly be in the top 5. I don't expect them to go to PMGC based on the PMSL, maybe PMGC points, but for this squad, they need to start being more consistent, Dave.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to be with a gatekeeping position right now onto United for Gaming, and they need to clean this one up quick because the next circle does pop, and it is completely opposite from where they're currently holding down. And here's reflections. This is what you're looking at. The Wolves. Yep. I mean, the Wolves this tournament have been such a strong team with picking some really solid spots in the early to mid game and then just holding it down, setting up for the late game. So looking at the Wolves, the Bridge Trolls, they're looking to take their due. Nice. And they're going to be popping up Coops with a little lean peek action, taking out a couple members of Team Liquid.
Yeah, perfect job. I mean, setting up on that bridge was incredibly intelligent. They understood that, look, Rozak is going to be quite busy. Maryland's already there. Loops is there. Obviously teams from the north, they were going to be forced to go across that bridge or to the right where straight into Nepal is. Wolves set up right. Team Liquid goes straight into the trap. They get a couple of elims. That's big on them, and it might not end there. 9Z, they finally secured their win against United for Gaming, who was deep in the blue. They're once again going to have to cross the bridge, but as we transfer over into the Rozak fight, Maryland, the first team to enter this location, has now started their terror against Jaguar and VIP up ahead. Team Liquid in shambles, but maybe an opportunity to fire some shots at VIP. That'll push them back a little bit further. But my eyes still have to be not only in this Rozak fight, but also on Wolves. When 9Z Globant get close, do they spring the trap like they did against Team Liquid?
Ooh, VIP here not reacting that well to Team Liquid, maintaining some players alive, but what are they going to be doing? You were mentioning their Wolves there towards the north as well. How are they going to be reacting? Maryland is going to be close by to Prince, getting themselves caught there from the window. And Maryland, I mean, this team tends to be aggressive. Luckily, right now for VIP, this squad, with everything going on, with the way that this circle is working, nobody really wants to push anything. And Igor get caught out in the open by Milos. Not one player you want to get caught off. And honestly, if you're Wolves, you want to make sure you save Milos. You want to make sure you contain what Milos is going to be doing and then save Igor is what I was trying to say, because right now you don't want to lose any players. And that was something, Dave, that Wolves Esports was falling into a trap in the first day. They were able to readjust here in the second day, and I'm hoping it continues on here now on the third day.
Yeah, I mean, what a little spot they had right there. So Milos with the knock, I mean, that was their window of opportunity to make that push down, try to send it over that bridge that the Wolves were holding down. And I believe the Wolves are currently being just ran up on right now. They are going to be in the water, and now 9Z, that knock was so critical, 7, because it essentially allowed his squad to push over the bridge that we saw moments ago. The Wolves cleanly execute up against Team Liquid. So how the tides have turned over here. Our remix Cronin over here trying to get the information door and going to be swimming baton over there on the bridge, taking some shots, but his position is compromised here. Reflections.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough job. Well, I say that Coops manages to take down Reyes, so maybe an opportunity for themselves to push up. Their nades have been on point. Doesn't connect onto Coco. It does. So hold up a second. Wolves look like they might be in trouble, but they do fight back quite well onto 9Z. Unfortunately, though, Coops is last up. He's got to get Doran back in the fight. I think for Wolves, they're going to have to go at it with just too strong, because I believe Baton is going to be on the opposite side of that bridge. There's just no way to get him. And unfortunately for them, as they do go for the reset, so does 9Z. So it's imperative Coops starts to move up and try and take him down before they get Reyes back into the fight. Milos is going to be moving up, but I think Wolves in this moment might be cooked. Depends, though, with this nade. Is it enough? Well, it's going to connect onto the car, but just short on the players. 9Z uncomfortable. Another nade takes some damage. Reyes down. Wolves back against the wall. They set the trap. It looks like with the solo getting taken down, they were going to be in trouble, but Coops is unrelenting. The man continues to push up 7. He refuses to give up.
Coops channeling his inner dog there and gets a grenade received by Remix, none other. And now it's just gonna be down to Doran. Baton is gonna be alive as well, but 9C is gonna be a little bit more aggressive here. Coops gonna be backing up. I don't think they're gonna be able to pick him up. He got a little bit too aggressive there. He was too hyper. Can this grenade hit? And it does for Doran, making it a 1v1 situation here, a 2v1 situation here. Another nade's gonna be coming in, and my goodness, Doran, what are you doing with this grenades?
Oh my goodness. Okay.
They were not supposed to live there. They were not supposed to live there, but
brother, they should have been fried. Well, we'll talk about that in just a second. iNCO is in a bit of a battle against Straight Outta Nepal. Sonic off to the left. Another nade. Nade's been detrimental, but you can't do much against a hovercraft. The only thing you can do is get the cleanup. Gatsby's going to continue to utilize as much as he can, but now it's just cover McGrellan. Dropped from Alpha 7. Forced to try and pick himself up by the bootstraps with iNCO. What is up with the utility today, Dave?
What are they doing? Gatsby, his squad mate, was behind the hovercraft in cover. Gatsby pops in the hovercraft, backs it up. Now his squad mate no longer in cover. Gets Thurston right there. So I don't know what was going on there, but hey, Straight Outta Nepal doing Straight Outta Nepal things. But Maryland Esports, they've been in Rostock for a good amount of time now, setting up shop over there. So we'll have to get back to that because the Wolves still on their tear, working their way up the hill. Ton taken out right there. Now it's up the door, and the last one alive for the Wolves. And they're going to be sitting on 7 elimination points door and just looking for any type of cover. Sees those 2 crates, those care packages looking mighty juicy right now, 7.
Yeah, Doran trying to figure out if he's going to be able to survive here right next to his school, or if he could maybe end up going a little bit further. There was a shack up ahead, but then if you end up going there, you're just going to be anywhere here. Honestly, Doran, you're just pretty much prone to get naded. So just stay still. Hope that nobody pays attention to you, and hope that everybody's paying attention to all the other teams around. Molina, VIP still alive, trying to find Sanab, the last player standing here for Maryland. Maryland up to 3 eliminations. Sanab getting caught by somebody else, completely different. I think it's going to be none other than Loops, putting the pressure on him, and there you go. Mafioso ends up getting eliminated. Rose should be able to take over this hill overlooking Rostock, and if they are able to control that area, they should possibly, Reflections, be able to pick up a good amount of eliminations.
Yeah, that would be nice for them, wouldn't it? They set up early. Now they can potentially gatekeep VIP as well as TL. We see the lines coming out there from Dave. Shout out to you. Jaguar also moving in. But look, you know, right there where you drew those lines, Dave, I'm looking at Loops. Loops are in a prime spot to gatekeep all 3 of those rosters in the north.
Yeah, Loops, really good spot. Now, they don't have the high ground, but they do have the hard cover and the positioning. So we'll have to see what VIP, what Jaguar, what they end up accomplishing over there in the north. Meanwhile, 2 members of Team Liquid still alive in Rostock. They do need to reposition just a little bit right there on the edge, but VIP slowly making their approach here. They're going to be playing all 3 grouped up together, so all it takes is 1 grenade. But over here, Team Jaguar, really beautiful sight lines downrange here, fellas. I mean, talk about the sight lines, the third party, both of those teammates there. But remember, they're not really in the zone, so they're probably not going to spend too much time over here. Even though I would love to see them prioritize these eliminations, they're probably going to be going for positioning instead.
Is it going to hit? Oh, I thought he was going to be switching to the other window. I was hoping that was going to be the case. Mythic from Team Liquid wanted to push up this fight. The Molotovs are going to be set, trying to control the area. Something that we've been seeing so well, especially yesterday, was the Molotovs coming in from some of their squads. VIP going to get one of their players knocked. Loops Esports putting on the pressure of this squad. As soon as PB in the chat said, send the VIP, they're just starting to get knocked. No, PB, you're supposed to bless them. You're not supposed to curse them.
PB bless.
PB bless. Come on, Loops. Hold them back, baby. Hold them back. Although, Team Liquid staying alive as long as they have is pretty nice, especially since they were just disassembled on the bridge. Big game needed here, but I don't know. VIP looked to be a bit too strong. That looks like a good nade. That was, in fact, a great nade. The utility has been wonderful today. Loving what I'm seeing from all aspects of every roster. But with this mini red zone, Loops just continues to punish him, and I think Team Liquid's probably a bit fried in this moment. I don't think they're getting up.
Yeah, they're done for. Dave, do you see them surviving this one?
Team Liquid, I mean, Rules of War look to get involved with loops that might take off their attention there, but still, even if that does happen, Team Jaguar know for a fact, there's a couple stragglers over here. So yeah, I think Team Liquid should be dead to rights. They got 2 different squads looking right in their direction. Let's see where's the next circle goes. There goes Mythic already bleeding on out. So Team Liquid probably going to be eliminated here any moment now. Talking about solos though, Doran still big chilling from the Wolves. The Wolves walk away with 7 elimination points so far. Doran still alive, looking for some placement points, and is going to be in the next circle. So Doran is definitely feeling really good right now.
With you on that one, 7. That is nice. Royals of War had the hilltop, and they can overlook pretty much infinite line of sight on Loops, TL, Jaguar. They don't necessarily have to worry about Doran as a solo because he knows as soon as he fires, he's going to get shot in the back from iNCO. So I now start to favor Royals of War taking this game. I think they're in the power spot.
Yeah, I think Royals of War should be able to start racking up even more eliminations here. Besides Team Liquid, as you mentioned earlier, they're just going to be done for. They don't really have an exit route here. The grenades are... Oh, as I was about to call it out, the nades come in from VT, clears those 2 players, and now they can actually switch their focus on it to Royals of War. Royals of War, how are you going to be reacting to this? Because you also have Jaguars there towards your east. In this squad, I mean, they tend to be aggressive sometimes. We know what Loops is capable of. If they still have that utility working, they're going to try to find a way to get in this. All I see here, Dave, is that with this fight going on, Doran is just big chilling. Doran is like, keep on going, baby, because I'm trying to get this placement points.
Yeah, Doran is literally chilling right here, and looks like Loop's going to be using the terrain to kind of push towards Jaguar because they know for a fact Rose of War is on the high ground. So let's see what Team Jaguar can accomplish here in the defensive position. They see the Loops working their way right towards them. Couple smokes out on the battlefield, but a couple of the members from Jaguar still with grenades in the hand. Here goes Vitin pulling up with the SK-12, getting that reload, taking them down and out, getting the confirmation here, 7.
That's right, Loops Esports. I mean, they didn't see a way trying to get all the way to Row, and Row makes them punish. For Loops Esports, able to secure extra eliminations, and some of the squads there towards the top, man, they were being aggressive throughout this whole setup. And for Jaguar, iNCO Gaming, earlier they were taking fights with Resilience. There you go. Jaguar is out of here. Row in a great position. I was talking about it earlier when they were able to overtake that last player earlier on from this hill with that cover, with this control. Just an insane amount of eliminations for this squad. They're currently up to 8, I believe. Meanwhile, Resilience having and working with a solo. Another solo is going to be Doran. They're just hoping that nobody gets near them. And they're hoping that they're going to be stalling with Doran. Look where he's going to be at with this new circle reflections.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. And he's ready to mow iNCO down, okay? Don't think Wolves are done just yet. Doran is a solo. We've seen solos pull off some miraculous things. You go to back to PMWs here in previous seasons of PMSL. I think Doran is about to do some nasty, despicable things to the iNCO roster when they rotate up. Still, though, I have to say, Row is going to be my favorite team. I think they're going to take this game. They're just in such a power position. They're going to finish with more than, with double digits. I mean, a very good opportunity potentially to pull off one of our biggest games over the past couple of days. Plus, with the drop that they're able to get for themselves, level 3 armor going their way. Doran, man, I set it up, bro.
Doran,
come on, Aragon. You didn't even need the pickup. Now you're at 9. I see you get greedy with it. I don't blame you. Resilience will pick off 3rd, and now it's going to be a 4v3, and iNCO quite literally have to fight an uphill battle.
Might end up working out for them here, Dave, as they do have at least a little bit of cover. Try to see if maybe you can find an angle, but the thing is that Row is playing this so smart. They decide to close that gap. They didn't want to stay in that high ground. They wanted to make sure they came in there within grenade distance, and they're putting up the pressure. Just don't get too crazy here. McGrellin's going to end up going down. That's a great pickup, and now it's going to come down to Vitali. Can he clutch it up? He's going to have 2 players left alive there from Row. Gonna be able to connect with 1.
No!
He's going to turn it into a 1v1. There's a chance, boys.
There's a
chance. There's a chance, but Tonka, I believe in him. With his location, top of the hill, but then again, that fence line might be the saving grace for the iNCO roster for Vitali to steal the rug from under the feet of Ro, who had the power position, who had the man advantage. All of a sudden, iNCO take it back. As Ro push down the hill, they give up their high ground, and now Tonka, he's in the blue. He's dwindling away. He goes for one last hill as he apexes the top. Vitali fires some shots, but nothing connects just yet. Tonka, I think he's done for. I don't know. Vitali loses it. The blue will take him out, and Ro will hold on, but my goodness. They nearly give it up in the end, but still, we got to give them their flowers. A massive game, 11 eliminations. They finish off with the winner chicken dinner, the smiles of relief. But Dave,
he's like, bro,
for just a second, I thought Ro threw it away.
Yeah, he's like, bro, why didn't you push? Tonka's like, listen, I got this, right? I mean, Tonka had the off angle, I get it, but the thing is, Tonka was so far away from his squad mates that he wasn't able to provide the grenade support right there. If Tonka was close enough to get, within the Molotov, within the grenade usage range, I think that would have been a done deal right then and there. And would have been, not so risky like we saw there at the end, because honestly, one headshot right there, Tonka could have been done and dusted. But shout out to Heroes of War. Honestly, they were holding down that high ground, that hillside for a good amount of time, overlooking Rozhawk, and honestly walking away with 11 eliminations here. That was pretty good, and I was really impressed here, Seven, when we did have the iNCO versus Ro. They didn't pump the brakes, they immediately closed the gap, made the push, tossed out the grenades, tossed out the smokes. I mean, my only critique is Tonka not pushing with them, but all in all, that decision making was just on point for Roar. So shout out to them.
Yeah, I would agree with you in regards to them pushing up. I absolutely loved it here. For them to be able to push up, I just didn't like how careless they got. And I didn't mind Tonka being in the back because he was being the anchor for the squad. He was making sure he just called out everything that was going on there for iNCO. They knew that they were going to have him trapped. That's why they decided to get so close. But yeah, a little bit too messy for my liking there. But it tends to happen with these squads that don't really find themselves here towards the end of the match. Even though Ro does have a win, they ended up getting the first win of the first match of this tournament so far. Now they're able to add another one, backing it up with some eliminations. It goes to show this squad is here for a reason. They just need to make sure they're working that positioning. They were able to do it in that last match reflection, and they were able to put up the Hillans.
Yeah, they did it. Demonor, by the way, star-studded player. We've watched him in previous seasons of PMSL. He's going to be the top slayer not only in this game with 5, but also in general for the entirety of Royals of War across the 3 days. 21 points. A massive game going to Royals of War when they needed it. Now it's time to start waking up. We talked about that gap between 5th and 6th place. Well, Royals of War were below that threshold. This is going to give them an opportunity to make things competitive towards the tail end of Phase 1, so good on them. But another big game, though, coming out for iNCO. Dave, I'm actually really happy to see that. I think they dropped the ball quite a bit on Rondo. So for them to go back to their bread and butter being Erangel, it shows that now they go back to what they're used to. They're not adjusting. They just use their usual strats. They play it very, very well. Happy for iNCO and also for Wolves and their consistency.
Yeah, and going back to the pre-show here and just kind of looking at day 1, day 2 as a whole, iNCO, they've been dropping the ball when it comes to confirming their eliminations, their knocks, right? So for them to come into this last game and game number 1, walking away with a decent amount of elimination points, I think to me, they recognize like, hey, we're losing out on potential points here. So now they're prioritizing closing it out. But looking at the MVP here this last game, I mean, are you even surprised, Seven? Are you even surprised, man?
Not surprised at all.
Not surprised.
5 eliminations, 637 damage. I mean, just put them in a great spot, okay? That's what happens with some of these squads. The thing is, in the past, we've seen squads being able to be in great positions too, but they become a little bit too passive. This squad was not that, and I think that's why, Dave, you're so happy that they didn't slow down. They just kept pushing down that pedal to the metal and pushed up close. They just need to become a little bit more cautious whenever they do get in those situations.
Starting to get close, isn't it, for the #1 race? Wolves are catching up. A special moment. If North America is able to finish in first, that would be a first. We definitely want to see it, but even still, though, for Loops, they're holding on tight to 3rd place. Influence rate's just below them, but that gap between 5th and 6th still exists. But Dave, Row are closing in.
Climbing on up. That's all you want to see. Climbing on up. iNCO, another squad. Nice. Climbing on up right there. Team Liquid sliding on down. Maryland Esports, 9th place right now. The one squad that's really hurting me so far here today as North America fanboy has to be Xforce now that we are playing on their Erangel map. We saw them with the hovercraft. We saw them looking to make some plays happen. But, unfortunate for them, they only walk away with 2 points right there. Really confusing push, honestly, and in my opinion. They had, I forget who it was, but they had them dead to rights. What was it, iNCO, I believe, or no, Influence. And kind of just the timing, the communication seemed a little off right there, in my opinion, from Xforce. So hopefully they can tighten up here. Day number 3, fellas. Get some more points.
Yeah. That's it. Well, top 8 is highly competitive at points anyways. You look at 8th and 7th, right? iNCO, Team Liquid, they're embroiled in a bit of a battle there. Of course, Row trying to catch up to intense game. But, man, top 3, very, very close, especially when you think Alpha 7 started the day with, about a 50 or so point lead. The fact that Wolves and Loops are starting to close in is very, very impressive. Obviously, it's only phase 1. We're not talking about the top 2 spots just yet to move on to the next stage, but it does make you think what the competition might look like going into the finals. 2 games done. We've got 4 more to go. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, another Erangel coming your way.
Get rewarded for assisting teammates in ranked classic mode. Earn co-op points by rescuing, recalling, or healing teammates. Reach 100 points to redeem co-op supply crates at any shop and match. Open them to get random supplies. Work with your teammates to claim victory.
Marked a location. Marked a location.
Welcome back, everyone, to day 3 of PMSL America's fall season. I'm Taylor Reflections Double, joined by Mustache Dave and 7. 2 maps down, 4 more to go. We hop into our second airing gale of the day, where Roe dominated the first one. They might be able to do it on the second. Going back, though, Dave, I want to mention Wolves once again. Positioning today has been phenomenal. It makes sense why they're in second place. They're slaying out, but they're also putting themselves in the correct spots. You go back to that bridge camp.
Yeah.
They take down 2 members of Team Liquid, and then they focus on 9Z.
Yeah, it was pretty good. It was pretty good. I mean, Team Liquid definitely got caught off guard right there. And it goes back to, like you said, the Wolves just really putting their stamp on a position and calling it early on. We saw in Rondo, they had a beautiful 2-2 split, pretty center. This last game, soft 2-2 split underneath that bridge. They knew for a fact, they recognized based on the zones that there's a high chance we're going to see some rotations kind of work their way through here. And that's just the Wolves planning for the future in my eyes, looking ahead, looking to get some elimination points. And unfortunate for them, 9Z had a little angle on him right there, got the knock, and then immediately took that push, and we saw what happened. But they still survived. They still walked their way beat up, but they still survived and got some additional points there, 7.
They definitely did. iNCO, I mean, Reflections. I know you were talking about this squad. We've been talking about this squad for quite a minute. They ended up moving up to 7th place on the overall. They're making themselves a little bit closer there to that 6th place. With bonus points going to be given out today, I mean, this could be good, boys. Even if it's just 1 point, we've seen it in the past Reflections where 1 point can just make that big difference.
Yeah, 1 point especially. You think back to whenever you missed out on that one elimination, right? That one placement point, maybe that one bonus point. And if you fall short just one, it really haunts your dreams. And some of these guys, right, even competing today, have in fact been haunted by previous seasons where they missed out by 1, 2, or 3 points. They don't want that to be the case this time around. So fight for each and every moment, position, elimination, and obviously bonus point that you can possibly get. Rose doing exactly that. Love that iNCO stepped it up. Still, though, I'm not impressed on their Rondo performance. I know it's very new. We're still getting used to it. iNCO, cool your jets on that one. We'll see it obviously in phase 2 and how well they do in the future. Resilience, though, they get their place, but 0 eliminations. Another roster that's definitely looking to make their way up the standings. They're currently in 10th. It's not a large gap, and it's not unquestionable for them to jump up to the top page. But a lot of work still needing to be done, especially in the slaying category. They're one of the lowest teams out there with just 35. They're going to have to start slaying out along with their placement points to even elevate themselves up to the top 2 position, especially when we get into the finals. Definitely needed. Xforce, another team that we mentioned, who today hasn't been performing all that well. And it's kind of sad to see, especially with the star-studded roster. They get 0 on map 1. They get 2 points on map 2. They're the first team to be finished off. They're a team, Dave, that I feel in the past, at least, when you think about Xforce, that loves to crash into teams. When they have good games, they have, we're talking huge games.
Yeah.
But when they have bad games, they're terrible games. And I think today has been one of those terrible days.
Yeah, and I mean, we still got 2 more air goals to go. All right. I'm not calling
today
it
so far.
terrible.
Today so far.
Okay. Not calling it terrible yet here. But I think huge respect, at least for me, when it comes to Xforce is on Aaron goals specifically, they always have like the most unique rotations, and they really, we see them in gliders during some tournaments. We see them with the double hovercrafts, and I think when they're just playing loose, they're actually playing at their best, right? And I think when the pressure's on and maybe they're second guessing every single call, every single decision, they're just losing some time, and that time is precious here in a game like PUBG Mobile because 1 second could be a grenade or it could be, a squad wipe essentially. So I think when it comes to Xforce, they're at LAN. Maybe the pressure is kind of boiling up, but I think they just need to take a step back, take a couple of breaths, relax, and recognize like, hey, we've been here before. We got this in the bag, and just loosen up a little bit. I think when they do loosen up, Xforce, a phenomenal team. So I'm not counting them out yet. I just want to see them loosen up here a little bit, 7. Loosen up, man. Loosen up. little bit. Why not?
It happens with the squad too. I mean, you got to remember they did some changes to the squad too. For Xforce, Valek's not here. It was a big talking point whenever the first 2 days were happening, because it seems like they were just adjusting a little bit, and maybe that's what happened yesterday towards the end of the day. Maybe it'll happen again here. Maybe they're just waiting for Miramar. I mean, coming into day one, it was Brazil. We went to Miramar. I know we're not going there just yet. Okay, I know we're not going there just yet, but it could be an opening for some of the squads to end up performing well. I'm just intrigued to see what Wolves is going to be doing, how they're going to be bouncing back on this one, because Coops got a little bit too overzealous there, and we saw Baton putting up some good performances in the first match.
That's right. Baton has been on fire today, and there was a lot of pressure on his shoulders, replacing that of Wancho. 3 eliminations, 857 damage per game. Now, the thing about Baton is he understands this is his moment to shine. A real opportunity to potentially replace Wancho. It's all love, by the way. I know it's... Look, they're on the same roster. I'm sure Baton isn't out there, just to put Wancho into the grave. But let's face it. He wants to be the one playing for this roster, and he currently is, and he's putting up numbers that matter. You go back to last season, Dave, and I don't know if you remember, but Alpha 7 randomly during the finals made this change. They subbed out Squash. They put in Cinetexa, who at the time was on their bench. Cinetexa performed well. When Squash rejoined, he was not the same player he was before being replaced. He realized, if I want to play for this roster of Alpha 7, I have to outperform Cinetexa. I need to play like that guy they believe in. And I think it's a similar situation here for Baton. Baton's been put in, and he knows if he can perform well today and even exceed Wolves' performance from yesterday, he could become a staple over Wancho.
Totally agree. What do you think about that, Seven? I know you got the insights right there, man. I know you had boots on the ground, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, from the finals, when I was there, it came down to just Squash absolutely just not being able to perform and then letting the pressure get to him. So they ended up putting a veteran player in this one. I feel like it's a completely the opposite reflections with this situation, because they're just having some room to work with. They're just allowing Baton to showcase his skills and hope that he's going to be able to actually do that, and hope that he's going to continue on this performance. Remember with what I said earlier, Wancho ended up with 10 ILMs after being able to play 12 matches. Baton started off hot today in this last one, a bit of a slowdown, which is expected, right? But I want to see how this team is going to be bouncing back. I mean, in the last one, I thought they were going to be doing good, but then Coops became Coops. He got a little bit too aggressive there, got a little bit too close to the fire, and ended up paying for it. Overall, this squad has been doing wonderful things. They're currently at least clutching up some points, which is exactly what we want to see out of this squad, currently in second place.
Currently in second place. They look to be in first, potentially by the end of the day. That would be pretty spectacular, not only for the bonus points, but also to dethrone Alpha 7, who have been on the struggle bus recently. They've been going through quite a bit, right, from PMWC. Actually, even further, right, go back to spring. PMSL Americas just did not look like the team you would expect for Alpha 7 to be, but all learning curve. Dave, what is Americas, right, as a region in general, right? What do we have to do to finally dethrone, specifically North America, right, to dethrone Brazil? Because it's always been a big talking point. Brazil is just the best region, right, when it comes to Americas, but North America slowly but surely has been getting better.
Yeah, and I think when it comes to like Alpha 7 in general, I think they're big chillin'. I mean, they're the most decorated squad in this lobby. Every single PMSL essentially, right? So I mean, in my eyes, they can do no wrong. But that leaves a lot of room for other squads to, like you said, dethrone them. And I think the closest North America has gotten in at least recent years has been the Wolves. The Coops. He switched regions from time to time, but I think he came back with more experience and kind of allowed that experience to kind of shed within our region just a little bit, and we got a little stronger, right? And I guess to answer your question, Wolves definitely the squad that North America has on its back. If we had like a flag, it would be the Wolves all day long. Right behind it, probably iNCO right behind it. I want to say Xforce, but they are just too hot and cold in my opinion. And then of course, shout out to the two squads that qualified from Titan Series, VIP and Straight Out Nepal, but they need a lot of work. They need a lot of work to still, be put on the map, in my opinion, in a caliber like the Wolves or like iNCO here, 7.
Yeah, I've been enjoying what like the thing for VIP. I'm with you. They need work, but they need to be aggressive. That's the main thing that they need to actually focus up on, because this squad has been able to find themselves in situations where they end up in the top 4, but then they just back it up with one element. And this is why I'm glad in the interview earlier today they were able to kind of recognize that and be aware of it. Sometimes with certain teams that might not have that much experience at a PMSL, it takes them a little bit too long to realize, okay, this is what we're actually messing up, boys. And by the time they find out what they're messing up on, it's too late. And they're not going to be able to readjust with it. And this is why I'm hoping for VIP, continue to be aggressive. You got absolutely nothing to lose here. It's the final day of phase 1. After this one, you're going to have a day off before we start phase 2. You're going to be able to go back to the VOD review, and at least you're going to have some data to look at of what happened when you decided to be aggressive, how you can take different fights, how you can actually position your squad to take those fights and win them.
Buzz, as we fly in for game number 3, we want to remind you about Infinix. Level up with the Infinix GT30 Pro. Built for gamers, made for champions. Speed, style, performance for your next win. Infinix GT30 series. Check it out, guys. It is wonderful. Game number 3, Erangel coming back your way. We left off with Erangel with Royals of War taking a big winner chicken dinner. 11 eliminations. Can they go back to back? Well, we are about to find out. As we do jump in, Seven, I want to throw a question back at you. Wolves last year, or excuse me, in spring season, very close to qualifying for PMWC. They end up camping a shed on Miramar. They fall short. Is Coops the IGL, just to reconfirm? Is Coops the IGL for that roster, Seven?
Last I heard, that was the case. I don't know if they have been able to change it. Maybe we'll be able to get Star Patch or Kaya to confirm that information via an interview. But last I heard, Coops was the IGL. The thing, though, is that in an interview yesterday, would they hear that the new player within the squad is currently the co-IGL? For some reason, boys, I am blanking right now on that man's name, and it's none other than not Baton.
Okay.
Igor. It's Igor. There you go.
Okay. I only ask because at a certain point, especially if we get to a moment where they can qualify once again, I think it's going to come down to your IGL making a play call and positioning. We'll discuss that a little bit later. Xforce, though, Dave, you said it, man. Look, they've been a bit slow today. We wanted to look out for them, and unfortunately, they're going to take an early loss, getting knifed down, now stuck down to 3.
It costs to be the boss. This is going to be Xforce up against Maryland in Primorsk over here. 24K already thirsted. So Lynn with the Bison crawling on up. No gear to his name. Just a Bison and a dream to get the revenge play over here and walk out of Primorsk alive. So they got a nice little crossfire going on up against one of the members from Maryland, but the grenade is just on point, and Xforce are falling apart at the seams here, guys. I guess Reflections really did jinx this squad, saying they had a bad day, even though the day didn't even start yet, man. They drop in this game and they already lose 2. What are you doing to them here, Reflections?
I'm not Max, man. Don't throw that curse on me. How can I curse, bro? I want them to do well. What you mean I'm a curse?
You're a curse, bro.
That's insane, bro. Actually, I tell you what, I am a curse, and I heard that all. And
Light
my next
candle,
location,
dude.
my last location I was at, you boys know where I was at recently. Apparently, genuinely, I am a curse. So, hey, it is what it is. Now, Klaus, though, he's a blessing for this Xforce roster. And for Maryland, got to watch out for this man because he's pushing up with the vengeance, 7.
He will be pushing up with the vengeance, and that's what happens, Reflections, when you end up hanging out with people named Sanji. You just get a bit of a curse with danger. But Xforce trying to recover here, trying to see if they can maybe push up on Maryland. What are the other players going to be doing here as well, man? Because right now, this is just such a dumb, absolutely unnecessary hot drop, boys. X4, I was telling VIP to be aggressive. I'm not telling VIP to end up hot dropping. You're currently a team that is in 11th place within striking distance all the way up to 7th place, and you decide to hot drop. You end up losing a player. You're gonna handicap yourself. The nade's gonna be coming in. Luckily for them, Alim closes the door, and now they're finding themselves in just such a bad spot. Yeah, you're gonna get some eliminations, but you're hindering the way that you're gonna be playing throughout the next of the match. And now Esports is just falling apart as now Klaus, Dave, is the last one alive.
The last one alive. The suppressed Bison's got the pump. I do see one member from Maryland working his way up through the doorway. AKM level 2 vests, no grenades, no Molotov, little pre-fire action here. But Klaus, the last one alive right now. Xforce, 0 eliminations. We're not even 5 minutes into the match yet here, fellas. And it looks like Xforce might be punching that ticket, looking for an extended break here until this next lobby.
Oh, he pushes. He pushes down the choke point, hits the shot, but not the shot needed to get the full finish. Now, the benefit, though, for Klaus is he could stay up here with the shotty. There's not a lot of utility onto the side of Maryland, right? So they can't really nade, they can't really Molotov up ahead, which means technically he could stay up there for as long as he can. You'll find things on the ground, but, oh, wait, hold on. I said all that, and I think a nade is about to, well, either way, he gets shot down. What are you gonna do? I agree with you, though, Seven. Unnecessary fight at the beginning for Xforce, just not needed. And that's something we've been critical about the Americas region. I feel like they're all gas, no brakes, and sometimes you just need to slow things down and really think about late game as opposed to going full send all the time.
And I don't even think that's the case here with this squad, because now this is the multiple times we've seen this year. I wish that it was the case that there's no break within this squad. Sometimes they do stuff crazy, but a hot drop is just not something you want to see. I mean, if you look on the right side with the leaderboard, you have Xforce. I mentioned it earlier, but I just kind of want to highlight it to the viewers here. Xforce, 11th place, 60 points, right? Who's one of the teams that they're currently fighting for to be within the top 7? Oh, that's right. Maryland. Maryland with 68 points, and now they're being able to add more points to the tally. So it's just, this is why I'm calling it to be just such a dumb play and such a dumb hot drop from this squad.
Well, got to hear in from one of our players on site. It's Nenebete. What's going on over there in Sao Paulo?
Hey guys, I'm here right now with Nenebete from iNCO Gaming. After the second match, they got a 2nd place, and I want to know what happened in the end game and what do you think you could have done differently so you could get a win?
Eu acho que uma coisa muito boa que aconteceu foi eu não ter escutado que eles tinham deixado um bug pra mim, então eu acabei indo a pé. Então foi um erro meio bobo, era pra gente estar os 4 vivos, e se tivesse esse fator aí, a gente tinha ganhado a play.
So basically, it was a minor mistake that had a huge impact because he didn't hear the call. They said they had a boogie, a car for him, and he didn't know about that. So it was something that really was hard because if they were all of the 4 players alive, they could have won the match. And that's it, basically. And about this split right now, do you think it's more about proving something to yourselves, like you want to prove something to yourselves or to the world? I mean, since the last split wasn't that good for iNCO Gaming?
Eu acho que é conseguir botar o nome da iNCO lá em cima novamente e, acima de tudo, se divertir, ser feliz jogando e, como a iNCO sempre foi, uma família.
Yeah, so it's basically they want to have fun, obviously, and as well to put the iNCO name higher as usual as it was before. So that's why, and they're a family, like a family, so they wanted to have fun and also have great results. And about Miramar as well, I want to ask you if you're going to keep hot dropping on Team Liquid and if you feel confident, like, oh, we're always going to win or something like that.
Esse é o nosso momento favorito do dia, a gente adora trocar tiro lá, é muito divertido, então com certeza a gente vai continuar caindo.
So that's basically their favorite moment of each day, to hot drop on Team Liquid, so they're obviously going to keep hot dropping. That's it. Thank you. Good luck on the next matches.
Thank you, Kaya, on site with Nenebete. Loving the hot drops. Hey, look, we've been talking about hot drops, haven't we? And iNCO Gaming have been known to get scrappy off the rip, albeit not this time. In this game, they land very safely in Yasnaya, but they'll rotate down towards the south. Meanwhile, though, talking about getting scrappy was Xforce. Early goings against Maryland. They lose their lives, and they're going to have to rethink their next and last Erangel for day number 3. Dave, we are in the south. I mean, we're talking deep down there, especially towards military. And everybody up north has started to rotate down. Nobody really gatekeeping at the moment, albeit Alpha 7 have been over at this right side, this eastern bridge. VIP on one side, Alpha 7 on the other. And Alpha 7 has been trying to keep straight out of Nepal from getting too close.
Yeah, listen, shout out to those interviews too. I mean, it really gives us like a sense of the player's mindset and their game plan straight from them, right? Instead of us, sitting out here guessing. So to hear, and I know 7, you're pumped up to hear that they are going to continue to hot drop on Miramar. I'm sure you're really happy with that one, man.
Can we get a circle of what he's laughing at, Dave?
Nice, Dave. I'm not gonna take the bait just yet. I'll wait for Miramar on that one, but on this one, my goodness, look at this circle. There's gonna be what is that, boys? We're trying to be mathematical. 40% terrain actually being at play. There's gonna be just so much going on for squads like Liquid, for squads like A7 trying to get in. VIP, you heard about them being aggressive, but be careful, okay? Just don't overexpose yourself here, because it is Alpha 7. If one of them gets knocked, Alpha 7 will be looking to get down and make sure if they see an opportunity, they would start striking. And look at them. They're just assessing the situation now. They said, okay, get in here, mafioso. Make sure you're safe, and now they're safe.
I can't believe it, man. VIP, talk about just fumbling the bag right there, man. Alpha 7, they were able to, all of them, safely cross that bridge. VIP, they had the bridge camp dead to rights. If that was another squad, I gotta say, they would have at least gotten one piece out of that one right there. But VIP, if I'm VIP, you know what I'm doing right now, Reflections? First of all, I'm super pissed. I'm like, what the heck just happened? Second of all, I'm getting in my car and I'm chasing that squad down, man. I'm getting my points, all right? But, you know, we'll see what they can accomplish. But straight out of Paul, representing the hovercraft bros. All right.
Yep. And they're going in. They're taking the same route Alpha 7 just did. Right behind that of VIP. This is actually good if they could stay alive. I know Blue is taking quite a bit on them, but if they can stay alive, they could come up behind VIP and potentially Alpha 7. Meanwhile, we got a swim Tate from the side of Maryland. On the opposite side of the rock, 9Z is going to try and keep them at bay. In fact, it's going to be Remix who might be able to do so. Team Liquid, we're in trouble. We got a fight taking place over in the blue. This is for the rotate in, and for Team Liquid, man, or excuse me, over in the southern portion on the edge of military. And this is United for Gaming, who has managed to not only get hard cover, but push Team Liquid back. The struggles will continue, 7.
And how do they even allow this to happen? Because this team was set up way before United for Gaming. I honestly don't know what's going on there with that squad with Team Liquid. Some changes have been made, but I mean, it's just a bit of a hit and miss, too, if you pay attention to how far they are currently from those top 4 teams. Influence Rage going with the long rotation, with the late rotation as well. One team that was able to do this very well yesterday was iNCO Gaming. We'll see if for Influence Rage is going to end up working out wonders for them. They're going to be going towards the other bridge. They saw that VIP was there earlier. They don't want to have to worry about that anymore.
Bro, Eastern
check it out.
Nasty.
Let's check it out. I mean, look at all these squads.
Those teams.
All those. Oh my goodness, that circle is so small, and we still got so many squads looking to push. I mean, this is going to be a hotbed for action down here. You got Alpha 7, you got Team Liquid, you got, of course, VIP, and then straight out Paul working their way in. And who knows where these squads are going to be here? They're going to be showing up late to the party. But fellas, I guarantee you, there is definitely going to be a party down there in the south.
I'm not going to lie.
Definitely so.
I'm happy with whatever rotation VIP was able to do. They went from wanting to just camp that bridge towards the west, and somehow they made it all the way towards the south. They have a hovercraft to work with. Reflections, if for some reason it ends up being out in the open, there'll be some cover for them, and they might end up clutching up at least some placement points, and hopefully they start being even more aggressive.
They're going to try for sure. Straight out of Nepal, though, been in blue for quite some time. They're finally going to make it into safety. Most likely going to heal up and be behind that of VIP, who's now starting to rotate. Meanwhile, over in blue, we mentioned this Eastern Bridge rotation. You got Loops, you got iNCO, you got Jaguar for Influence Rage. They were the first team ahead of the curve, so they managed to get to safety without any shots being fired. They will have to worry about at least one player from the side of Resilience as they rotate into them. But that Eastern Bridge, you either got to say to the teams that you're going opposite against, whether you're iNCO, Jaguar, or Loops, like, hey, let's have a truce. Let's get across this bridge unscathed, or let's fight in blue. And you know that fight in blue is going to be so uncomfortable. So I think we do have a little bit of a truce. Jaguar successfully breaks away from iNCO.
Yeah.
Loops is going past iNCO. So it looks like all 3 of those rosters are saying, look, at this point in time, you guys get into the zone. We'll be right behind you. Once we get there, then we can fight.
Yeah, the crazy part for iNCO yesterday is we had an interview that they specifically said that they were working on this play for these circles, just waiting to be the last team to end up rotating. And I'm wondering if Loops maybe heard that and they were readjusting to that. And they're now keeping an eye on iNCO, because earlier, Dave, I mean, we saw Loops taking some shots there at iNCO. They weren't able to confirm on anything, so they might not feeling as comfortable. But for iNCO, it's also going to be a bit of a warning, and they might have been paying attention to it because they're going to be set up. They might be looking to get some knocks, something that VIP wasn't able to do earlier.
Now, Zada taking the initial shots over here. Blue zone is going to be chunking down just a little bit. Looks like Italy going to be pushing up on the side skirts right there with a grenade in hand. But Boy got 3 grenades. He's cooking. He's brewing. He's looking for a knock over here. iNCO wide in the open over there. Rafina going to be pushing up just a little bit. Look at the off angle. Nenabete in the wide open with a little lean peek action from behind. Doesn't even see him coming. This is an insane fight in the blue here, fellas. Rafina with the wide wraparound surprise attack right there. The surprise attack might turn the tides here for Loops Esports.
Yeah, definitely so. 3 players getting out of this fight, that would be big for Loops. And they would also take the teams over at Military who are currently comfortably within the zone, even though it's getting tightly compacted, potentially by surprise. So for Loops, yeah, I'm dipping. I'm getting out of here. Even if I have to leave Rafina, I'll be happy with the 2 players that I currently have. Leave Rafina behind to pick up the stragglers of iNCO, and that's looking as if that's what they're going to do. So Rafina will park the bus. Maybe get the eliminations on McGrellin and Brunozen just up ahead. Zeldin and his teammate will push forward, which means our attention.
I think you go all in, man. I think you go all in. I mean,
I don't know, man.
I'm surprised his squad mates left him. You know, honestly, Rafina's like, I got the surprise attack.
Right.
You guys are leaving me over here by myself. That's full commit. I mean, we're already in the blue. I don't know, guys. They left Rafina hanging dry right there, man. If I'm Rafina, I'm never going to be the guy who raises my hand to say who wants to go for the surprise attack again. You know, because that's what happened. You know, like, oh, who wants to surprise him? Rafina's like, I'll do it. He ain't never doing that again. He ain't never doing that. Not if they leave his... They left him out here to die, man.
Oh, the slow death, dude.
This is bad, dude. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, Loops. You can't leave your boy out there like that. And look at that.
Well,
now, Wolf straight on Nepal.
Yeah, I mean, they're getting picked apart on the rotate. Remember, everybody's so crammed together in the zone that honestly, the play there was to get some elimination points.
Oh, Lee, Royals of War, Influence, Rage, embroiled in a battle for hard cover in zone. And it looks like Royals of War have taken some hits, so has Influence, Rage, but either way, both teams continue to push forward, refusing to give up. Aragon's been finished off by Law and Lil Boy, the last two, or excuse me, with Diego. Need to avoid this nade. They're all in the same room, and two are going to be dropped. Law now forced to fire some shots on Tatanka up ahead. If he can swing this corner and get the finish on Demonor, that could be big, but once again, a second reset underway. Royals of War, close it out. Get that nade in the room. Get the finish. Lil Boy's last up.
The full push is going to be coming in here from Raw, being able to secure at least some extra knocks there with a nade. Another nade is going to be coming in, but not connecting with Little Boy, being the last one left alive here for the team of Influence. And there you go, just finding the angles. Tonka clutches it up for the squad. He was able to clutch it up earlier in the previous win, does it one more time. And we switch over to 9C. 9C looking to defend against IG. IG, we know this is one of those teams that wants to be aggressive, especially they currently don't have any eliminations and two players left alive. Switch over to Wolves Esports, and one thing I'm seeing here again, at least today, is Igor getting eliminated early. This squad cannot afford that, Dave.
Bro, there's some crazy fights going on right now, man. We're seeing some crazy gameplay here, and I think it's because of the circles. Honestly, just spicing it up right there. Silence was taking shots on a 9Z. Meanwhile, his squad mate was driving right towards the Wolves right there. I mean, just talk about a mayhem. But it looks like Rafina and Silence were able to find somewhere to call home for the time being. Looking at the actual circle though right now, United for gaming, they are united and chilling right now. Some pretty good hard cover. Meanwhile, the rest of the teammates or the rest of the squads in the lobby going to be fighting for a foothold up here in the north, and we're starting to see that unfold right now here. Reflections with the Wolves.
Yeah, well, Coops being down, that leaves just Baton and Doran, the last two up, to try and carry the torch for this Wolves roster. Still focused on 9Z. They realize 9Z's got to move. Wolves does too, but they want to at least get a couple of elims if they can onto the 9Z boys up ahead. Reyes being one of them. Milos is Gonna leave his teammates behind. Is it possible to get Coops back up? Probably not, especially with Milo starting to tempt fate. He's pushing forward. The tip of the spear for this 9Z roster to take the fight to this Wolves team who refused to back away. Now, I do want to also say, on the southern portion, Alpha 7, straight out of Nepal, are also in an engagement themselves, a fight that could determine who starts to push into Team Liquid and United for Gaming, who are just up ahead. And Gatsby, with the full hill off, now focuses to get the full finish 7 onto Revel up ahead.
Let's go straight out of Nepal. This is what you want to do. You want to become a little bit more aggressive. Currently up to 4 eliminations. Gonna be able to find Rebo there, hopefully with the nade. Mafioso being alive. Gisao is gonna be popping up out of the woodworks and finishing that player from straight out of Nepal. And honestly, even if they don't end up winning this, I'm happy to see them being aggressive, and why not take a fight with one of the top dogs. And as we move on, Wolves Esports is looking to get into even more action. They were able to pick up Coops finishing off Milos from 9C Globant, and this squad is currently up to 2 eliminations, but they're gonna have to be careful here, Dave, because Ro is just over this little hill.
Yeah, and we saw Rowe from last game as well, so they're feeling pretty good. They already got 5 eliminations, and they are comfortable playing from the high ground. So Baton trying to do a little bit of jump action, trying to get some additional angles, really feel them out. Coops with the DBS. My dude's locked and loaded in the coop here. They're looking to thread the needle. They're looking to use this terrain to their advantage to get a little closer, but looking at the utility, Coops only with 1 Molotov, so not looking too good if you do want to make this push. Not looking too good here, fellas.
Woes of War back-to-back? I don't know. It might be possible, even with just 3 members. I've been loving their come-up. That last game truly made me a fan, despite their little mess-up pushing down the hill. It wasn't a bad play necessarily. It was just way too aggressive in the way that they did it.
They could spend some time over here. They could. I mean, we're looking at the Wolves. Yeah, they could just kind of lay low for a little bit. I don't think Rose of War, they're going to be pushing from their high ground anytime soon. I think both teams just waiting to see really where stage 6 goes here. So they're gonna be pumping the brakes a little bit. But really, I think my main focus, Alpha 7 in the distance, right? Alpha 7 in the distance, who could totally play spoiler to Rose of War and their high ground.
They're looking to do it. They're gonna start wrapping around. This squad, like, they'll continue to wrap around. They're sending Revo already to just start scouting. The only thing that might end up stopping here is just gonna be the blue zone. Oh my god, Jesus! How did he even see him, bro?
I actually don't know. Demonor now knows. Alpha 7. Now, do you like where Alpha 7 is at? Because you got Royals of War, who's going to be able to overlook them. Granted, that opens up an opportunity for Wolves to now rotate.
Nah, they're gonna back off. They're going to back off, and they're going to prioritize just going towards the circle here. And then Rowe is going to have to make a decision. Same with Wolves. Wolves, they're probably with Rowe here. Do you want to end up fighting Wolves Esports, Dave, or do you just want to see if you can maybe prioritize this zone? Because if you don't fight Wolves, then you're going to have to fight Alpha 7.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how many vehicles they got, but regardless, it's going to be tough moving out of there now, especially with United for Gaming, pretty much the only squad in the hard cover. So I think if I am Rose of War, I might prioritize taking the fight with the Wolves, honestly. You hear them taking shots down range, trying to take out VIP Esports. I think just send it. I think send it down here and see if you get some elimination points, because the next circle, like you said, not favoring anybody up here.
Yeah, the thing is, for Wolves, I feel like they're having a little bit too much of a split personality here, with wanting to take a fight there with VIP, wanting to also worry about what Rowe was doing. Rowe was throwing some nades. They've been teasing, wanting to go there towards Wolves reflections. I don't know what these squads are going to be doing. There you go. Once again, Rowe throwing at least some utility, but that smoke. What are you going to do with the smoke? If anything, you're kind of helping Wolves Esports here. Is this just so you can get out? Okay. That makes more sense. I was like, bro, you're helping out Wolves.
Yeah, and getting deeper too in front of Wolves, which is going to be beneficial for Royals of War. Coops, Baton, looks like they start to move forward. I think Rowe wins this, I do. And mind you, Jawas managed to take down Chi from Team Liquid from a distance. So Team Liquid put into the blender. They get a big goose egg. They don't even get placement points, I don't believe. Wolves finally starts to get active onto IG. Rafa up ahead. Only a tree for cover. And this is a good opportunity for VIP as well to distance himself, potentially for Royals of War to go for a third party, but no one challenges Wolves. Wolves continues to slay out and stay alive, and everybody's distanced themselves. Royals of War has full scented opposite of United for Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, Royals of War just playing the zone right there, and Wolves. Everybody's seeing it. Everybody's seeing that rotation. Alpha 7 taking some shots down. Range, 6 eliminations going their way. So Rules of War, they could have really done what we saw the Wolves do, and this kind of just prioritize who's behind you before moving forward. So now the Wolves going to be up there in the north with 5 elimination points, and meanwhile Rules of War down to just a solo now here, 7.
Yeah, I'm with you, Dave. I was really hoping that Row, with how much they ended up teasing that fight with Wolves, I was hoping they would just end up taking the fight. They had the utility for it. They had the high ground on top of that as well. And then they just decide to fully send it towards the center of the circle. That's just not going to end up happening. You know that everybody else is going to be set up too. You know that Alpha 7 earlier had taken shots on you. So they were also going to be set up too. I'm intrigued to see what this next circle is going to be doing. Wolves, Esports getting Coops back up. Gizao is currently going to be down. Alpha 7 feeling themselves currently up to 6 eliminations. Luckily for some of this squad is that at some point Alpha 7 here is going to end up running out of that utility because they have been able to use it. They do still have some smokes, and they don't have any transports. They don't have any vehicles to kind of make a push towards any compound. Reflections.
No, United for Gaming are still chilling dead center. This is their game to lose. Top 4. Big games all around, though. I mean, like Wolves with 6, United for Gaming with 5, Alpha 7 with 6. Big numbers for the remaining teams on the map. Again, for United for Gaming, maybe focus Jaguar on the shoreline. Mind you, Jaguar have been in the water for a long time. They ended up going to the little island just to the outskirts, and they've managed to find themselves on the edge. They haven't fired a shot. So I don't know if United for Gaming is aware that Jaguar is behind them, which could be a great thing for the duo from Jaguar to maybe make some surprise eliminations. But with their health being as low as it is, I think they are completely out of hills. They're completely out of utility. Yeah. And, you know, them picking up a couple elims is probably all they're going to be able to get. Wolves finally start to move forward slowly but surely. Alpha 7 as well, focusing on where the Wolves are at. Outside of United for Gaming, our outskirt teams of Alpha 7 and Wolves, I don't know how much success they're going to have.
So Alpha 7, they got a knock. Yeah, they had a knock. They were looking to push towards United for Gaming, but the Wolves looking to wrap right behind Alpha 7 here. 7. So Alpha 7 taking 2 fights at the same time right now.
That's right. On top of that, I mean, you have Wolves Esports timing that so good, too. The placement was going to push up to Gizao. Gizao wasn't really going to be able to do anything, and Coops, for some reason, decides to just fully send it to Alpha 7 by himself, even though he could have just waited for his teammates. Just wait for that support player by Mafioso, just picking people apart, and the nade comes through, and those two teams just end up eliminating each other once again. Wolves versus Alpha 7. It was a storyline in day 2. It's starting to happen here in day 3 once again.
United for Gaming, ripe for a win. Again, where's Jaguar?
Yeah, they're looking.
Where are they at? I mean, they have no idea. You see them just expanding out, driving forward, and maybe an opportunity to 2v1 the remaining player in hard cover, but Jaguar is in no rush to push up. They have no health, as I said before. And honestly, you got to weigh the pros and cons here, Dave. It's like, you know, for Jaguar, do they try to pick up any elims, or do they just say, hey, second place is enough? Let's not give any more points away to United for Gaming.
I think risk it. Might as well risk it. I mean, worst case is they give away 2 points to United for Gaming, who United for Gaming, it's really not going to move the needle here. So looks like they did find them. I'm going out like a champ there. So okay, they went out with their tail stuck between their legs. Not what I wanted to see, but hey, United for Gaming holding down that compound for a good amount of time, but not being silent. They walked away with 7 elimination points as well. And honestly, they need to send some chocolates to the Wolves right there, because Alpha 7, they had a knock on one of the members from United for Gaming, and Alpha 7, they were making the push. They had the smokes, they had the grenades. They were looking to take out United for Gaming in that hardcover, but the Wolves wrapped right behind them at that very exact moment and really just put a stop to the Alpha 7 crash. That was, you know, it was happening. It was happening. So send some chocolates, send some kisses, some hugs or something, because honestly, I think that won them the game right there, guys.
It very well could have, absolutely. United for Gaming, well done. They take the hardcover POI very, very early. They don't relinquish it. Sometimes those military zones are very difficult to play, especially if you're one of the outskirt teams, right, from mainland having to rotate down. We kind of witnessed that a bit on the Easter Bridge fight that ended up taking place specifically with, I believe it was iNCO versus Loops, but that ended up unfolding as it did. But we did, you go back to the very start, we had this weird hot drop in 7. It simply can't happen, especially for Xforce, you know, finishing once again with the goose egg. Today, in its entirety, over 3 games, they've only had 2 points earned.
Yeah, I will love to know the mindset of these players from Xforce and from Maryland. Clint, if we can possibly get one question just from both of the one player from both teams, just saying, why do they keep hot dropping each other? Because at this point, you would think that they would give it up, but they just haven't. And with this situation here towards the end, I really thought that Wolves was going to be able to come out on top, Dave. But for some reason, Coops was just like, nah, I'm just going to fully send it, boys. Coops has been feeling himself, but he needs to maybe take a bit of a chill pill.
Take a little bit of chill pill, big dog. Talking about a squad that was chilling this game. Right here. United for Gaming, chilling in their hardcover, watching Coops full send it, just watching everybody. I believe 2 of their squad mates here on United for Gaming had a DP as well, the pizza guns, so they had a ton of ammo, that 7.62 to just like let it rip on anybody that they saw move right now. So it's got to feel good though. It's got to feel good. A day 3 winner chicken dinner as we go into the halfway mark of phase number 1. All these teams looking for those head start points here, Reflections.
Head start points, what you going for? We look at our match rankings. How many points did we get away with? 17 for United for Gaming. Alpha 7 with 14. Wolves with 11. You cannot deny how consistent not only Alpha 7 are, but also the Wolves for today. That's a second, 4th place finish, but 14, I think, points, 14 eliminations, excuse me, off of both Erringales, 7 and 7. Very, very well done. Wolves are on fire. Again, Alpha 7. Nice to see United for Gaming, though, stepping it up in a big, big way. They were in 12th place going into this game. I believe now, with those points, they will break into top 8, maybe even surpassing that of iNCO. There is an opportunity for that because iNCO walks away with just 2 total points. We look at our second page. Some familiar faces here. 9Z, who's been on the struggle bus. Team Liquid. iNCO Gaming, obviously. But, you know, it is a bit surprising to see Loops as far down as they were. I feel like, especially how today started with the win, I feel like they're kind of trending downward, in my opinion, 7.
Yeah, it tends to happen for some of these teams. They're not able to carry that momentum that they loves to see out of their squads. Right now, it seems like that might be happening to them. Hopefully, this is the halfway mark now here of the final day of phase 1. They'll get a bit of a reset here, and I'm just looking at United Gaming just posting right here.
Posted up.
Yeah, Xforce, Maryland. Hey, y'all do us a favor. Keep hot dropping each other because we're just going to keep trying to get these points and pass you when we end up showing the overall. Hopefully, one thing that I did enjoy out of United for Gaming was how proactive they were. You mentioned in Reflections, they were able to secure that POI early on there towards the south, but moving on, I mean, they were able to put up the eliminations, and I'm pleasantly surprised that he squashed against the MVP. What?
Big squash, baby. Look, I know his time on Alpha 7 was short, but I swear it made him a better player. You don't get better. You don't get worse joining a roster like Alpha 7. You only get better, and he's setting the example for Maryland Esports, Dave.
Got the double guns action right there. A little pow right there. Right. Let's check out the overall. You said you felt bad for Loops, though, Reflections. I don't, man. I don't feel bad at all. I think they should slide down even further after leaving Rafina, my boy, out there like that. You know what I'm saying? I'm still stuck on that. Yeah, I'm still stuck on it. It looks like they are going to be maintaining that 3rd place. So top 6 looks like it's going to remain what it is. But United for Gaming moving up a couple spots. Maryland moving up a couple spots here, 7.
I'm so glad you mentioned that. Yeah, look at United for Gaming. Reflections even called this out. This squad was in 12th place. They move up all the way up to 7th place. Remember, bonus points are at play here, boys. This could be end up something that could be changing for the squads too when we end up going towards the finals. And this is why I was just hating so much on that hot drop that I was seeing out of Xforce, the hot drop that I was seeing out of Maryland Esports. And hopefully when we end up going to Miramar, we don't end up seeing Team Liquid hot dropping, because today, their day so far has just been non-existent, Reflections.
Non-existent indeed. Maryland Esports, by the way, from Brazil. This wild set of circumstances there, but I'm loving that they're
You never been?
representing
You
this
never
great-
been? Maryland, Brazil? Beautiful this time of year.
Is it? Yeah, well, I gotta take your word on it, man. Maybe one day fly over to Maryland, Brazil.
Great.
But yeah, big come up for United for Gaming, seriously, to be top 7. And not a big gap, really, to catch up to Royals of War, right? Catching up to a tense game, that's a big gap there, I would say. But top 6, very realistic for this roster. Very realistic for Maryland as well. Maybe even throw iNCO in there. I've been very critical of iNCO, Team Liquid, but one game for them puts them up to top 6. And that's just the way of the game. That's how close it is when it comes to our standings as they currently stand. But at the top, though, is still Alpha 7, Wolves, Loops. They continue to remain pretty consistent, Wolves especially. And Alpha 7, 3 games down. One more Aaron Gale to go for map number 4. It's been Royals of War. It's been United for Gaming. Who closes out our map 4, right? Aaron Gale, or final Aaron Gale of the day. We'll find out after the break. welcome back everyone to day 3 of PMSL America's fall season. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Mustache Dave and Seven. Map 4 about to be underway. We're hopping back into our final Erangel of the day. We've had 2 different winners so far, Royals of War and United for Gaming. Both of them positioned themselves very, very well in the end zone, and it pays off. Who would have thought, right? But for those other rosters who are trying to catch up, let's start putting the narrative towards that. And Seven, I pass it over to you as we once again pull up our overall standings.
Yeah, and the reason why I want to take a look at this is because between 7th place and 13th place, their only point difference is 15 points, boys. And with 3 games left, I mean, that could be just 1 win, backing it up with 15 eliminations. Obviously, some of those other teams are going to be performing, but if they don't end up performing, which has happened in the past, you could end up making that big leap. United for Gaming has been able to showcase that already. I'm going to be looking to some of the other squads to even close that gap more. 9C Globant, a huge disappointment. I hate that I have to say this again and just sound like a broken record, but I was expecting this squad to be in the first top 8, even in the top 5 with the way that they were performing back in PMSL Spring Split. Right now, they're just not putting up the numbers, and I don't know if that's going to be changing, Dave.
I hope so, man. Listen, we got phase 1, phase 2, and then the big show, right? And phase 1, phase 2, it's all about getting those head start points that they're definitely gonna come in clutch here. So I would hate for a squad to come into one of these weeks and really not capitalize and take advantage of the opportunity that's ahead of them. But on the flip end here, Seven, I know we've been chatting about it. Some of these squads, they could use these bad games as learning experiences, you know. VIP, Nepal, 9Z, they can go back tomorrow on the break, really study the 3 days that they played here in phase number 1, and really look to come back and make up for that lost ground, right? Phase number 2. I mean, that's best case scenario, but we got 3 more games to go here, fellas. So I think with that in mind and looking at the reset phase number 2, I think if you're one of these bottom teams, just go all out. We're at that time already. It's time to go all out, all right? Show up and po up, as my great-grandpappy always used to say.
Well, there it is. Loops, United, or Royals of War, United for Gaming have won our first 3. We're now on our back end of maps. 1 more Erangel and then 2 Miramars. If I'm any other roster, right, I want to definitely capitalize on this last Erangel, finish off strong because, you know, to at least next phase, it's going to be a fresh start, but you can at least put your performance from the previous maps into your new performance in the fresh start. Last Erangel, who are we expecting or at least hoping to perform well here? Honestly, I wouldn't be mad if Royals of War does what they did in map number 2. I would be incredibly happy with that, especially given the fact that they are a very talented, in fact, they're one of our top teams when it came to Rondo, but they're nowhere to be found on Erangel. And the same thing could be said for United for Gaming. They just barely made this list, yet they've managed to win an Erangel today. Comes to show you, for Alpha 7 Wolves, Influence Rage Loops, they've been having a good time for some, but for others, maybe a difficult time, right? Because United for Gaming Royals of War have been performing as well as they have. Point is, Seven, I just want to start seeing some new faces up there in the top 5.
I'm with you, and you were asking who's going to be performing this next match on the final Erangel of phase 1. I'm going to be picking a team that's not even here. I'm going to be picking the defending champions in 10's game because right now they just have been non-existent when it comes down to Erangel. Yesterday, with the performances that they were able to put up, we weren't even getting a chance to talk about them. They were putting up 15th place, 0 elims, 8th place, 3 elims, 12th place, 1 elim, and that's just not going to be good enough, especially with the way that some of these other squads are performing. Alpha 7, we've been mentioning it over and over again. These squads are just not letting off the gas, Dave. They're continuing to push on, and they're not going to be slowing down, and that's why I'm hoping in 10's game, with those 65 eliminations, with that good average survival time, maybe this could be a bit of a turn here, start sparking their day.
Yeah, they're getting it going. They're getting it going, right? Especially on day number 3, like you said. And, well, average placement's not too bad either, right? 7 points on average. So that's pretty solid. So IG, definitely a team on the come up here, fellas, to keep your eyes on here as we move into the second half of the day. I think I'm starting to turn my attention, though. I'm still going to be sticking with like these bottom teams because I'm looking at like Baton. He only has those 3 elims that he got in game number 1, right? If I'm looking at these stats correctly. We need to pick it up a little bit, boy. You know, we need to pick it up. We're fresh off the bench. We're feeling good. and we're trying to get these elims here. But looking around here, fellas, I mean, what do we want to see the last Aaron goal of today? What do we want to see?
Xforce not take a hot drop, I think. For
true. Xforce, that's true. That's
being
a good point.
honest, being honest. I mean, Xforce, I've mentioned right for Team Liquid iNCO, Maryland, like, they're doing well. They're on the come up. They have a real chance to secure a top 8. Maryland is already there at the moment, but Xforce also isn't that far behind. And I think for Xforce mental, it would be a huge, boon if they were able to jump up into top 8. I think it's possible. I mean, coming into today, the narrative for Xforce is they were trending upwards. Now they've remained stagnant, and I want to see them trend upwards for sure. For other rosters, though, Maryland coming into today's competition was trending downwards. Now they're trending upwards. It's kind of flipped on its head, right? Maryland is doing very, very well. I think this is the best performance from Maryland as a whole in general. But more so, even going back to Xforce, just once again, Klaus. Like, Klaus was number 6 in damage overall when it came to the leaderboard. Today, he's not really been there. He's also the new pickup for Xforce, so there's a lot of attention put onto Klaus for this Xforce roster to lead the way. Because you go back to last season, all eyes were on Wolves to qualify. Remember those 7, like Xforce, there was a real storyline early in the finals where we were like, hold up. Xforce, Wolves, both of them could qualify for PMWC.
There was. The players were actually excited. They were making some changes in regards to who was IGL, and I think Faye at one point started fragging out as well. That's something that this squad right now, today, is non-existent. We've only gotten 2 eliminations, if this is correct, what I'm seeing right now, out of Xforce after 3 matches. Remember, we just had Rondo early in the beginning of the day, which was absolutely insane. One thing I do want to keep an eye on here is Wolves' performance, because yesterday they were able to pop off. I want to see if they've been able to kind of bounce that back even with the roster changes they have had. And oh my goodness, let's go. Thank you, Nico. I appreciate you that you do this here for me. Day 2, the performance is going to be there on your left side. Day 3 is going to be on the right side. You can see the eliminations. Obviously, yesterday was an insane day. I'm glad so far, halfway through the day, they're kind of hitting the mark. The average survival time is up. The damage is up. I'm loving what I'm seeing out of Wolves right now, Dave.
Yeah, they started heating up towards the end of the day too, right? When it comes to like the back-to-back. So we are heading into the back end of today. So I think Wolves definitely still on the same trend here after 3 games. So really not letting their foot off the gas here from day 2 to day 3, and we haven't really even seen anything too crazy from the Wolves here tonight so far, and they've been just consistent all evening long. Even when things aren't going their way, kind of going back to that one bridge play, they lost 3 of their squad mates up against Line Z. They still survived, right? And they still got some additional placement points to help keep them afloat. So I think the Wolves have been doing a phenomenal job here today when it comes to just being consistent, right? Being consistent here on day number 3 here, Reflections.
Consistency is key. However, if Wolves want to make a good argument that Baton was a solid pick, or at least replacement for Wancho when it comes to today's competition, they're going to have to more than double their score in order to catch up the performance from Wolves yesterday, okay? It's possible. Obviously, they're not going to match the energy when it comes to winner chicken dinner. So have to win the next 3 games. That is quite literally unheard of. It very rarely happens, if ever, maybe once or twice. But if they do want to at least outslay the Wolves' performance from yesterday, that is possible. They're just going to have to obviously step it up here on Erangel and the last 2 remaining Miramars. But the point remaining is that's not a negative, right, that I'm saying. It's still going back what you guys are saying, like, they can replace Wancho with their sub player Baton and still put up a performance to challenge and rival that even of Alpha 7, right, who's currently in first place. I think that goes from strength to strength for the Wolves side of things. They've got a wonderful replacement, and I think they're doing great work. I really do. Very proud of North America at this point. I want to see them representing the next stage. If they could do so, I think this Wolves roster really on the global stage could put up a wonderful fight. We need that for North America 7.
Yeah, we really do.
I mean, we do.
It's been a long time, brother. It's been a long time since I've got any chance to just back up a good North American team. I'm missing Cloud9. I'm missing some of the other squads from early on. Dave knows exactly what I'm talking about. Whenever we had
like wild card in there back in the day, I mean, there's been so many North America orgs, so many. Cloud9. That's a big throwback right there, man. I mean, shoot, Beowulf. Remember Beowulf? Oh, my dude. was definitely
I feel like a
popping off,
grandpa
so.
talking about these teams, man.
Yeah, we had, didn't we have like the Knights too at one point?
Yeah,
The Knights, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, but now we got the Wolves out here representing and hopefully representing it, pushing it to the limit and going to the big stage here, Reflections.
We can only hope so, man. I would have loved to have seen Wolves at PMWC. It didn't end up being the case, but I think if they made it to that stage, I really do think they could have done some damage, especially with Alpha 7 dropping the ball. I don't know if they could have made it the finals. I don't. But I think they would have at least put up a pretty decent fight. It would have been a fun narrative. Here it is, map number 4, Erangel, the final Erangel of the day. Just to reiterate, we've had 2 different winners, Rose Award, United for Gaming, but we've also had multiple winners for our Amazon gift cards. Make sure you claim the code if you haven't already. Be quick with it because those eagle eyes, they're always paying attention to these fly-throughs. Looking bottom left, they're cashing in, they're cashing out, and they're buying some fun, good stuff. I got a rice cooker with mine last year. I think Dave is very close to buying a horse, a stallion, or maybe a mutt. I don't know what you could really afford. I don't know how much these Amazon gift cards are worth, but I do know this next win. How much?
Yo.
How much you say?
Let's get
Not
into
much.
it, guys. Erangel, the final one, 16 out of 18. Phase number 1, day number 3.
Let's get it. Let's get it. Alpha 7 Wolves, Influence Rage Loops, United for Gaming. The rosters to look out for. United for Gaming, the only on this list to get a win today on Erangel, but doesn't mean you have had bad performance from Alpha 7 and Wolves. They've been performing very, very consistently. Let's get it going as the landing spots start to go through. Lipovka looking at them for Alpha 7. I don't know with this playing path. Maybe we go back to where we were going, Zarky.
Nah. Alpha 7 is going to be going Giorgio. VIP is going to be going Novo too. Oh, no, Dave. The Sarky Bros isn't going to be happy on this one. I think they ended up giving it up. They got too scared by Alpha 7 and also Maryland hot dropping them earlier. I know with this playing pad, though, one thing we shouldn't be seeing is that damn hot dropping pre-mors between Xforce and Maryland.
Hopefully not, man. Hopefully not for Xforce's sake because, we know what happens when that's the case. They get eliminated early on. And Xforce, they're looking for a win. North America, we're looking for some more horses in the race here. So Xforce looking to not get eliminated first here. Circle number 1. Dude, Zarky Bros, this was your game. This was your game. Instead, they're dropping down there. And, well, the Papa Blue guys are saying, nope, not this time around. United 4 Gaming going to be jumping in, getting a hovercraft early on. They're also down there on military base island, so they should be able to get some of this sweet loot and then easily rotate up there on the coastline if I had to make a educated guess. But all in all here, 7, like you said, no hot drops.
Yes. Maybe that's what it took. Just
Well,
some nice playing pads to
9Z might be going into Xforce. Actually, Milos is going straight into Xforce.
He's scouting.
No hot drop.
Now, Reyes, back off. You got absolutely nothing, brother.
Quite literally nothing, bro. There is no reason. No reason to fight. Okay, I think they're leaving. Thank goodness.
Yeah. Oh, they're going for vehicles. That's what it was. Now they're gonna go back. They're gonna be like, "Yo, we're here."
They'll double back.
Just kidding.
We're back.
Imagine. The raging I would go on.
The thing is with hot drops
insane.
too, it doesn't make sense to me at lands. Online, hot drop all day because online you don't need to see the person at the lunch line. But at land, like you see them at the buffet, you see them in the hotel. Like I'd be worried about, I'll be worried about someone taking my bologna from the all-you-can-eat buffet. Well, online, I'm hot dropping all day. So, I think at land teams tend to hot drop a little less because of that, guys.
Dave, if I go to a all-you-can-eat buffet and they got bologna on the line, I'm pissed. I'm going to be honest with you.
What do you mean? You got the German bologna, the Swedish bologna. There's all types of different bologna, man. The international continental bologna
I'm not trying
buffet.
to get continental bologna, bro.
Continental breakfast, guy. What's going on?
Yo, tell me more about this, Dave. Hold on. You're kind of cooking with this bologna, bro. I want to know more. There's nothing going on right now with the match anyways. I don't think we have any interviews to play. Tell me more about this bologna. You're kind of selling me on it.
I mean, that's it. I mean, it's the
Which one's your favorite one?
I'm a classic guy. I'm a classic Norwegian bologna enjoyer. So.
What is Norwegian? Bro, I just know about the cheap bologna you buy from the stores that comes in the red and yellow container.
Oh no.
You mean the salami?
No. I'm talking
He's talking about straight up bologna.
Straight up bologna.
That's where the word bologna comes from because that's the bologna of bologna. You know, that's the jabroni of bologna, and
that's where 24K is going right now, trying to hunt down that bologna because he's riding this bike. He's getting that workout. Look at those squads, boys.
He's getting the workout because he has to. He ate too much bologna. I mean, dude, this is what happens, bro. Nothing but fat and sodium.
The good
pieces
stuff.
Of bologna.
With some cookie with some butter. Cookie with some butter. Hey.
Bologna and butter, man.
Hey.
Breakfast of champions, dude. Come on.
Talk about that spam. I'm just saying.
Say, listen, now spam's OP. Don't get me started on that. Now they got a million types of spam. Bacon spam.
And this is what happens when teams don't hot drop. I mean, we're totally exposing our casting abilities right now. So let's keep it
chat, let
going.
Let us know what you like for breakfast, chat. Spam with eggs? Oh my god. I mean, talk
Spam
about
with
some
eggs.
spam with rice and eggs. Oh my god.
I'm just trying to give ideas out there of what they could be buying with the Amazon gift card. That's all I'm saying. Okay, because you could order some food on there. I know for sure you could order some spam, okay? Back on board, though, with the action, which hasn't been much, but it's been about positioning, and I think all the attention around Georgia Pole, as we talked about earlier. Alpha 7, they land up there along with IG. You also have Influence Rage, Royals of War, who are going to be in the vicinity. Speaking of which, Royals of War on the road has potentially Diego rolling up potentially with his team, setting up a trap maybe for the future. And the bad thing about Influence Rage Diego is he's by himself. Royals of War, if they can all focus fire on him, they can take him down, but he swings wide enough, I think he'll be just fine. So yeah, business as usual, nothing really happening. Wolves, TL getting close, loops, Wolves.
The thing is, who invented bologna? That's the thing that I'm thinking about.
Who invented bologna?
I mean, I can look it up on my own time, I guess, but kind of, getting back into the game here. I like where you were heading with that one, Reflections. I appreciate it, man. Bringing it back, man. VIP Esports still in Nova. Playing it nice and slow here, 7. Playing it nice and slow. I mean, that's their tried and true. By the way, have you guys played the Skibidi Toilet update? Yeah, I mean, talk about insane collabs. Yo, PUBG Mobile, they're cooking. They're out here cooking, bro.
The Romans, Dave. The Romans invented it, by the way.
Yeah, just looked that up. Ancient Roman and medieval Italian sausages.
There you go.
Particularly mortadella from the city of Bologna.
Oh, learn something new every day. You're welcome, PUBG Mobile. Hey, all those people are they talking? Listen, you're welcome. Knowledge. I got books and I got bologna. All right?
and they both go together. Like 2 peas in a pod.
Wait, what?
Think you're reading a book. Oh, turn to chapter 5. You got a piece of bologna falling on your lap. That's 5 weeks old, but don't worry about it. Preservatives keep it fresh.
That's a nice surprise. I mean,
always
you're taking
got
a bite.
Snack for later.
Room temperature, you got to take a bite.
I think so. I tell you what, I would never find it because I don't read books.
Hey, shout out to Bella Fox, the #1 player in Skibidi Toilet Showdown champ.
Nice.
You were
Bella
wondering.
Fox.
You got it.
Flexing on the haters out there. You thought she couldn't do it. She did it.
The #1.
Baby.
The heart rate was high, too, for that. 121 heart rate, getting that #1.
Crazy. Yeah.
I got to look at this showdown thing. Damn.
I couldn't tell you the last time my heart rate got to 121.
That's my heart rate in the all-you-can-eat bologna buffet line right there.
That cholesterol hitting hard. Hitting hard.
I know Mr. Flip was there hyping her up, though.
Oh,
Shout out to
100%.
Mr. Flip as well.
Shout out to
one of the OGs.
Mr. Flip. Mr. Flip himself.
Flip on the cams here tonight, I think. Shout out to Flip.
Yo, can we go? Can we get another rondo too? Because right now, boys, these teams are just this might be one of the slowest matches that we have gotten so far.
I know. Hold
maybe with this circle right here, we might switch it up. Yo, VIP. Oh yeah, hold on. Yo, VIP United for Gaming, flirting with each other down there.
Yes, sir.
Got game.
Yes, sir.
I'm watching PMWC though, with how slow it is.
Yeah.
Right.
Ooh, here we go. That's gonna spice it up. That's gonna spice it up. All right here. Listen, that's a slice of bologna I just drew right there. That bologna slice, it's gonna get spicy over here.
Bologna fell on the ground and has been smashed up, but that was a piece of bologna. Thing looked like a football.
Y'all making me hungry, man. I haven't eaten lunch yet. Now I know what kind of sandwich I'm going to be getting. You know what? Alpha 7,
hot drop
Influence
at
Rage. They're getting into it. They're going to be fighting for that baloney if they do end up winning this PMSL with that prize pool that they're going to be getting in. On top of that, they get a chance to go to PMGC. I mean, come on now. Who doesn't want to go to Thailand? Influence Rage only lost one player, though. iNCO. McGrelin has been clutching it up for the squad, though. I got to give him a shout out.
There we go. Finally, shots are fired. Took a while to get to this point, but finally, we got some tussle with the muscle. iNCO's lost one player already. Going to be back on his feet, though. They were down. And it is going to be iNCO versus Loops for the edge fight. And Bruno's in. Is posturing himself to potentially have an off iNCO along with Vitali. If they don't go ahead and disengage each other, Rado Boy is going to swing it wide. But at the time being, it's just filling each other out. Flirting, as Seven likes to say.
That's right. That's all you have to do. Just wait for the right time, right opportunity. Even if the height requirement is not there, you just got to climb some trees once in a while. Their reflections as these trees are going to, oh my goodness, I thought Igor was about to hit that tree, being able to survive. And now they're going to be positioning themselves. I think all the squads are expecting the squads to go towards Georgia, are expecting the circle to go towards Georgia, boys.
That's right. And it might be very well going over there. And teams that have taken notice are Wolves, Jaguar, Influence Rage, and Alpha 7. Maryland chilling up onto the north side of things. Posturing themselves potentially for the late game. They don't want to get involved in this Georgia Pool fight because it is getting nervy for sure. Even on the south end, Xforce on the bridge. Intense game against straight out of Nepal. You noticed them on your screen. They're going to posture up inside one of these warehouses. And things will once again slow down, Dave.
Yeah, I saw Maryland. They were looking to investigate North Georgia pool, and then they pulled back. I think they might have done some scouting. I saw them on top of that little hill that overlooks North Georgia, and I think they might have recognized there's like 4 different squads over there. So they pulled back. They're going to be on the shoreline right now. Yeah, so the beautiful thing. So these two guys, they went up here. They saw what's happening. And they said, nope, we're sending it right back, big dog. So I do like that play right there because, you know, just let this mess unfold and just watch from the outskirts and just try to survive and try a third party. I really did like that call. But over here, Rozhawk, we got Loops, we got VIP, we got United for Gaming, we got iNCO. All these squads looking to make the same rotational pathway right now. So we are bound to get into some action here any moment, fellas. So I appreciate everybody listening to our podcast in the early game, but things are looking to crank up now on game number 4 of day number 3.
VIP Esports wanting to get a little bit more aggressive. Remember that I'm hoping that that's going to be the case here if they do end up finding themselves in a good position. Scouting around, Saman has been able to be the player that gets those eliminations. Meanwhile, Fate trying to cross that bridge is going to be able to make it. Coops. Oh, I know. Coops would have loved to get that elimination on Fate. Just say, just flex on him a little bit more.
That's right. Anyways, they'll pump the brakes. I thought Maryland was going to be free and clear, nobody bothering them, but with VIP and Loops rotating up, Maryland might have to fight a lot earlier than they were expecting to. Probably thinking everything in Georgia Pool was going to be where the action was, but might actually be up on the northern side of things. Loops has been tempting fate against iNCO, United for Gaming, and VIP, and finally they will converge into one location. And I believe this time around, Seven, they're going to be forced to fight it out. I think Loops is going to have to fight either VIP, United for Gaming, or maybe even Maryland up ahead.
Yeah, and I was intrigued by what I was seeing there on the elimination feed because straight out of Nepal, they weren't fighting anybody, but they were just fighting each other. Teammates hindering each other with some grenades. Not sure what happened over there, but yeah, Loops now being able to get set up here. They are going to be within the circle too, at least having some cover. They know that there's a squad, Maryland. They're going to be towards the north. United for Gaming, we've seen this squad sometimes being aggressive. McGrelin ends up going down for iNCO, and Loops just keeping an eye out on United for Gaming, seeing if they can maybe spot anybody. Not a single shot is going to end up connecting there for Niasalda, Dave.
Keeping tabs on them, man. Keeping tabs on them. Rules of War in the elimination feed, they are going to connect onto somebody. So Rules of War, they've been having a really good night, all things considered. So I'm going to continue to keep my eye on their rotations. But talk about rotations, iNCO Gaming, they saw some action. They're jumping on out. They're going to be lean peeking over here. It's going to be a 2v4 right now. 7 looking to pull up from behind from iNCO to provide the support. Here goes 7-8 with the off angle. We see him out there in the distance with the buggy. And I'm thinking, guys, VIP Esports. They got the blue, they got the pressure, and now the crossfire. This just might be too much for this squad to handle here.
And now Batman's going to be the only
with
one.
Bruno pushing up. Jesus, VIP down. iNCO puts the final nail in the coffin. But 7, where do they go now? Because Royals of War, at least with Tonka, and David now too, might be looking to gatekeep them as they come out of blue.
Yeah, for iNCO, you're going to have to get into a fight here. You're going to have to just be ready and make sure you... Oh, and that's not how you're going to end up doing it. By the way, it's some changes here from iNCO. They ended up subbing now Nenebeche for 7. Not sure what ended up happening there. Maybe they're testing it out. It could be something along the lines of Wolves, even though these teams are in completely different situations when it comes down to the overall. Team Liquid, a team that we've been talking about just falling down that leaderboard, having to defend themselves against 9C Globant, and 9C Globant wanting to at least collect some eliminations here, collect some points because of what I was talking about, just how close everything is there between those 7th place and 13th place. In iNCO, this is going to be looking good for you because now you are that team in 7th place. You're going to be looking to hopefully close that gap with Row, but Row is making sure they also pick up eliminations. Reflections.
Yes, they are, and they're not doing too bad when it comes to the standings. Just behind that of intense game, another winner chicken dinner with a big number of elims could very well put them in the top 5 running. A huge accomplishment. David will take down Bruno. Demonor will take down Vitali. iNCO starts to crumble, and they are officially going to be out. The first or second team to be out alongside that of VIP. Granted, iNCO does pick up 4 elims, so that'll keep them at least ahead of UT and MD at the moment, but they might fall down to the second page once this game has ended. Now, we were on board with Team Liquid and 9Z a little bit earlier. They break away from each other. They were fighting for this western bridge. 9Z took a little bit of damage, ended up losing 1 player. Team Liquid, for them, though, I believe they were all 4 able to stay alive. Yes, they are. So, which means they're able to push into some hard cover opposite of straight out of Nepal. So that's going to be their next engagement, most likely a little bit later. But let's go to the other side of the river. And it's Alpha 7 in between quite a few rosters, Dave.
The Alpha 7, they're familiar with North George, so they're going to be enjoying this for the time being here. Got some good sight lines down range. You're going to have the Jaguars in the building, occupying the northern half of North George. And then looks like United 4 Gaming, they were able to acquire a position just across the road. But Luke's Esports, a team not in North George. You're going to be playing the outskirts right now on this little hill that overlooks the city. Maryland's going to be in the mix. Xforce also. So essentially 3 teams in the general area. Maryland trying to avoid getting sandwiched right now here, 7.
We'll be looking to avoid that Xforce. I mean, one point or another, somehow this squads end up finding each other, and now Maryland looking to capitalize on this. They're going to be able to spot that player there from Xforce. Not looking, not expecting the connection right there. Alim with the off angle is going to be slowing that down. Xforce more than likely going to end up losing 24K. There he go. He's out. Alim with the off angle. Can he actually protect the rest of his players? You got Claws there as well on the horizon, and Alim wanting to go back for it. Meanwhile, Sinab getting knocked by Fate. Xforce is looking to fight back here. I don't know who's going to be taking it, Taylor.
Yeah, it's tough, really. You thought Maryland had free range, just got him down, but hold up, it's not over, is it? Lynn also pushes up, gets a finish onto Alim, and Xforce, their chances of getting away with this fight, it's, well, already unscathed, not going to happen. 1 player forced to dip. That's going to be Klaus, and Klaus finished off as he gets into the zone. I believe someone from Influence Rage takes him out from Maryland. Recovery. I think they get away with all 4 members. That's 3 eliminations going their way. And more importantly, they've got the northern portion of zone completely free and clear. This was a team that was hovering in the north for a long time.
Yeah.
They finally had some company come in. When they did, they held their ground. Now, for Team Liquid, they are in the water. They're fighting against Resilience. Team Liquid, their second fight we've seen on screen this game.
Yeah, Maryland decided to pull back early game instead of sending it into North George when they had the opportunity. Definitely one of the highlightable moments right now for that squad in particular, as they're going to continue to get some points. But Rose of War, talking about getting some points, Rose of War currently sitting on 5 total elims. I see Urgod pulling up in the vehicle to support his squad mate in the mix, in the building, in the smokes, trying to defend himself right there. Like he was able to do so just in time. Rolls of War going to be out there on that east side all by themselves. Looks like we should be able to get that pickup so they can at least have a duo moving ahead here, 7.
The Rolls of War earlier with the win, looking to see if they can maybe bounce back with it. Meanwhile, son, straight out of Nepal, just making a full push here towards IG, wanting to continue on. Is that grenade going to end up hitting with somebody? And it's actually in with the teammate. IG Pedrinho knocks out Silence. Meanwhile, Adrian just popping off with the shotgun, slowing everybody down from straight out of Nepal. And straight out of Nepal, a push that looked like a chicken without its head. It ends up backfiring for this squad. And Team Liquid, this could be an opportunity for you to close that gap. The only problem is that they don't have any nades or any vehicles, or not with the striking distance. Meanwhile, we're going to be switching over here towards Wolves versus Maryland, Dave.
Big fight. Doran in the front line with the DBS, getting the confirmation here. No slowing down anytime soon. You got the Wolves right above you, just letting it rip with their shotguns. Baton playing the oversight position, and the Wolves timing on their side, just catching Maryland off guard right there on the flank from behind and getting an easy squad wipe right now. Reflections.
Wolves have been on fire today. I'm telling you, man, these guys, 2 top 4 finishes, I believe a top 2 finish in map number 1 on Rondo. So many eliminations. I'm going to have to calculate it. I think 14 off of the last 2 Arigels, 9 on Rondo. Unbelievable. And now, just like Maryland a little bit earlier, Wolves have secured the northern portion, but that doesn't mean they're done just yet. They're going to push into Royals of War just up ahead. Royals of War, great game as well. 8 eliminations. It's coming off the back of a game win on map number 2 with 11. So there's consistency when it comes to slaying out, but I think their time is going to be cut short. Map number 4, the last remaining player is going to be Aragon just down low. Wolves waking up from their slumber, refusing to back down, and once they finish off Aragon, they have so much real estate. If the zone pops to them, Dave, I mean, they're going to be in such an advantageous position. It's unreal.
Yeah, looks like they're going to be focusing their attention, Doran, 3 grenades, trying to thread the needle into the garage, take out Urgod. Urgod did toss out that last-ditch effort, that smoke to kind of block those sight lines, but the Wolves are coming, and they're knocking on your door. Oh, Adrian! Taking out Team Liquid right there. Mowing them down in the south. I mean, we are seeing some intense individual plays right now here, fellas.
Team Liquid just lining up there for Adrian on that side of the building. They couldn't really go anywhere else. And we got a chance to see there the overall on the right side. And Jaguar being one of those squads, Ero is going to be out eliminated there by Influence Rage. Jaguar, 62 points, 4 players alive. This could be an opportunity for them to move themselves up, but they're going to have to go against Alpha 7. Out of all the teams that you really don't want to see in this situation is Alpha 7. And then if you look towards the east, you on top of that have Influence Rage. This is going to be a bad situation for Jaguar, but hopefully they're going to be able to bounce back from it. Reflections. Yeah. One thing to note, though, M2 was one of the best performing players when it came down to day 1. That player is going to be out for this fight.
And that's definitely not going to help, right? One thing I like is I love where Wolves is... Ooh, if Wolves crosses into IG, that makes things fun. Especially for endgame with Alpha 7 on one and IG, or it should be Wolves on the other, and they will do exactly that. So IG, once again, forced to try and stay up if they can. By the way, caught a glimpse. Mafioso's down. So that Jaguar fight already starting to pop off. Mafioso needs to get back up into the fight. Meanwhile, the last remaining member from Wolves is starting to rotate up. Coops gets the party started on Rafa. IG down to just 2. Wolves closes the vice grip. They push forward to get the finishes, and that nade I don't think is going to be good enough. So they got to continue to pressure up. Pedrino could be truly instrumental, though, for the side of IG. As Adrian, Pedrino, the last 2 remaining members to try and force Wolves out of this spot. And they know exactly where he's at. I think his time is cut short. That nade's about to take him down. No, it misses.
Oh, no, he went to the top. He went to the second floor instead. I don't think they realize Adrian is there. Baton's gonna be able to find him. Oh no, Baton ends up getting knocked in. There you go. There's the trade for Wolves. Wolves should be able to get a full little reset right here within this compound. United for Game is gonna have to worry about Alpha 7. Gisao just barely maintaining himself alive. And there you go. He's gonna end up going down to Ku from United for Gaming. United for Gaming putting up a good defense here, but it's just gonna be one player, and the grenade comes through. And I think Alpha 7 gets away with picking up Gisao, pushing themselves up towards even closer center of the circle, Dave.
Yes, sir. 6 eliminations going their way. Alpha 7 just playing this one nice and slow, taking very smart fights and compound breaches. Mafioso going to be tossing that smoke, grouping up with his squad mates potentially. Needs to avoid the sight lines of Diego and Federal. But mainly the squad that is snowball in this game has to be the Wolves. They started in the north and they're just slowly wrapping around the east side, and now they're going to be sending it towards the south, towards Alpha 7. So we might see these two teams clash now as the next circle does pop, and only the duo of Influence Rage are going to be currently residing in it here, 7.
Wolves hopping on those vehicles, and I'm glad you called that out. We might be getting that fight once again. Wolves versus Alpha 7. I'm loving this rivalry that's starting to build up. Influence Rage was one of the teams that was able to rotate very early on here to Harry Potter Tower, to Sniper Tower, whatever it is that you want to call it. They were able to take full control of it. It's going to be one of the 2 last players there for Influence Rage. Meanwhile, Alpha 7 just keeping an eye on what Wolves is going to be doing, having to worry as well with what Jaguar. And one thing that I actually enjoy a little bit here, what Wolves is doing, is they decided to hand Igor all the way to the north reflections, looking for him to get different angles on possibly Jaguar, Influence Rage, or Alpha 7.
Yeah, and I think they might be joining. Maybe a 2-2 split. I could see Baton and Coops also going up to the north with Igor. They understand these buildings going to be the main focal point. We look at our map and you can see Wolves, Dorian, Igor up in the north, Baton, Coops towards the south. Coops is going to have to move himself. And for Alpha 7, staying put where they're currently at. No reason to rush and no reason to get out. But look at that line of sight Igor has on Alpha 7 up ahead, man. So this split from Wolves might be a tremendous move for them. They've already had a successful game. I'm okay with that damage. Revo gives away his position. Smokes around. Baton will be able to heal up. He'll be just fine. Dave, how does Alpha 7 break away from this? Because Igor has such a great line of sight. You got Federal, who's also going to be up ahead. I mean, Alpha 7, even though they have all 4 members alive, this is going to be hard, and Doran gets a drop on Revo.
Oh, looks like they're trying to group up, trying to get this northern position, hold it down, and overlook the south here. I love the call right here. Love the call from the Wolves. They just need to avoid the sight lines for the time being and not get picked apart from the Jaguars or from Influence Rage. And if they can survive just a little longer and allow Alpha 7 and Influence and Jaguars to kind of fight each other, the main objective here right now, 7, in my opinion, is going to be the Wolves, the third party, those 3 squads who are going to need to fight here. So the Wolves really hedging their bets on the circle. And it looks like the circle does pop. Doesn't necessarily favor them, but I'm still really feeling the northern split their position up there, because they're going to be overlooking all this chaos down in the south.
Yep.
But I am worried now because because of that zone is just a little bit further in. The cars that they destroyed for their cover is now not going to be usable. So the pressure from Jaguar onto Alpha 7, they are the ones who could open up an opportunity for Wolves to potentially get forward. But I think Alpha 7 now, especially with the hard cover being inside the next zone 7, I got to favor Alpha 7. I think they're good here. Even with the pressure from Jaguar, I think A7 has a big advantage.
That's right. The main thing for Wolves right now becomes how much utility does these 2 players have left. You can see Coops right now with 3 smokes left. Jaguar wanting to put on that pressure there to Alpha 7, hoping that they don't end up getting knocked. And this could be the changer here. You can see Potro being able to spot one of the players. Gonna have to be forced to jump off. Gonna find himself a little divot to survive the shots there from Alpha 7. And Mafioso's gonna go down to the Molotov from Diego. This could be one of the openings that Wolves needs. Now the distraction is all over the place. Carrillo is currently being one of those anchor players for the squad, looking to see if Wolves is gonna be making more of a push. Dave is gonna come come down to what kind of smokes they have here to work with and hoping that this squad towards the west end up eliminating each other.
Yeah, Revo going for some risky plays right there because all it takes is 1 or 2 shots to take him out on that rooftop. Yeah, he'll be able to jump down or crawl down and get the pickup, but that'll set him back just a little further. But Revo looking to get some more eliminations. I think the Jaguars are going to be eliminated here next, as it looks like the entire squad of Alpha 7 are going to be looking at him. Meanwhile, the Wolves trying to push a little further into the play zone right now. Coops lasering on into that windowsill, waiting for Alpha 7 to peek, waiting to take these shots with the M4 3 times right now. Reflections.
Yeah,
I'm going for the Wolves,
are
dude.
going to start
I think the
moving
Wolves
up.
are winning this.
I don't know. Influence Rage, even though they only have 2 members, that Wizard Tower is tremendous for them. Doran, though, great shots up ahead. Let's not forget, Korea also put some shots onto Coops. Igor, he's going to have to be the one to make something happen. The push for the Wizard Tower is in. Korea valiantly pushing forward. The flames, I thought, was enough to keep Diego from the line of sight alongside Federal, but just 2 members up. Influence Rage looking strong. Diego, a solo. Doran, also a solo for Wolves. Dave called out the Wolves, but I love where Diego's at. If he peeks out the window, he might have a line of sight. Are we really trying to res in this moment? You're not going to be able to. Doran versus Diego. Smokes are out. Doran's going to push forward on this 1v1. Diego's going to reposition. Try and get the off angle, but the smokes are in. This fight's going to stagnate just a little bit. Doran has managed to heal up. The shots will keep Diego's head down. I'm surprised Doran didn't use the smoke to push up. Finally, he's doing so. Diego's cooking the nade. The question is, does it connect? And yes, he does. Diego, my boy, you got Doran dead to rights. Finish him off.
He's trying to find the right angle. He's going to be able to spot him. And there you go. Diego finding the right angle, securing a win for a team that hasn't been able to showcase much here on this 3rd day. Handshakes all around. Influence Rage comes out on top. Minimum number 2 guarantee right there for Wolves Esports with the way that they were able to work those splits. And I got to give them props, Dave. Even though you were saying that they were for sure going to get the win, I'm happy with that top 2 finish. I'm happy with the risky plays that they were willing to take there towards the end. Sometimes we don't see teams willing to take those 2-2 splits. The fact that this team had the cojones to actually go for that 2-2 split, I enjoy it.
Yeah. I think Diego right there just playing it a little slower, a little more calculated. Doran kind of feeling the pressure. We saw him out there in the open, tossing the grenades, and he tossed that one grenade. I felt like he had the smokes, he had the soft cover. He might have been able to hit the dirt, get a heal up, get a little heal up, but instead he was just tunnel vision on connecting these grenades there at the end. I still really did appreciate the Wolves, like you said, 7. Run over right there, take them out. This was beautiful. Line them up, baby. Line them up, Adrian, with the 3-peat right there. You love to see it, but I did like the call from the Wolves to play the north right there, because if the circle was to have shifted in their direction, it would have been a Wolves game all day long. But instead, it is slightly shifted away from them, so it forced their hand, essentially. But Reflections, I mean, hey, Alpha 7. What happened to Alpha 7 right there, big dog?
Hey, Alpha 7 got pressured by Jaguar. They were also getting pressured by Higor with the 2-2 split. Yeah, Alpha 7 was great with the hard cover, but once that zone shifted out, they had nowhere to go. There was 2 windows they were trying to hop through. They couldn't get through them. Albeit, still a great game, though. Game number 4 started just absolutely the slowest you could possibly imagine.
Oh,
but
yeah, I
it
forgot about
finished
that.
Blistering fast. And Alpha 7, Wolves Influence Rage will profit the most, especially Influence Rage. They only had 2 members. They were surrounded by full squads, but they held on tight to the tower, and ultimately that was their win condition. They finished with 18 points, Wolves with 15, Alpha 7 with 15 themselves. And look, guys, Wolves, hate to keep harping on them, but you know what? I'm sure they love it. Game 2, 4th place. Game 3, 4th place. Game 1, 2nd place. Game 4, 2nd place. We're talking, 9 eliminations, 7 eliminations, 7 eliminations, and then I believe in game number 1, they had also 9 eliminations. We're looking like a 30-40 elimination day. We did the head-to-head 7, and we questioned, would they be able to match the energy from day number 1? Well, they won't in winner-winner chicken dinners, but they might be able to do it in eliminations.
Boys, to be completely honest with you, I don't care if this team is trying to go for the back-to-back wins, if they're trying to go for the back-to-back wins. With this kind of performances, if we rewind to the beginning of the day, the main thing that I wanted to see out of this squad was just consistency. And boy, have they shown me that so far. Doran telling all the haters, shut your ass up. Because we're putting up those good performances right now. 4 eliminations for him, 876 damage, those 2-2 splits. I cannot stress that enough. This squad, the confidence that they're playing with, the call making, just not doubting it, sending, I think it was Igor first, and then sending that second player to follow him up. Sometimes the squads aren't willing to do that. We see some of the top squads being able to do that. Reflections in Alpha 7, in Influence Rage, an intense game. But for an NA squad, for a team that we want to see continue to improve, that is a massive improvement.
Massive improvement indeed. We take a look at our overall rankings, and it's still neck and neck when it comes to Alpha 7 and Wolves, although Alpha 7 does get a bit of a lead. But Influence Rage, with that win, finally breaks up the top 3. Loops, for the first time today, will drop down to 4th place. Influence Rage will jump up to 3rd place. Comes to show you, 2 strong doesn't matter. Influence Rage knows how to handle their business. Now, iNCO Gaming, there they are. I said it. Yeah, they've struggled earlier today, but it only takes one solid game for them to jump up into the top 8, and this was that game, albeit only 4 points, but that's how close it is, right? Between Team Jaguar, really, all the way up to where United for Gaming is currently at. So if you want to be top 8, potentially go for those bonus points. These points matter for sure, Dave.
These points matter, man, especially with only 2 more games to go. And I'm still going to be cheering for our home teams, Xforce. I'm cheering for straight out Nepal, VIP representing Canada, looking pretty good. But yeah, the Wolves, extremely consistent here today. I mean, you can't ask for anything else here. Reflections from the Wolves. Maybe a win, but a win. But I mean, listen, they've been doing so well today.
Yeah, they're doing a wonderful job. I mean, the fact is they're matching pace basically with Alpha 7 slaying power. That speaks volumes about this NA roster for sure. The only team so far to break 100 eliminations, albeit Loops is just 2 away. There's your standings as they currently are, with 2 Miramar maps remaining, 4 maps down. We've seen all our Erangels. We've seen our Rondo. Question is, how will our Miramar end up unfolding? Luckily, we got a great team on site with Kaya as well as Sarpatch. And Sarpatch had a chance to sit down with United for Gaming's Alzanizan. Let's see how well he performed.
All right, guys, here we are with Alassine from UG. They just won the 3rd match. First off, congratulations on the match. What was the strategy around this play? Were you so blessed? Tell me about the match. Vocês jogaram muito bem. Parabéns. Como foi a estratégia? Se tiveram alguma sorte aí também com a Sona, que sempre fechou com vocês?
Então, a estratégia foi simples, né? A gente já caiu no nosso spot, safe base, já é onde a gente cai. A gente só teve que fazer um avanço, a gente identificou o split da Liquid, avançamos dele, matamos 2, garantimos o compound e demos a sorte de fechar tudo na gente. E foi só encerrar com chave de ouro mesmo, matando todo mundo e ganhando a partida.
Yeah, we did have some luck. Our drops down on the base, so we just had to get to the compound. We were able to kill 2 from Team Liquid, and from then on, we had that really good compound for ourselves. How's the communication with you? You're Brazilian in a Latam team. How's the communication be with you guys? Como está a comunicação assim com o seu time Latam?
Então, eu ingressei na equipe, eu não sabia falar nada do espanhol. Falava muito pouco, mas nesses 2, 3 meses de equipe eu já aprendi, estou falando, comunicando 100%, meu espanhol está 100%, eu consigo me comunicar perfeitamente com os chicos, eu tenho nenhuma dificuldade para falar com eles, então vocês, muito bem.
Yeah, we've been together for 2-3 months, and when I got in the team, I knew no Spanish at all, but I've been practicing and learning a lot, so the communication's doing a lot better. Bro, congratulations. Let's go.
Skibidi Toilet will randomly appear in Livik and Erangel. It can summon Skibidi Toilet minions, fire laser beams, and smash the ground. Skibidi Toilet will deal ranged attacks to the nearest player in its vicinity, or a player that is currently attacking it. After defeating Skibidi Toilet, it will drop rare supplies, and the team that defeated it will have their ID broadcasted to the entire map. In Metro Royale, Skibidi Toilet can spawn randomly on any map. Defeat it to get rare drops, including gold toilet paper, gold toilets, gold toilet plungers, and other valuable sellable items. In World of Wonder, Skibidi Toilet will be included as a new monster. Creators can use it to design unique gameplay experiences. Go to the event page to play the minigame and earn points for awesome milestone rewards. Use perk vouchers, version 4.0, to redeem themed event items, including the Skibidi Toilet costume, cameraman cover, cameraman graffiti, and more. Redeem great rewards. All toilets will die. Official PUBG Mobile and Skibidi Toilet collaboration. Take part in exclusive gameplay to get tons of collaboration items.
Chicken killer, 삼계탕 dinner.
All toilets will die. Welcome back to day 3 of PMSL America's fall season. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Mustache Dave and 7. Map number 5. We're heading into our first Miramar of the day. I couldn't be more excited. It's going to be a little bit slow, you'd have to assume, but nothing could be slower than that last Erangel. But, albeit it did finish in an exciting way, Dave.
Yeah, hey, listen, I got topics for days, man. We can go into the Skibidi Toilet lore in this next game if we need to.
Could you actually, though, Dave?
Oh, that lore goes deep. That lore, yes, it goes deep, all right? So shout out to the collab right there. But let's check out what's happening. Who's been winning? Rules of War, Loops, United 4 Gaming, Influence. You know what's missing here, fellas? I mean,
wolves?
Yes. 2 wolves. Okay. We need 2 wolves back to back, because I was watching last night and 7 was popping off. The wolves were popping off. I was like, man, what's going on? You know, it's not happening today with me here now. I want the wolves to start popping off with some winner chicken dinners here, fellas.
Well, they are due, man. They are due, right? After all, they've been getting, what, 4th place, 3rd place. Now we need second place too. We need a second, or we need a first place. I think it's absolutely possible. Overall, that's going to be your maps 2 Miramars to come. Now, these are your top teams when it comes to Miramar. And notice, Wolves are, in fact, the best team currently from our previous Miramars. We've had a total of 4 over the past couple of days. Alpha 7 not far behind, and I will say, 7, this is the first time we've seen Alpha 7 not the #1 team across our maps.
Yeah, which is quite impressive considering that this team yesterday was able to get those second place finishes, but then it came down to Wolves getting those back-to-back chicken dinners. Well, there was absolutely nobody stopping this squad, and it was the performance, the improvement that Wolves was able to show up from day 1 all the way up to day 2. In day 1, they ended up in 11th place, 9th place, so a big turn up, and I'm hoping that coming into this next Miramars, I mean, if you can get a win, awesome. If you're not able to, continue with this top 5 performances that we have had throughout the day, because they are just on an absolute roll. One thing that I'm not seeing here in top teams, and that I'm really intrigued to see if it's going to be happening, it's going to be Team Liquid and iNCO. Are these teams going to be hot dropping again? Because I sure hope it doesn't happen.
So they were hot dropping over the past couple of days, huh? Team Liquid,
yep.
iNCO.
Well, we heard iNCO, right, in an interview tonight saying that they're going to hot drop. I don't know if they're just, gassing us up or whatnot here, 7, but,
right.
let's see. Let's see what happens.
I don't want to see it.
Yeah.
I
don't want to see it.
I don't want to see it, man. You know, because especially for like iNCO and Team Liquid, it's just it's kind of a pointless. Because they're what 9th and 10th, or at least relatively close. Well, no, iNCO just chopped up to 7th place or 8th place. So
iNCO's in 8th.
I just don't think it's worth it. I really don't. And for Team Liquid's sake, by the way, they do have coach on site. And Sarpatch had a chance to sit with V2K, the coach of Team Liquid. Let's see what their game plan is going into the last 2 Miramars.
Guys, here we are with B2 from coach for our Team Liquid. B2, first question, why are you hot dropping? Will you continue to hot drop?
Bom, não é a gente que está dando hot drop, é a iNCO que está dando hot drop em cima da gente. Acho que a disputa deles é por veículo e, sinceramente, em todas as outras regiões do mundo, o time que faz o loot em Minas Gerais não precisa do veículo. Normalmente ele é do time de Hacienda. A gente só está defendendo o que é nosso.
We are not the one hot dropping, they are the ones hot dropping us. Normally, teams try to go there to get the vehicle. We believe that's what they're trying to do. We're just trying to defend what is ours. What's going on with the team right now? What do you think they have to do to change to get better performances?
São muitas coisas, para ser sincero, mas a principal tem sido, cara, a leitura de jogo. Tá tendo muitas falhas na leitura de jogo em si. E atitude também, tá faltando atitude, tá faltando uma postura mais agressiva dos meninos, esse tipo de coisa.
A lot of things. First off, a bit of game sense first, and attitude to try to be aggressive and have more confidence in themselves. Bro, thank you very much. Thank you. Good luck. Let's go.
V2K, the coach of Team Liquid, thank you for that interview. Sarpatch, 7, what do we think about that? Be aggressive, defend what is theirs?
Yes, sir.
Second page.
Second page?
10th place. Defend what's yours. What do you mean defend what's
50
yours?
Points? What are we doing?
There's nothing that's yours. And saying that there's vehicles, it's Miramar. It's one of the biggest maps that we're going to be playing, not counting Rondo, which we already got over with. That is maybe one of the dumbest things I've heard V2K say, and I've known this boy for such a long time, to be completely honest. And I'm hoping the hot drop stop, because there's no way that these hot drops are going to continue on to the final, especially with what's at stake, especially considering that only the top 2 teams are going to be moving on. And if you're talking about PMGC points, Team Liquid, you're not even damn close to qualifying via PMGC points from Brazil. So please, stop with this ego thing. A lot of teams in Global have learned to stop with this ego thing. Boy, you're gonna make me lose my hair like Maxman. What are we doing here?
Hey, yo, hold up. Maxman, why is he catching strays? Like, yo, that is insane, first and foremost, Cons, but I hear you. Let's go to look at the Wolves for their performance today, going into what should be their strongest 2 maps, right? Wolves have been on fire. 32 eliminations for the day. Last time we checked in, they were at 23. They're on pace to potentially beat the 51 set yesterday from the Wolves roster, albeit that was with Wancho and not Baton. Either way today, Dave, like, their damage is insane. They're obviously placing very well. Their average placing is 3. No other roster has been able to match that energy today.
Hey, they're looking for some more points, and you know how they're going to get that? They're going to get back-to-back wins here. All right, guys, they're getting back-to-back wins on these Miramars here. They're bound. They are bound. I mean, they've had these chicken tenders in the oven. They're almost overcooked, so they need to take them out now, get this winner chicken dinner here. So let's see what they can accomplish here in the last final matches of phase number 1, because it's all about those head start points, man. You want as many head start points as possible. You kind of alleviate that pressure come the finals. You know, you have like a little cushion. So if you have like a bad game, maybe 2 bad games, you're still kind of chilling at that point, right? Compared to having no bonus points.
This is why I'm so triggered about that hot drop, because there is bonus points. There is something at stake here through phase 1, and everything is so close right now within this squads. I've been talking about it. I mean, come on now.
Come on now with the Amazon gift card. I actually had a chance to talk with one of the winners out there. Well done for you getting it now. You have a chance to get yet another one. Make sure you claim it. We're going to have this one, and we'll have one more in our next map. We want to make sure you out there have a chance to win and also reward you for being here. This broadcast would not be possible without you all watching. Make sure you hit that sub button if you haven't already, because we have plenty more days of PMSL remaining. Map 17 of 18 for Phase 1. Only 2 more maps remain to see who will get the head start points and how many of them they will end up getting. Your top 5 rosters on Miramar over the past couple of days are just below. Wolves, for the first time, will be in first, and Alpha 7 for the first time as well, with Rondo and Erangel will be second, although very, very highly consistent. But interesting enough, Loops does get the most eliminations here, which means I do look at them to potentially be a disruptor for the other rosters looking to finish the day off strong. But Xforce, hey, they're on this list too, and it would be great to see Xforce finish up in top 6.
Yeah, Xforce was able to put up those good performances. So far today, we really haven't seen it. I was talking about how yesterday was that second half, and when we ended up going towards Miramar, 3rd place, 4th place, backing it up with some ilms. I'm hoping that that's going to be the case here on this one. They will just have an absolute freebie, just being able to fully loot there towards the north. And if the circle ends up blessing them, if we don't get a super crazy circle here in Miramar, it could end up going their way. And oh, wow, okay, hold on. Did I just see that right? The Igor just died? And then we get the hot drop again. Somebody take over. I don't want to lose my job.
Hot drop. We are defending what's ours. Team Liquid already going to be boots on the ground. We got the minis. We are locked and loaded. 2 of their squad mates already bleeding on out. iNCO trying to claim the prize, trying to claim the Team Liquid territory right now. Up close and personal. That mini, it hurts. Chief going to be going for that revive. Psych, because listen, we got 2 hot drops for you here, Reflections.
2 hot drops indeed, man. Wolves versus United for Gaming. And if you're a Wolves fan, you are praying that they win this fight. It's a big one for them to hold down second place because Influence Rage are hot on their heels. And Wolves have officially beat United for Gaming, albeit they lost 1 player. We transfer back to Team Liquid versus iNCO. And Chief, nasty line of sight, but Bruno doesn't take the bait.
Yeah, Bruno's not going to be taking that bait. They're just stalling it out right here. One thing that I'm currently not seeing anywhere near this fight, and we have seen it in the previous days, sometimes Maryland decides to get a little bit closer to this squad. I don't think it's going to be happening right now with the way that they're currently going to end up being positioned, unless they just keep scouting it. I mean, Maryland could set themselves up and just start stealing it. And at least some of these players do have guns now. We've seen it over and over again. There you go. Maryland, they've been hinting at possibly third party in this one. It has happened so much that I'm honestly expecting we might end up seeing a third party here from Maryland, Dave.
So third party action, you'll love to see it. Team Liquid looking pretty low in the health department. Oh, not like this. No, Maryland. Oh, repositioning maybe. I would love to see a third party because Team Liquid, they're like, listen, we're trying to defend our land up against iNCO. Meanwhile, Maryland sees the real estate too, and they just want a piece of the pie. Looks like we are going to be at somewhat of a standstill. Both sides were able to get the resets, the pickups here, using whatever heals they do have. Really, it's really going to be up to SQ from Maryland to kind of ignite the gas over here, right? I mean, we got gas burning over there. SQ's got the match. All he needs to do is break that match and let it rip here. So iNCO did lose 1 of their squad mates though here, fellas. So if you did have to call a loser here so far out of the hot drop, it is iNCO. Team Liquid still with the whole squad alive.
And for this squad's Reflections, they're not going to be having any heals. They're just going to be leaving at the mercy of them having to just stall out, fight it out. Usually we talk about hot drops. You really don't have to take them. If you do end up taking them and you see a situation where you can maybe end up backing off, go for that back off option. But right now, that's not going to be the case. And as I was hinting at it, it does end up happening. Maryland wanting to get involved here and wanting to make sure they punish both of these teams as Q. And if I'm not mistaken, that is going to be Squash. Squash getting 2 knocks on this squads. And now they're going to be looking to even surround them more, get different angles on this fight that's going to happen.
That's it. Yeah, protect what's yours, baby. Team Liquid, can you make it out? This would be a big fight for you to win for sure, especially with Maryland joining into the mix. As things start to stagnate, the reality is you don't necessarily have to push this fight too hard because you are well within the zone. It would get nasty if Influence Rage, who is just off to their right, decides to join into the mix. Now, the longer this fight, though, does stagnate, the longer maybe you do run the risk of a third party, but also you're not really getting that much loot either. So even if you do win this fight, what do you do once you leave this area? You know, so that's one thing to consider, and both rosters are going to have to consider that very heavily. For Team Liquid, though, potentially a reposition. And it is, in fact, going to be exactly that. 2 members have totally disconnected.
I think luckily for all 3 of these teams, though, it is pretty center when it comes to the actual zone. But regardless, you know, you're over here, you're just fighting for scraps, and everybody else, they're still kind of doing their normal loop pattern. So they're going to be showing up just geared up and beefed up out of their minds here. Meanwhile, you're going to be showing up with like a shotgun and no helmet. So you really got to weigh the pros and the cons with these hot drops here. And I know I've been kind of joking, like, yeah, I love it. I love the hot drops, all about the action. But when it comes to like trying to secure actual points for the tournament, it is not what you want to be doing, especially as we're seeing here. They're just wasting so much time, Seven. Meanwhile, everybody else, they're gearing up for this match.
Yeah, this squads, I mean, I just talked about it. You get a chance to actually back off from this fight. You don't really have to take it. You can start scouting around. You already have 2 of the other players starting to scout around. Just back off. You don't need to take this fight. And that's exactly what's going to end up happening in this situation. And meanwhile, iNCO's just going to close that gap in case for some reason Team Liquid decides to back off. All right. You know what? Thank you, Team Liquid. I give you guys some props. Thank you for not losing any players. You're currently in contention for those bonus points. United for Gaming, for some wild reason, Reflections, they decided to hot drop on Wolves Esports. They got 1 point, but then they got eliminated.
You didn't see that, but they're protecting the camel.
They didn't protect what was theirs.
They're protecting the camel. All right.
Okay, well, the camel.
I'm being rage baited right now.
I think so. Oh, wait, hold up.
What?
You couldn't beat iNCO. But let's push it now for 7, baby, because this is the fight we really wanted, right? Protect the home turf. And now you lost 1. Team Liquid's on the run. Mythic is down. I mean, we are in shambles, boys. We are actually in shambles, Team Liquid.
They got heart. You can't take that away from them.
Yo, Ayala is on the camel,
they got
baby.
The camel,
we are
baby.
Moving. He's off into the sunset of Miramar. He's gone.
All you can ask for. That's all you can ask for.
This is insanity.
Look at all this open fields. Look at all this open area that you can go to. Insane.
Yeah, look at Diego up ahead. Crazy.
Well, that's that, right?
That is that.
Yeah.
That is that. Didn't beat iNCO. Didn't beat Alpha 7. I hate it for him. I really do. I hate it for him. I have no idea what happened to Molina. That boy gone. So let's keep moving forward. Xforce, a team that is, for the first time, should be one of the favored on this. That is correct there. Yeah, should be a favored here when it comes to this map, and I really hope so. Look at how close it is, right? From them all the way up to top 8. I think there is a very real chance that Xforce could, in fact, break into top 8 off these 2 maps, but they've got to get busy.
Yeah. I think it's going to be real interesting to come into phase 2. You know, we got tomorrow off, and then we start over pretty much with phase 2 to really see, like, what adjustments some of these teams might have done. And kind of going back to, like, that interview with Team Liquid, they were like, yeah, we're defending what's ours. You know, and I think after watching the Miramar matches, they might look to reconsider that come phase 2 here, 7, because, you know, there's a time where you got ego, you got a brand, you got players who are veterans in the game, and, you know, you think you deserve a certain type of respect, but you're not getting that respect. I think there's a time where you're just like, okay, it is what it is. Let's just go somewhere else at that point, right? And I think come phase 2, I think it is going to be that time for Team Liquid. Just give it up at that point and just look ahead to regroup and recalculate their Miramar strategy.
Yeah, I can definitely go back to that conversation. Let's take a look here real quick. A Jaguar going up against Resilience. A squad that's wanting to secure some extra points here, fighting for those bonus points as we're pretty much playing right now one of the last 2 matches of phase 1. Jaguar, Resilience getting knocked right there. Gonna end up getting eliminated. Cardi wanting to move around. That's gonna be the last player from this squad, and it gets eliminated. And going back to what you were saying, Dave, in regards to Team Liquid, that's the main reason why I kind of rage so hard with just pointless hot drops. If this squad, if it was under different circumstances, right? Let's say that they're in a position currently within top 4. We see how crazy those teams have been playing. We see the point difference that those teams have been playing. So you can afford maybe to end up losing in one spot. The fact that this squad is currently in 10th place and their main worried is about defending what's theirs, that just goes to show that they're currently not in the right mentality. They're currently not in a winning mentality where you have to be able to adjust. A perfect example of this goes to Alpha 7. Alpha 7 was one of those teams that would get into ego fights for the longest time. They will be like, we're hot dropping here, we're not going to move away from it, and whatever happens, happens. They learn from it. And they were now being able to be global champions of PMWC 2024. You have to progress. You can't just keep this mentality and this ego of just like, oh man, we have to defend it. If not, they're just going to think we're wussies, whatever the case might be. That's just not the case. And they better change that strategy going into phase 2. Because when we get to finals, guess what? If you don't change that strategy, those other teams with the bonus points, it's going to be looking a lot different, and you're going to be thinking back and you're going to be saying, you know what, maybe we shouldn't have hot dropped.
Losing so many points, man. Totally agree. Losing. I mean, listen, they got Ayala. The next circle goes up. There's a ton of players around you. I mean, best case scenario, you survive a little longer, but you're not even going to be within placement points range, right? So hopefully, to kind of put a ball on it, Team Liquid, they kind of drop that ego mentality come phase number 2 next week when it comes to Miramar specifically. That way they can kind of, just bounce back and get some points and get those bonus points for the finals, because we're looking at other teams. So Team Liquid sitting at 74 points, 75 at this game. Meanwhile, we're looking at the top. Wolves are at 170. Alpha 7, 195. So, I mean, there's clearly a gigantic point gap and skill difference already happening at the top of the leaderboard. And there goes Ayala. For a second, I thought he was going to clutch it out. But there goes, that would have been insane. But there goes Ayala, done and dusted. So hopefully even next match, we don't see them in the same scenario. I mean, it is what it is. I hope not.
No, they will be. Protect what's theirs, baby.
What do you think about all this reflections? I mean, Team Liquid, I know you're a huge fan of that squad, particularly. You've been cheering for them, every single season.
And iNCO, he loves back in NA. So
and iNCO, man, I will say, when it comes to Team Liquid, first off, I've always been a tremendous fan of the organization as a whole, so they're always going to get my attention. I just, again, when I first entered into PMSL commentary, you go back to spring of 2024 last year. Team Liquid was the team to rival Alpha 7, and that's what kind of created this narrative in my head. It was like, this is the roster to represent their region, to really put Alpha 7 on high alert. And they would go back and forth, but man, I've seen this decline. And it's been a very slow decline over, fall season of last year, spring season of this year. Don't even make it to PMWC, and then now where they're currently at. And I just don't understand what's happening to this roster, what has happened to this roster, and they keep making questionable plays. They keep making questionable decisions, like defend what's theirs. 7 already, totally covered that in its entirety. But, I hate to harp on them, I really do. But when you talk about such a big roster, such a big name like Team Liquid, right, to be represented by them, it's like, it's just tough for me. It's tough for me. But either way, they're gone. Alpha 7 are up, and they're looking to break 200 points, and I think might be able to do it. Even with Mafioso dropping here, I think the rest of the boys from A7 are going to be able to protect him long enough where VIP can't get the finish.
That's right, Alpha 7 wanting to see if they can maybe get even more points. Mafioso is going to be knocked, though. They'll try to find a way to pick him back up. And this squad already up to 3. They're going to be crossing easily 200 points after this match. And that's just ridiculous. And I'm hoping, we're talking about teams wanting to change stuff. I'm hoping that this rivalry does not stop whatsoever. Alpha 7 versus Wall Esports. Keep it coming. It's been a long time since we got in a good rivalry between Brazil and North America. I want to continue to see it, Dave.
And look who's down here, too. I'm talking about a VIP, man. They love the triangle. They're in a triangle right now with the Wolves in Alpha 7. So hopefully come this game, VIP can look to third party the engagement, as it looks like The Wolves, they are going to be pulling off. They see the next circle pop, and looking ahead in the north too, it's nothing but open terrain towards the that east side, and 9Z are going to be covering that down. So I think these three squads, they're bound to clash here, Reflections. I mean, it's got to happen.
I think so. Loops also by the way, a very talented roster when it comes to this map. For them to have a good game here could be huge because you got to think they're so close to patching up Influence Rage, getting a top 3 finish. Talk about a confidence booster, right? So for Loop, staying alive here is going to be big. Alpha 7 will disengage from them and back away and might be opposite of Wolves, which, again, another great talented team. The best team, statistically, when it comes to Miramar after all, but they will lose one teammate. They're going to have to play this very carefully. Alpha 7 potentially going back to Loop. So they can't decide. Do we want to challenge Loops? Do we want to challenge Wolves? Do we want to just go ahead and extend up north? That'll be IG. Either way, they're going to have to fight somebody, but they're going to be all right.
They will end up fighting somebody. They were able to pick up Mafioso early on. Let's see what these squads are going to end up doing. I mean, right now, within this terrain that they're currently working with, wouldn't be surprised if they just kind of go for it, especially against Loops. We just got to find the right opening here for Alpha 7. Wolves Esports keeping an eye on us well for Alpha 7, seeing what's going to happen between the squads. The smokes are going to be coming out too for them. Coops, Baton right now up to 5 eliminations. I mean, Baton has been performing so well, knocking Mafioso once again. If he can connect with that one, that'll be even better. Just confirm that elimination. Scouting a little bit more, seeing if he can maybe end up spotting Carrillo. And there you go. He's going to go for that finish on Mafioso.
Okay.
He's going to be relaying the information there to Carrillo and the rest of the squad. Wolves wanted to take on this fight. Overstands for some reason over on Carrillo, and now they're going to put him into a particular situation here, Dave.
Yeah, again, just right there in the open, looking for the support from Dorn, but the timing just a little off. Dorn trying to toss some grenades, trying to take out some of these Alpha 7 members from behind here. Dorn with the Scar 3 times on the high ground will be popping in the buggy, grouping back up with his squad mates. I mean, job well done from Dorn on the back line. Revo, last one alive right now. One more grenade, one more Molotov, but the Wolves looking to clean them up, looking to get the squad wiped. But the Loop squad, they hear the action, and they're looking at third party this one here now, Reflections.
Looking to indeed. This could be big for them. A third party is always great, especially when you know both rosters are weak. So for Loops, this could be exactly what they needed to jump over INF, potentially even that of Wolves, right? Because if they drop here, that's only going to put Loops that much closer to breaking into top 2. That would be a successful phase for sure. Revo, sure to die in this moment, takes a lot of damage. He's gone. Alpha 7 out of the way. Wolves in shambles, and this opens up an opportunity for Loops to have a tremendous Game 5.
Luke's wanting to see if they could actually go for the third party. Wolves decides to back off in this situation right here. Oh my goodness, look at this circle. Yo, straight out of Nepal. You know what? You could end up being here with a top 4 finish, even a top 3 if you end up getting more plays. I'm hoping that they get some eliminations as Influence Rage looking to turn up the heat here against Rowe. But Diego's going to get knocked. Low's going to get knocked. It's going to come down to Little Boy. We've seen him clutch up before. He's going to be able to get one. He's going to be able to confirm it too. And take it on the action, seeing if he can possibly get demeanor there towards the top. And he's going to have to slow down. Molotov's going to be coming out, boys. Somehow, Little Boy is just clutching up for the squad.
Looking for the reload.
Man knows how to play a sliver of health. Oh, this medkit getting popped could be big. The Molotov was missed. Demonor hops out. Oh, no, like that? Come on, 90. You didn't have to do it to him. Let him at least get the finish on the team. My goodness, Dave.
Hey, still a good play, though. Still a good play regardless. INF Influence walking away with 3 elimination points. Little boy right there hopping off. And there goes the top 3. I mean, the Wolves, I'm gonna discount them because they're down to just a solo. So the top 3 essentially eliminated. It's gonna open it up for everybody below them to potentially catch up on the overalls. And I'm looking at Loops. I'm looking at IG. IG can really make a large leap here. They did lose 2 of their members right there. So I'm looking right back at Loops there. IG kind of, ruining that. Yep, there they go right there. So gassing them up. But hey, Loops taking advantage of it though. Don't you hate it when you're like, yeah, this team could really do good this game? Like, oh no, there they go. Yeah. Like the minute you say it, they
Caster
get
curse.
Jesus.
Okay. That honestly, 7, that was pure frustration. That was actually
exactly what it feels like too.
That wasn't an act for the camera. That was legitimate frustration.
So relatable.
I feel you, Dave. I'm sorry, man. You're going.
Hey, I hope Loops win this game, though. I mean, I hope Loops win this game. Really take advantage of the way.
Hold on, now. Let's not try to curse all the team.
Nah, they got this, man. They got the whole squad live. They got iNCO and the bull beneath them here. iNCO's about to get sandwiched by Maryland. This is Loops all damn day. 9Z, they're not doing nothing. Straight out of Paul, they're not doing nothing. All right, they're just happy to still be alive.
What about iNCO, though?
I think Loops can take advantage of this one and be a little more proactive. They can continue to wrap up these points because looking at Loops, they got the momentum. They got 6 eliminations so far, so they're feeling it this game.
Yeah, they might be. There you go. They take down McGrell, and I was waiting for the kill feed to pop up, and iNCO gets a pick. Okay, Bruno, great shots on Vinton, but followed up, and that's why you have teammates. And now it's up to 7. You mentioned iNCO in the bowl, and 7 is like, I've got to get out of here. I've got to get up. Surprisingly, hold up.
Pick him up. Thank you.
No, 7. Is 7 still alive, or is he gone? My apologies. 7's fully finished off. I thought he was still working his way up the hill, so I was like, hold up, they forgot about him. So there it is. Loop stays alive. Thank goodness. The caster curse doesn't happen this time around, okay? Now you got 9Z to worry about. And you got one player from Maryland also pushing up. And now Loops are in that bowl we were just talking about, and Maryland is looking to take them down like the fish they are.
Yeah, I'm just looking at Loops going down right now. They're going up against Maryland. They're going to have to worry about 9C, and I'm just feeling bad for Dave. Usually I have to work with Massman. He's one of the best ones at cursing teams. Dave, you might be taking his spot here in PMSL Americas. And now with you too, Reflections, sometimes you're really good at cursing them as well, but Maryland having to focus here on Jaguar. Jaguar's pushing up, and I mean, right now, this is perfect for Loops. Loops is somehow surviving this with all the distraction going on.
Oh, hold up. Loops might stay alive. Dave, take this moment.
They are, man. I'm telling you, they're getting the win. They're getting the win. They're going to get the pick up here. They're going to have at least a duo, and that's all you need. A duo up against Straight Out on Paul, a duo up against Xforce. I mean, those two teams haven't been doing much squat here tonight. So I'm happy with my odds here, fellas, all right? I'm still happy with my odds.
All right, here they go. 9C from the back. Squash from the front. Squash is down. So is Nazelda. And I believe only one more player remains from Loops if he wasn't just finished off, which I think he was. And that was going to be Rato Boy, who is gone. So now we focus our attention to the last 4 remaining teams. It's going to be Jaguar, 9Z, Globant, Xforce, and Straight Out of Nepal. All 4 rosters arguably need a big win to elevate themselves up the leaderboard, and 24K is taking the Bulls by the horn, taking down Splat. If Xforce can get a win here, that should jump them up to top. Bait, let's see how it ends up unfolding.
9C waiting patiently. I'm enjoying the eliminations currently that 9C is being able to put up. This squad bouncing back, securing a top 4 right now at this moment. And one squad that is currently alive that I'm going to be hype about is going to be none other than Xforce. We really haven't gotten a chance to see them yet. I'm hoping that they don't end up falling asleep, Dave.
I hope not, man. This is their moment to shine. I mean, another team for me to curse right now. Loops done, IG done. Let me just curse Xforce here because you know what? There goes one of their players eliminated. Listen, you're just throwing me in the trap right now. All right, you're setting me up for failure right now, man. I'm calling it what it is. Xforce though. Hopefully they can get something done. They got a trio still alive. 9Z, Reyes on the hillside. Ultra pushed up here away from his squad mates here. So if Reyes gets knocked out, he's probably going to get confirmed right now. So kind of pulling the coops like we saw earlier on. Yeah, I think Reyes is going to be pulling back. They got the numbers advantage, but Reyes out there is getting a little sketch, if I'm being honest with both of you guys.
Now, Reyes is not really sure there what he's trying to do for his squad. Maybe... I was going to say try to get an off angle, but
yeah,
boy, he's currently doing what Doc loves to do, which is be far away from his squad. Usually doesn't end up working out. Luckily for him, now their squad is going to get a little bit closer. Jaguar's going to get spotted. That nade should be able to hit, and there you go. Being able to eliminate them, they should be able to take over this high ground and start focusing towards what Xforce is going to be doing. If 9C could get a win here, this could be massive for this squad. A squad that was coming in 14th place going into this match, 57 points, wanting to make sure they get those bonus points. And right now, Xforce, where do you even end up going? straight out of Nepal, you have all those pro players alive. Are you going to be using them, or are you going to be too passive, Reflections?
Yeah, they're passive, aren't they? They're hanging out on the outskirts. But then again, the longer this fight between 9Z and Xforce takes place, the more of a chance for potentially them to drop down, giving them an opportunity. There's a nade flying. And it doesn't connect, it seems, but it was looking good, at least for the time being. Yeah, straight out of Nepal, they're holding on to these hard covers as long as they possibly can. There's the knock you're looking for if you're 9Z. You get a knock on one of the Xforce members, you start to pressure forward, you start to reposition. Taking down Xforce at this moment is big for you. Secures the top 2 finish, and then you also have a great line of sight on the straight out of Nepal members just up ahead. But you mentioned passiveness. I think everyone's being quite passive, but then again, you can't just push out in the open.
Yeah, and 9Z, they got the sight lines because straight out of Nepal, they need... they don't have an option but to push out into the open, unfortunately. I know they have a vehicle. Goat might be looking to pop some tires with that 3x Gatsby, going to be using this little hillside for the time being to keep his vehicle safe. But even the ammo count right there, the 5.56 on Gatsby, not looking too hot right now. So Alim really the only one that could do anything from their current position in the play zone with the hard cover. But 9Z with the high ground, this is looking like a 9Z game. Here comes the grenades now. KC hitting the dirt, trying to avoid the sight lines from Klaus, just trying to get any type of points possible because Xforce, they know what's about to happen. They know they're going to be eliminated here very shortly, so they might as well go out with some points here, Stefan.
9C starting to spread out, keeping an eye out on everybody, and now we're starting to see the 9C that people were having in their top 5s, the 9C that everybody was expecting to represent Latin America and putting in the work too. Alim though, Xforce doesn't want to give up just yet. They're making sure that they also try to get those extra points because they need them. There are a squad there that is needing those extra points. Wolf is going to be going down there from straight out of Nepal. And meanwhile, Gatsby keeping an eye out open on what the Xforce players are going to be doing. 9C, how are you going to be spreading out here? You got the numbers advantage, you got the high growth advantage, and then on top of that, you got just everything going your way. They have vehicles. I'm with you, Dave. This is looking like a 9Z win.
Gatsby trying to get some last-minute shots out here from behind the boulder. Almost out of the Mini 14 ammo. Got the 6x level 3 gear, but regardless, you're going to have to push from behind that cover. Unless Alim could do something big with these grenades. Only has 2 of them. Yeah, they're going to be backing off of that one. So 9Z, Reflections. I've never seen a game that's more in the bag in my life here. So 9Z.
Crazy collapse.
Yeah.
Lose this.
9Z, this is their win.
For sure. Although Xforce, they're slippery, man. They might steal this for themselves. Let's not forget Alim here. Gatsby should be cooked. He's throwing smokes, though. He's making an attempt. He's running. Bullets are whizzing by, but the man stays alive. This guy's still not within the zone just yet, but he's got a good set. Hold up. This might be big. If he fires some shots on the Goat might end up dying here. Actually, 2 members might be going down. Gatsby has a perfect line of sight. Unfortunately, can't hit the shots needed. Nearly out of bullets himself. Now Xforce is focused on 9Z. I talked about it. 9Z, man. Look, they might actually lose this. I'm still feeling Xforce.
Nah, man. Nah.
I'm still feeling Xforce.
If Xforce and straight out of Nepal switch their focus towards 9Z, maybe I could see that happening right now, but Gatsby's going to get caught out right here in the open. Bye-bye. Now it's going to come down to Xforce. The thing, too, for 9C, they didn't end up losing any players earlier on. 9C Remake's going to end up spotting Claws. Fate going to be pretty much trapped, and unless Alim is able to win this engagement here, but you can tell it just doesn't have the angles. Every angle is currently covered by 9C. It's just a matter of time for them to just continue to trap him. Just continue to get every angle possible. There goes Fate. Now it's going to come down to Alim. He's going to be able to get some shots, but it's not going to be enough. 9C with an insane performance here on the final day of Phase 1. PMSL America's Fall Split. This is the performances, boys, that I wanted to see out of this squad.
The dynasty has been cemented. 9Z has managed to take their first winner chicken dinner in sensational fashion all day. They've been quiet, but finally, they rise up to the occasion. to get a tremendous win and protect what is theirs, their dynasty in PMSL America's fall season. Beautifully, beautifully done. The question is, how many elims did they get? I actually don't know, so I'm going to be quite surprised at the very end and who ended up picking up the most. Because Xforce did have quite a few whenever we had a chance to kind of peek in on their viewers, right? So, or it should be on their players. But we do know that there were some rosters that also dropped the ball during that map number 5. I don't think the standings are going to change up too much, but it still is a big win for the 9Z, their first win out of the 3 days we've watched them throughout PMSL Americas. We take a look from the very start. It was Wolves getting active early. Team Liquid, though, a lot of questions. They go into this fight against iNCO. It ends up stagnating a bit. I believe one of the iNCO members end up dropping off. Team Liquid, they back away, and they just full send it straight into Alpha 7 without any loot. No opportunity to even win the fight. Ayala, maybe a shimmer of hope. Great shots on Xforce, but a 1v4 with everybody looking at you. They ultimately end up going down, Dave.
That's tough. And Coops right there in the open again. I mean, maybe just a little too confident right there. Going to be taken down and out. But we saw those player cams right there from 9Z, kind of similar to the player interviews. It really gives you like an insight on what's actually happening at the LAN. And you can just see 9Z after getting that win, just how relieved they were to finally get a win in the pocket, to finally have a really solid game here on phase number 1 with a good amount of elimination points as well. I mean, that pressure, it definitely builds up here. So to get this win with a lot of kills, it helps big time. I mean, what, 13 right now? I think they end with 14 if I'm not mistaken. So that's definitely, look at it. This is what I'm talking about. Right there. Feels so good to finally get that win right there. Kolgo just relieved. And 5 elims for Kolgo, 5 for Remix, Reyes with 4, and Matos with 1. So definitely a team game right there, and they were holding it down, big dog. They were holding it down.
That's a huge game.
You didn't believe in them, man. You didn't believe in them. All right, you said Xforce. Reflections. I'm calling you out.
Look, this is what I'm doing. I'm creating suspense. Can they do it? Surely not.
Get
Xforce has got it, right? 9Z,
Suspense.
I knew they had it all along. Come on. And I knew they had 15 eliminations.
Yeah, I was creating suspense with my loops pick, too.
Yeah, well, that was. Let's take a look at the overall score, though, and really see where everybody ended up unfolding. 25. One of the biggest games we have seen yet, coming out from the side of 9Z when they needed it most. Potentially a chance to make a last-minute addition into the top 8 running. Now for Xforce, they'll walk away with 10, and Loops will get 12. Now, that's big for them because Wolves will get 9, so they get even closer to potentially overtaking them for the top 2 run. They've got one map to do it. Little gains, 7. Little gains.
Little gains indeed, and something that I'm going to have to be nitpicky here with Wolves that we've been seeing it. I've been mentioning it. Dave just mentioned it as well. Coops playing a little bit too aggressive, boys. I know the aura is up right now with the way they're feeling after yesterday, but right now it's just a bit too careless for my liking, especially if I'm going to be critiquing this squad a little bit different than all the other NA squads based on whatever the PMGC points are, based on what their chances are going to PMGC. I would kind of like to see him being able to be a little bit more analytical about some pushes there and not just fully send it and then automatically get knocked, put his team at a disadvantage. On the second row, you have United for Gaming not really being able to follow up on the good performances from earlier. And then you have Alpha 7 Esports with finishing with just 4 eliminations. Same with Influence Rage in intense games. Some of these Brazilian squads usually known for performing really well in Miramar, Dave. Not putting up those great performances here in this first Miramar.
Hey, when you're feeling it, man. And right now, after yesterday, the Wolves, they are feeling. I mean, they've been pretty consistent all day today, too. I want to say besides this game. I mean, they had how many elims this game compared to the first couple before? I have to double check. But the reflections, you got that number? The Wolves, how many elims in total did they have, you know?
30, 36, I think they were sitting at,
okay.
like
So they're still big chilling here today, but Baton walking away with 6 here after this last game. So, and that was because that goes back to that play that we were talking about with Coops out there just being ultra aggressive. Baton was in the back line, with the grenades onto Alpha 7, was in the back line with the support, kind of just cleaning it up. And I think if Baton would have popped up couple seconds earlier, I think Coops would have survived a little longer. So that's why I think the timing, Seven, just a little off. Like I get the play, but the timing was just a little off right there.
Yeah, not even timing. And to be completely honest, I don't even get that play. Let's take a look at the overall rank here. Loops does end up moving up, passing Influence Rich 152 points. But I want to take a look at what's going on towards the other side, because Jaguar has now moved up. And look what 9Z has been able to do, boys, with that kind of performance. This squad came into this match in 14th place, and they just jumped up massively, Reflections, all the way up to 8th place.
Yeah, huge, right? For 9Z Globant, it's a 25-point game will definitely elevate you up the standings. Top 8, let's see where they land after this final game. Maryland Esports also themselves jumping up to 7th. That's big considering where they started the day. So for 9Z, Maryland, 2 of our top gainers in terms of standings go. For Loops, though, can they catch up the Wolves? It's very, very possible in this last game, and it's also possible, let's say Alpha 7 drops off early, Wolves could have a tremendous game and even get first place. A lot of storylines going into the final game for sure. It is the final day for Phase 1. Final chance to get those bonus points heading into the finals. Who's going to get the most of them? Well, we have some front runners, but we don't have any guarantees, right? That's why these games are played. And who knows who's going to end up taking the next one. But hey, it's going to be an exciting one for sure. Miramar, game number 6, the final game for Phase 1. Get your predictions in the chat. Who's taking it? Not only in our standings, but who is going to be taking it whenever it comes down to our, obviously, our final game. And I do believe we have an interview to send it to. It's going to be Fate. Let's see what Fate had to say as we head into our final game.
Hey guys, I'm here right now with Fate from Xforce, and I want to start asking for you about the hot drop with Maryland, because you guys are always hot dropping each other on Erangel, and is that something that is going to happen until the end of the tournament?
Yeah, it's going to happen until the end. We are not going to give up Primorsk. I know this last match, was the last match or the other last match? We did lose to them. It was just miscommunication issues, but it happened. So far, we're 2-1 on them, so it's all right. I'm not really worried about it. We're going to keep fighting them.
Okay, and you're actually not worried because you guys are having good team fights, but I think the major problem here is the end game. So what do you think you're lacking right now? What do you think you need to change to get better results at the end of the games?
I think we just need more time as a team, because if we're being honest, only me and 24 have really been together for the past months. Klaus was basically practicing with us for maybe a little bit less than a month after tying series. And Alim, again, he came in last second, but he has been performing. He hasn't been playing very well, which has surprised all of us. I was able to talk to him one-on-one, and he told me that he does want to get better, and he's been playing on the phone outside of the matches, at the hotel, and honestly, he's been a blessing for sure.
Yeah, that's nice. And about the team, it's up real quick right now. Do you think that Valek not being here is affecting your team as a whole?
Yeah, definitely. I do think so, because Valek's comms were very good. It helped us a lot. It also helped keep everybody in check. He was like that, anchor that we needed. So definitely.
So I hope you get better results from now on. Good luck and thank you.
Welcome back, everyone, to Day 3 PMSL America's Fall Season. The final map of Phase 1 about to be underway. Of course, it's going to be Miramar. I'm Taylor Reflections, double joined by Mustache Dave and Seven. We got some big stories, right, in terms of our standings. For Alpha 7, they're still very comfortably in first place, but it doesn't guarantee them a first-place finish. Wolves are behind them, so an early exit could open up the door for Wolves to overtake them. And for Loops, well, same story. They're looking to take over Wolves' position if they fall early. For the rest, well, the top 8 run is still very close, Dave.
Yeah, it's still close here, and one more game, and we'll see who gets these much-needed head start points for the finals, and then we'll get a little reset for phase number 2, and I'm looking forward to that reset because there's a lot of teams, honestly, this last week that I'm like kind of scratching my head about. I think the hot drops is one of the main focus of conversation for us. Like, why are teams hot dropping? I know Seven's kind of been going off about that too, and I totally agree. But that interview was great. I mean, they were saying, I think Valak not being there has kind of set them back a little bit because Valak was the anchor for the squad, was Fate's words right there. So, that might be the reason Xforce are a little behind here, but you're going to have to get over it because he ain't showing up next week either, right? So hopefully maybe Valak can call in tomorrow, give him some tips and tricks and some confidence to kind of come into phase number 2 here.
If I remember right, I think Valak wanted to go, but they decided to fly out the coach instead. So now maybe they might be questioning that move. And I honestly completely stopped listening to that interview after they said that they will continue to hot drop.
Oh, no. The hot drops, man. The curse of PMSL Americas, huh? The hot drops. We love it. We're defending what's ours here, fellas.
Yep. Defending what's ours, and, well, what is that? We're still trying to figure it out. Of course, match recap, though. 9Z Globant, they end up taking first place. That is a tremendous win. 25 points is what they were able to gain due to their 15 eliminations. One of the biggest games we have. Well, actually, the biggest game we've seen today. You have to fact-check me, though, Seven, if it's the biggest game we've seen over the past 3 days. But for Xforce, second place, great on them. 4 eliminations, not the most, but it shows new life, right? Xforce has been non-existent in our top 3 over the past 5 maps, or over the past 4 maps we had completed. So it's nice to see them finally get second. Same thing for Jaguar, right? Jaguar, a team that played very well in day 1, day 2, but today been slowly falling down the standings, sitting in 10th place at the moment, but they can still finish top 8-7.
Yeah, and if you wanted to be fact-checked, it was actually last Erangel, the third Erangel, they won. It was an intense game. They got the win, followed up by 19 eliminations. So, yeah. 19. I can't forget about that one. That was a hell of a performance there for that squad, but I'm looking to see what some of the other squads are going to be doing. Because, I mean, we're talking about bonus points that are going to be given out at the end of this match going into the finals. The jump up that 9C Globant was just able to do what's insane. And it might not seem like a lot, but I'll end up putting things into perspective. That team went from 14th place all the way down to now being there within 8th place. In 8th place, you get 5 bonus points. If you were in 14th place, you only get 2. I know you might be thinking 3 points doesn't seem like that much, but in the past, we have seen teams being able to qualify by just 1 point or coming down to a tiebreaker. So those 3 points is actually a big jump up there for 9C Globant.
Yeah, big jump up indeed, man. Again, yeah, for 9Z, for them to finish up, maybe even top 6 would be huge, given how they started today's competition. Just comes to show you, man, any day of the week and every map, right? Nothing's going to stay the same. You have to continue to work as hard as you possibly can. It makes things fun because when we do go into finals, you're only going to have so many chances, so many maps to win. It doesn't matter. Your phase 1 could be good, your phase 2 could be great, but it's all about what your obviously your final performance is going to be. And speaking of which, final map of phase 1 about to be underway. It's on Miramar. And let's not forget Infinix, the GT30 series phone. Level up with the Infinix GT30 Pro. Built for gamers, made for champions. Speed, style, performance for your next win. Let's get it going, boys. The final map of the day. We're heading into Miramar, and the question is, who wants to move up? Who wants to maintain their spot? Can Wolves catch up to Alpha 7? Will Loops catch up to Wolves? Will Influence Rage be able to hold on to their 4th place spot? Or will the likes of Intense Game, maybe Rules of War, decide to pull off one hellacious game and jump up above them? Boys, let's hop into it. Dave, where are we going?
Let's get it. Where are we going? We're going right to Team Liquid because, you know, iNCO are trying to take what's theirs here. Match 18 out of 18, Miramar. Day number 3, the final map of phase number 1. I love these phases too because it allows for like no runaway tournaments, right? So at the same time, it rewards those who do a good job throughout the phases with those bonus points to do. So it keeps things new and exciting every single week. So let's see who will end here. Phase number 1, week number 1, the champions walking away with these head start points come the finals. So guys, Team Liquid, question mark. Are we going to continue dropping the try to true spot, or are we pulling off and just trying something new, going to a secondary drop spot to try to avoid any early game skirmishes?
They might end up going for the same one, and I agree with what you were saying there in regards to the faces. I absolutely love them. One thing I would enjoy, and let me know if I'm crazy to say this, as we can tell, the hot drop is definitely going to be happening.
down.
Now,
Oh no.
I would like it if after 10th place, if they would get 0 points. Right now, 9th, 10th gets 4 points. Bonus points, don't give them out. You got to be in the top 10 at least to get those bonus points.
Top 10, that's the goal. And speaking of top 10, if that is truly the metric, I mean, you've got Xforce who can still make it, Resilient, so many. We get on board with the hot drop. iNCO, Bruno is taking down one from Team Liquid, continuing to pressure back TL, I should say. Mythic, knife in hand. That's not what you want to see. Forced to rotate up. The UMP, man, just, well, now shotgun added in. I think Team Liquid, I hate to say it, they might be cooked.
They might end up getting cooked. And yeah, I was talking about reflections that I would like for some of those teams to not get points. Past top 10. Right now, they still get points. Even if you end up being in 15, 16 plays, you're going to at least be able to secure 1 point. And not only are we getting just this. Oh, come on. Hit that.
Oh, my God. You got the knife.
That would have been sick.
That would have been sick. He's got the Winchester, too.
But even with this one, like, look, now they just hinder their performance for the rest of the match. They lost 2 players. iNCO's looking good. iNCO's like, come on, push us. Let's see what you got. And if I'm Maryland, I'm adjusting to this big time when it comes phase 2. I'm just going to be setting myself up to hopefully steal some eliminations here and there because they're just becoming easy points.
Yeah, third party, right? I mean, why not? Because you're absolutely correct. Easy points indeed. I mean, that's a potential, 4 that you can walk away with? Maybe more? I'm taking that to the bank all day, every day. And let's not forget, Maryland's been playing decently well today. So they're a team that I would not want, especially if I'm a roster who's like, let's say, Rose of War, IG, INF, who's like relatively close in score. I would not want anybody to be giving Maryland free points. But they'll take what they can. They'll stagnate. Same story as it was last game, guys. It's like...
Yeah.
Even when you break away from this fight, you're going to be in shambles like Team Liquid, maybe even iNCO. You've reduced the amount of loot that you're able to walk away with. You're most likely going to be third-partied eventually. Just a lose-lose.
Going back to that buffet line tomorrow, man, it's going to be awkward for these 2 teams, dude.
Might not even look at each other in the eyes.
They're not going to look at each other at all. Team Liquid defending what's theirs. Down 2, iNCO with the numbers advantage here. iNCO not looking to press the envelope too much here. They're just waiting for Team Liquid to push up those stairs to take them out here. Meanwhile, over here, right out of Nepal, getting some early game elimination points too, to be exact.
Who's going to fight? Who's going to push? This is just, you're killing me, Smalls. You're absolutely killing me here because you're just waiting for the right moment. I'm hoping that a team just kind of passes by and they're like, I smell a possible third party going on here. And the crazy part too is that these teams are kind of getting away with it because they are getting the first circle. There you go. Ayala making the push is going to get traded. And more than likely, it looks like the team that's trying to defend what's theirs getting eliminated. Defending that 12th place spot that more than likely is going to be even lower, and now they're getting a chance of possibly losing another bonus points going into the finals. Good job, Team Liquid.
That is rough, man. Normally I'm not like this, but it's like it's just a pointless fight to even watch in general. I mean, like, why are we there? I don't get it. For iNCO though, You want top 10? Well, you're in 10th place right now. You're hoping Jaguar also falls behind. But for Team Liquid out of the way, now opens up the door for Xforce, right? To push up past them, which most likely is going to happen. Yeah, some adjustments need to be made going into the next phase for sure. Team Liquid, from spring season last year to where we are now, fall season 2025, not the same team at all.
Not at all. It hurts. It hurts to see. I'm with you. I'm there with you, Reflections. I remember this squad's being up to par there with Alpha 7 in the spring split. It was a big fall off. We were like, okay, maybe they'll be able to bounce back. That's not the case here. They have done some changes in regards to the roster after phase 1. It's not going to end up working out for this squad. And honestly, if I'm looking at what right now is happening there with the leaderboard, I wouldn't be surprised if Xforce ends up passing them by. If Xforce tries to go for another extra bonus points when we end up going towards the finals. And now, straight out of Nepal, this squad has absolutely nothing to lose. Be aggressive. Show me what you got. It's not the time to go for a win. It's time to go for some aggressive plays here that you can collect some data on, go back to VOD review, and see what you can improve on going into phase 2, Dave.
Show me what you got here. Let's pull up the map, why don't we? Let's check out what these teams are looking at here as Alpha 7. We see them. So pretty much I'm looking at this whole slice of the pie. It's taken up. Alpha 7 and the Wolves, you know, it's taken up. So you don't want to go that way. And that leaves pretty much this section for these squads to fight. So you got Picada, you got Graveyard, and San Martin. So we'll see who ends up coming out on top of that one. But I agree with you. Straight Nepal, going to be all the way down here, 7. The last straggler, right, to make their approach into this still very large circle. But going back to what you said, Reflections, Xforce, they are totally overtaking Team Liquid this game on position alone. We saw Xforce show up in the late game last game. I think they can do similar this match as well. Just, you know, survive and start popping their heads up towards that mid to late game with their numbers advantage, get some elimination points, and casually slide up these overall leaderboards here, fellas. Because right now, Xforce, we're looking at this. They're only 4 points behind. 4 points behind, overthrowing Team Liquid, and that ain't nothing, especially with their current position in the circle.
That's it. And, you know, also to keep in mind, Luke's is not too far away positioning on the map when it comes to Wolves. They could get an engagement, and that could end up unfolding too. Royals of War, well done, taking down one member from Team Jaguar. So Jaguar, also another roster that's looking to elevate themselves up into the top 10, just 3 points away, I should say, excuse me, against iNCO. Last 3 remaining players staying alive is going to be critical, but they've got to do so by avoiding iNCO just off to their right and potentially Royals of War, who might be on the hunt.
Royals of War wanting to get to the hunt there. Tonka, we saw him being able to clutch up for his squad earlier in Erangel. Seeing if he can maybe spot somebody out in the open. Seeing if he could maybe secure an elimination, an extra point there for his squad. Myanmar being a little bit slower here. Yeah. Even though we had a hot drop, those two teams took so long to fight. It doesn't even matter, as we do get the new circle here popping, and Xforce is going to be in a great position here, Dave.
Yeah, Xforce still in a really dominant position on the high ground too, right? I mean, we see they got the hillside, so they're going to have some nice angles to work with. IG, though, I want to see them group up over here because we're starting to see teams collapse, and we might see a clash over here once again between the two big dogs of the lobby, the first and second place team. So the stragglers in the back line, Doran and Baton, they're trying to group up as quickly as possible because you already know Coop's in the front line. He is itching to take a fight up against Alpha 7 again here.
It might happen. From a distance, does he actually fire? It's possible. Does he connect? It's Carrillo. Anything is possible in that regard. But he'll just keep him at bay. I don't know, Hagar. I wouldn't jump out of the car, man. I definitely wouldn't tempt fate if I was him. But either way, you go down low for Revo. Also setting up opposite of that of Wolves. Shutting this team down now is big. You stop all chances of them catching up to you, and you all but secure first place, therefore securing all the points, right? The bonus points, the max amount that you could possibly get.
Yeah, and
If I'm
because of
Alpha-
that duo I was talking about on that push, they took so long that they lost priority right there. And Alpha 7 actually able to get into the position to gatekeep them, because we've seen the Wolves play this terrain before in the past, but Alpha 7 just kind of beating them to the punch a little bit right there, Reflection. So now I'm looking at the Wolves to maybe even just avoid this at all costs and go for that wide rotate all the way up to the north, which we know is free and clear. But that might be the play right now, because the Crater Fields, the high ground, going to be occupied right now from Alpha 7 and Xforce. So I think the Wolves just kind of rotating a little too slow right there, but regardless, they should be able to continue to survive.
Yeah, I would love to see that play there out of the Wolves, especially with a wide rotation north. See if we can maybe wait it out a little bit more. Scout, they'll end up figuring out that they are the only squad that's going to be there towards the north. In 9C, I'm excited to see what that squad's going to be doing, as we're going to be switching over now to Row Esports against none other than Maryland. We know that this squad can be aggressive. Row Esports as well, wanting to be aggressive, or they're going to be looking to now back off of this fight, because they are currently there within the 6th place. They don't want Maryland to end up passing them on the leaderboard and possibly end up getting maybe one more bonus points when we end up going towards the finals. Maryland defending quite well there against Rowe, making sure that they backed off, Reflections.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Rowe does not want that fight to go their way. You say, oh, and for good reason. Doran moving past Xforce. He'll go ahead and full send it most likely into the building to be free and clear. The question is, though, how separated is he from his roster? I would have to say quite a bit, really. He's surrounded by 2 members, Klaus and Aline. Meanwhile, you got the other Wolves member who are hunting down Fate. 2 fights that are taking place. Fate forced to go up towards Blue. Coops all by himself. Higor's going to manage to get Fate. That's going to free that fight up, which means they can most likely go in and try and sandwich Klaus and Aline if Coops isn't able to get away, which it looks like he is. So that was a bad situation, turned into a good one, and Wolves get bailed out. They stay alive.
For the time being.
We're going to be switching over there to Loops. Alpha 7 within striking distance with the grenades as well. The first one's going to be coming in, and Yasalda is going to have to back off out of this one, as he almost ended up getting knocked. Everybody making sure that they get back on the same page here. Vittine's going to be able to spot one, though. Mafioso getting caught off guard. The nade's going to be coming through. Okay, he decides to back off from it. It kind of stopped any push that maybe Alpha 7 was looking to do as well. They saw the vehicle towards the back come in. And if you're Loops, especially with this positioning here, I don't think any of these squads are going to be backing off anytime soon. Switching over to Xforce, finding some players there from VIP. VIP, I think they were looking to scout a little bit more and end up getting surprised by 224K.
VIP just sending it, dude. VIP dead last right now. 40 total points, really nothing to lose. So if they see something move, they should be sending it right now. But going back to this fight with Alpha 7 and Loops, Alpha 7 and Loops, they're currently being kind of pinned down from IG up on the high ground. So we saw moments ago, Alpha, they were looking to make a play happen, but then the shots from the third party did ring on out. But Ergot from Rose of War back against the wall, SK12 jumping across the doorway, letting it rip. Here comes this squad, knocking United 4 Gaming, just funneling through the doorway. 1-5-1 right into the shotgun, and Ergot taking them down and out with the 1v4.
Huge plays. That is massive, and the reason why is because it continues to separate themselves opposite of Maryland, a team that they were so very close to. They distanced themselves. They might be too strong, but man, having that point lead is going to be huge for them. Rose of War, 6th place. And I don't think they're going to be able to get dethroned in this moment. That might have just secured it for sure. Alpha 7 opposite of Loops. Another big fight. Number 3 versus number 1 in Loops. Clawing their way up. Desperately trying to pass Wolves. Made even more difficult given the fact that Wolves won their fight against Xforce just a little bit earlier, at least a solo. So for Loops, if they could somehow, some way distance themselves or even win the fight against Alpha 7, that makes the fight for second that much more interesting.
And it wouldn't be the first time that I see Alpha 7 actually take a fight here. They've been able to take fights in the past in global events, going up against Order in these situations. I'm hoping they learn from the mistakes. Let's see what the circle is going to be popping up, though. Who is it going to be blessing? Which teams are going to be getting blessed? And Alpha 7, Loops Esports, IG looking good. I mean, these squads are currently getting set up, and one thing that I'm really enjoying here, Dave, is Wolves. Look at that 2-2 split that they have there towards the northwest.
Looking good. Circling it right there for you guys to see there on your screen. And honestly, right here, nothing but sideline support for their squad mates right there. So huge play from them. I mean, we've been seeing the Wolves pretty much flex their 2-2 splits all night long for the most part. So they're really comfortable with their play style and they trust each other. I mean, having a 2-2 split like that all night long, it really shows me that you trust your teammate and you know that your duo has your back. And they're not far enough that if one of their duos does get pushed on, they're not that far where they can't easily pop in a vehicle, group up, and provide that support. So they're going to be looking to close this one out with hopefully a win, guys. Hopefully a win. No win today. You know, I'm not jinxing them. Not jinxing them, but they had 3 back-to-back wins yesterday. And if Alpha 7 can get eliminated here soon, and the Wolves get a win, I mean, they might be up there.
Possible.
Just saying, just saying, they might be up there.
It's very possible. But also, the race for top 10 just became even more interesting too, because 9Z's down to a solo. Jaguar has 3 alive, and they potentially might get into a fight against iNCO, who now is in an engagement themselves. Jaguar can third party this. They're just 2 points away from catching up to 9Z Globant, getting the bonus points for themselves. They now have officially broken into top 10, overtaking United for Gaming and Team Liquid. Jaguar, any more eliminations they're able to secure means more bonus points going into the finals. All 3 once again still alive. McGrellin in dire straits, bullets ringing out, not only from Jaguar, but also Influence Rage on top of the hill. If I'm Jaguar, I might want to break away from this fight and potentially play for endgame to get as many points as possible, but they're pinned up too, and that's because Influence Rage is also up there. So McGrellin, Jaguar, Influence Rage keeping their hands down 7.
Yeah, a bit of a crazy play there from iNCO Gaming as they decided to not even scout, just fully send it, and the timing didn't end up working out for them because Influence Rage was also moving up on those vehicles with the high ground there, with Jaguar currently being set up. It didn't end up working out for this squad. And now McGrellin, luckily for this squad, McGrellin has been one of those players that's been clutching up extra points for them.
Yeah.
Right now, they're sitting in 8th place. I don't believe they're going to be able to catch up Maryland, but they're also making sure that 9C Globant doesn't catch up to them and ends up passing them in the overall ranking. So for McGrellin, it's going to have to find a way to stay alive for the longest time. And if there's a possibility, Dave, for him to just steal an elimination here and there, to go for it.
Yeah, McGrellin's been clutching out all night long, that last player alive from the squad, to try to get some type of placement points. Urgod over here. Urgod feels like he's pinned down from Law over there on the high ground. Going to be hitting these bandies, pretty much dipping into the med reserve in the blue zone. So it is going to be chunking them down just a little bit. Looking over there. Doesn't look like Law's looking in his direction, so Urgod might be able to make this deadly cross. Oh, psych! Oh, he waited for him to be outside of the cover to start to take those shots, and that's a 200 IQ play right there from Law.
Oh, nice.
Oh, we're getting this fight again, Reflections.
We're
getting Alpha 7 versus Wolves. I'm just loving it. For everybody currently watching at home, let us know in the comments below. If they do end up fighting again, if they fully commit to this fight, who's going to win it? Alpha 7 or Wolves? Baton currently with some nice high ground. If you have some nades, Baton, I mean, try to time it. Come on. You should be able to at least knock one.
Okay, we do have 4 nades. Yeah, like you said, one knock could be massive here. You want to talk about taking down a team, this is the one you want to take down if you're the Wolves in this spot. Despite losing a member, no worries. Still plenty of time, plenty of people left on the map for them to take down so they can ultimately pass them up and get in first place. What a come-up that would be for North America. What a come-up that would be for this Wolves roster. What a discussion we would have if they were able to do so on the final day with Baton instead of Wancho, right? Some decisions would have to be made.
Yeah.
Look how far away he was from the squad, though. I thought maybe the squad was going to be a little bit closer. They're really stretching that split, that 2-1 split right now. So for Baton, I can see why now you're not deciding to throw any grenades. Why he's slowing it down a bit. But Baton, you were saying it. You were giving him props there, Reflections. I'm with you. He has been able to perform for the squad, and hopefully he continues like that as Influence Rage is just getting rid of Maryland, Dave.
Yeah, the split was looking good, but then Hagar flushed out, and now you got Xforce overlooking Coops. So they're not going to be able to move out anytime soon. So Baton pretty much a solo dolo up there, one-man army up against Alpha 7. Feder out from Influence Rage with a fadeaway. Taking them down and out. There's a point right there. I'll take that back up. Continue on my merry way. Influence going to be climbing up. They are not too far behind Loops Esports, right on the heels. Loops Esports right ahead of them, but Influence make that another elimination. Influence might be breaking top 3 right now. Loops out there on the outside of the play zone, trying to find somewhere to crawl in, trying to find some type of hard cover without being sandwiched from IG. But we might see Loops and Influence clash here very shortly for that 3rd place spot.
Very well could. Very well could. This is going to be fun. Loops is only 1 point up of Influence Rage. IG still could make things fun if they can pass up INF. This is coming down to the wire on our last day for Phase 1 for sure. And you can tell the teams feel it. They're getting into these fights, but they're also not overextending. They're not wanting to be overly aggressive, potentially drop down. That would not be ideal. Go down to our next stage to see who's going to be blessed by zone in about 18 seconds. Everybody posturing for their next potential route. I don't even know where they go, to be honest with you. There's not a lot of cover up ahead outside of the natural terrain, Dave.
Coops and Dorn open for a blessing here in the final game of the evening here. They got their fingers crossed, and it does look like it pretty much centers on up. So I'm really looking at INF down there. They know that there's a team over here. So if I'm INF, I might look to just take that one fight before making my approach in. And that would be the fight that decides 3rd place. So
I do want to ask, I mean, Alpha 7, yeah, they got the man advantage. Baton is by himself up here, but he commands such a presence that Alpha 7 surely can't feel too comfortable to rotate off of the spot, and they're going to have to. Baton's going to be the first one in blue, but I think he commands enough respect that Alpha 7 might be a little bit too worried to rotate out.
They got Mafioso in the zone, though, so I mean, they could just pop in their vehicles and just send it to Mafioso to the hard cover. Baton could take some shots, but realistically, I mean, is he going to hit all 3 of them? I mean, maybe if they pile up in a US and he blows it up, but I think Baton has a tall ask, a tall challenge ahead of him right now.
Yeah, if anything, I'm going to be looking at how Baton is going to get back with the team and how he's going to be making that rotation. I know he has a buggy to him. He still has Scoops and Dorian, and now VIP is making a just full-on push to Xforce, and they're having to pay for it as Jaguar was also keeping an eye on them. I can't wait to see what VIP is going to be able to do, if they're even going to survive with 1 player left. Loops Esports now making a push as well into the zone, and they're getting away with it right now, but this is going to end up just backfiring, especially Baton keeps an eye on him. Mafioso is able to spot him. Alpha 7 is now going to have to readjust in regards to what they're going to be doing here. Loops is starting to go down, Reflections.
They are. Dude, what in the world? Only 1 player left? But then again, does this help Baton? Because Rebel and them are on the move. And Baton, I mean, can pick up some eliminations, maybe some finishes on Loops down below for some valuable points, some valuable efforts. And that's going to be a drop in a Zelda. Loops are gone. What are we doing? Full send into the Death Shack. But 1 member's already there. You got Baton up top. That was a terrible, terrible decision.
That's crazy, too, because we saw the moments ago, they tracked Mafioso on the rotate. They saw Mafioso in the vehicle move towards that shack over there. So for them to opt to crash that with the intel they had, very interesting play. But Baton is going to be moving out of the high ground for free right now. Getting the high ground onto Mafioso and co.
The terrain change is going to be able to help out Wolves Esports here because they are currently within the zone. They're just going to have to worry about Gisao there towards the back. Coops is going to make sure that he stays controlled, though. We don't want to see any overextending here. And as soon as they see that vehicle there from Gisao move on, you kind of are able to just hold this spot. If you are Wolves Esports, you don't really have to do anything unless you are forced to do so. Meanwhile, Xforce, they were able to defend against VIP. 1 player for VIP is still alive. Is going to end up knocking 24K. He's wanting to make sure he confirms. He knocks another one. He's just doing work. Saman lining up for them. And there you go. Aleem able to shut that down for Xforce. Xforce sends VIP back to the lobby and just tell him to wait until phase 2.
Dorn called it. He knew that they were hurting down here, and here comes the squad. Baton, Coops rolling up in their vehicles to clean up house right now. Coops with the DBS trying to get the final shots onto Xforce, and there they go. Xforce, much needed points for the Wolves. Currently sitting on 7 eliminations. They're going to get that and then move right back to their high ground over Alpha 7. And that's that intel right there, that communication that they had. Doran, he was watching the fight. He saw it unfold. And he's like, listen, we got some free points over there. They trusted his call. Coops. They pulled up. They got the eliminations.
Boys, if they could take down Alpha 7, they can genuinely take over first place. That's going to be a tall ask, however. It's a 4v3. Alpha 7 have a decent spot. Wolves can't comfortably push them, especially on that hilltop. The only benefit is Wolves has the low ground. Maybe they can rotate out a little bit easier. Big fight between IG and Influence Rage, and Influence Rage is getting destroyed. One by one, they're taken down, and that's going to be a huge win for IG, who now start to take damage from Jaguar up ahead. Remember, IG, Jaguar battling for their top 10 position. Another fight that matters for the bonus points, plus Alpha 7 and Wolves. But the more people that are eliminated, the less of an opportunity Wolves have to catch up to Alpha 7. But the thing is, you can't comfortably third party this. You just have to lay it play out. So 2 distinct fights, Wolves versus Alpha 7, and then Jaguar versus IG.
And with how quickly Influence Rage got eliminated there, IG should be able to start picking up all of this utility and just waiting and hoping that one of these nades does end up hitting on Jaguar. You can see Rafa right there, keeping an eye on Alpha 7. The nade is going to be coming through. I wonder if the call's also going to come through to get even closer. Molotovs are going to stop in whatever push Jaguar is wanting to do. And there goes IG, starting to scour with that vehicle, trying to see if they can get some extra intel on Jaguar. Potro's trying to fend them off for the squad. He's going to end up going down. IG is just making sure everybody gets eliminated, and Wolves is getting into the action as well, seeing if they could possibly find a third party, but they need to be careful because Alpha 7 is going to be on the horizon, just waiting for the right moment to strike. So much action going on here.
You love to see it, bro. IG, that pull-up worked on Intense, and they're like, listen, we're running it back, boys. They popped in the vehicle, and they just full sent it onto the Jaguars. Now they're going to be sitting on 8 eliminations. They got the reset. They got the meds. They're looking pretty healthy right now. Looks like a duo. Mafioso was all going to be up here trying to throw some grenades on IG, but IG, the late game aggression, it is paying off big time. Reflections.
Yeah, big indeed. I think if you're like IG at the moment, obviously you want to take everybody out so you could secure your position as solidified as high as you can within a top 10, which they already are. If you're Wolves, you're already second place, nobody's passing you up, right? So I think addressing this and maybe forcing the issue on IG might be the best play, because if you die, then you're still going to stay in second place. If you win the fight against Wolves, you're getting the valuable points to potentially dethrone Alpha 7. But then again, you're also giving Alpha 7 more bonus points. It's not going to be easy. It's going to come down to the wire for sure. For Wolves, IG, Alpha 7, finishing off Phase 1 strong with the win is going to be a huge bonus regardless, but teams back away. Wolves will continue to keep Alpha 7 in their line of sights. Both teams are going to have to move. IG has the best advantage in the moment.
It's just going to come down, Dave, to whoever ends up striking first, and which team is just going to be waiting patiently for that third party. You can see Mafioso for Alpha 7 being that anchor player, waiting to see if anybody is going to end up pushing even higher from IG. Pedrinho from IG now starting to go on the off angle here, and Wolves is going to start moving along too. The storyline of Phase 1 of PMSL America's Fall Split is starting to develop here once again. None other than Alpha 7 versus Wolf, wanting to go head to head and see who can steal the win here. Is it going to be them, or could it be IG, the defending champions of PMSL Spring Split? Stay tuned, because whenever it starts happening, it's more than likely going to be quick, especially with now Circle 9 and everything's just gonna start closing down.
Definitely the main story here, and I'm not sure IG have enough points to overthrow Loops and Intense Game, or Influence Range, that is, for that third place, unless they get another squad wipe. So we'll see what they can do. They still got 4 up. They got the high ground. They got the Wolves pinned down now on the low ground. There goes Baton, thirsted instantly from Silence's grenade. And we're looking at Alpha 7. They're kind of letting this one ride out right now, Reflections. They're letting it play out.
Yeah.
They're letting IG take out the Wolves.
Yeah, I think it's pretty clear to see. Alpha 7 first, Wolves third, IG second. I said it out of order, but who knows? That's the same result that's going to happen, okay? Coops, though, hold up through the smoke. I digress. And did I reverse caster? Curse Coops! Coops with 3! Coops with 3 with a little bit of help from Petrino, I believe. He'll fall, but what an effort. And Alpha 7 on top. They take the final game, but it cannot be denied. Coops gave it his all, and that was a run for first place. They surely will fall short as Alpha 7 close out Phase 1 with a tremendous win. But you can't say you were not entertained.
100% entertained right there by not only Alpha 7 doing the right play. Rebel, he's been playing lights out this whole Phase 1 on a completely different world this man has been. But I gotta give credit to Coops there at the end. I really thought he was gonna clutch it, Dave. I was just like
it.
I think we're all like that. He's still getting some points, though, or at least getting some knocks, making it look too easy with that DVS. But it was a challenge. I mean, IG had the high ground, right? So it came down to the wire, though. My question is, though, IG, last time we saw the overalls, they were like in 5th. They went to 4th. Did they get enough done here this game to potentially take over that 3rd place, right? Because we know Alpha 7, Wolves, 1st, 2nd. But that 3rd place spot was wide open between Loops, between Influence, between Intense Games. So my question is really who's going to be taking that 3rd place spot here for Phase number 1.
Yeah, it's a question, isn't it? I mean, 12 eliminations, that's a big game for Intense Game. Yeah, I mean, that might have done it for sure. And, you know, shout out to Wolves for putting up a tremendous fight. They're going to finish behind Alpha 7, but I think just barely. Like, just barely. Giving me good faith going into the next phase. That's going to be crazy. Yeah, this was when IG really started to get interesting.
And they're like, hey, let's run it back, boys. And they did it to the Jaguars. I mean, they had that momentum going. They were feeling it. They had strategy that was working, and they just kept rinsing and repeating right there. But Coops with the game sense, the quick sensitivity right there. My dude almost had a squad wipe, but Alpha 7, the champions here, walking away with the winner chicken dinner here. Not many elims, though. Not many elims, too.
But you know what? That's all right, man. 2 elims got the win. And, you know, the most important thing was to keep Wolves at bay. Keep Wolves from getting those bonuses. Because you think, man, Alpha 7 finished off much earlier. You know, they miss out on the 10 bonus points for the winner chicken dinner. Wolves very well pass up Alpha 7 based off of that performance because Wolves picked up 10 elims for themselves. That's massive, but good effort and a good showing overall from not only Alpha 7, Intense Game, but also Wolves. Thank Baton on top of that hill as long as he was by himself, keeping Alpha 7 at bay. So that's going to be 12 for A7, Intense Game, 18 Wolves with 15. Team Jaguar. That's a fun one, too. Team Jaguar, how far did they jump up with the 10 points compared to, you know, where they were overall in the standings?
That's true. That's the squad that was coming into 10th place, 77 points. They were trying to hunt down United for Gaming, 9C Global, Maryland Esports as well. And one of the beautiful things is that you're not going to be seeing any of those teams here in the first page of match standings from this last Miramar. And to talk about Alpha 7 Esports, I think this might be the win with the lowest eliminations I've ever seen them get. I don't think I've ever seen them get any lower eliminations than that, but this is what this team can afford to do. They had a healthy lead going into the last game to 2nd place. All they had to do, Dave, was just make sure that they secure a win or secure a couple points, and it was going to be too much for Wolves Esports to try to catch them up and pass them on 1st place.
Yes, sir, and that is exactly what they did. They had the goal, and they got it done here. So reflections, I mean, phase number 1, week 1 in the books here. Looking for some of these teams, once we introduce the overall, I'm really looking for like a fresh reset, you know, come next week. You know, we saw a lot of sloppy fights, a lot of hot drops that none of us are really fans of here. So hopefully they really spend tomorrow. I mean, we heard on the interview specifically with Xforce, like they've been practicing, you know, they've been practicing outside of the game too, right? So keep up that practice with some much needed VOD review and come back stronger next week. Honestly, it's not over yet, but here's the MVP, IG Silence, baby.
Yeah, Silence doing what he does best. Silence in the competition. 6 eliminations. IG, a huge game. 12 elims. Nearly get taken down by Coops, but Silence was able to stop that. Therefore, second place, 12 elims. IG. Did they do enough to elevate themselves up to third place? I don't know. It's going to be close. Did they pass up Influence Rage to secure top 4? Well, that's on my mind anyways. I think that's the most realistic option. So many stories went into that final game. Let's take a look at our overall standings, see where the chips ended up falling. Did Alpha 7 hold on to first place? Yes, they did, with 208 Wolves just below them. But Influence Rage jump up to third. Loops held on to third place for the entirety of the day. They only dropped out, I think, once, but most importantly, the second time when it mattered most to secure third place, they were unable to do so. Fourth is where they end up falling. IG will stay in fifth place, but a great effort nonetheless. What else do we see, Seven?
I'm going to be looking at Team Jaguar. Just look at that massive jump up that this squad was able to do, going from all the way 10th place now in 7th place. Maryland's going to be going down. Those are going to be bonus points that are going to be given out to this squad. And if you're Team Jaguar, you started off this phase 1 hot, especially in day 1. You kind of slow down with what happened in day 2. And here in day 3, you're at least able to finish on the right foot. You're going to have a 1-day break before we start phase 2. A lot of these teams, especially the teams that are going to be looking on the second page, 9th through 16th place, they need to make sure they go back to the drawing board, Dave.
And that's tomorrow, right? That's tomorrow. Silence Esports, I mean, did we even see anything from them tonight? Silence Esports, we saw them in the elimination feed a couple times, but I mean, there's a lot of work to be done. And all these teams, they're the best from the region. You know, they are the best. They made it here. They qualified. They definitely have what it takes to compete within this lobby. But it was week number 1, right? Maybe the nerves got to them. Maybe they had a couple bad games and they just went full tilt, right? Meanwhile, other teams took advantage of that. Other teams just dominated. I mean, Alpha 7 dominating, Wolves, Influence, Loops dominating, and they're going to be walking away with some bonus points heading into the finals. But you know what? Next week, brand new week, so we can have some new squads at the top. I mean, EIP, Straight Outta Nepal, Team Liquid, Xforce, a whole new opportunity here, Reflections.
That's it. This is what Phase 1 was all about, right? Getting your head start points, and Alpha 7 will profit the most with 15 Wolves for North America to break up the Brazilian domination with 12. The goal was top 10, and obviously top 10 profited the most, walking away with 4+. But hey, round 2, it could go to anybody out there. One thing about Phase 1, it was an opportunity to get your feet underneath. It was an opportunity to get the land jitters out of the way, to solidify your roster and your strats, to head into Phase 2 even stronger, where you get even better, ultimately culminating into a good performance heading into the final 7. Alpha 7 get the job done. They did this last year, though, if you don't remember. They did this last split. Last spring. First place Phase 1, fell short Phase 2, and it barely made it in the championship run. But something tells me they're a different roster this time. But shout out to NA as well, man. We got it done.
Yeah, I'll get a chance to talk about Alpha 7. I'm actually going to skip it on this time. I'm happy for NA. I got to give some mad props to Wolves Esports because I was expecting Alpha 7 to be in first place. I was honestly expecting all of the Brazilian teams to just be from first place all the way down to 6th place. And now we have Wolves contending, not giving any room to Alpha 7, and I'm hoping that this continues on. And I'm hoping that they learn a lot by today by allowing Baton to play, and coming into Phase 2, they'll be ready because they cannot slow down. They need to make sure they maintain themselves there with Alpha 7, especially with those bonus points at play.
Yeah, the bonus points definitely made a difference. What a day it was. What a phase it was as a whole. 7, back to you, man. What's your final words before we get out of here?
That was it. I mean, I'm excited for NA. I want to see what NA is going to be saying, baby. I want to see what NA is going to be doing. And also on the flip side, for some of those teams from NA that did end up struggling, what are you going to be doing different here? Because now you have to go back to the drawing board in a way that you have to change some of the stuff that hasn't been working out. Yes, you can say we got to fix some mistakes here and there, but that can only get you so far.
And that's it. Well, 7, thank you for joining us, obviously, for the last 3 days. You casted all of phase 1. Dave, though, this was our first day, but not our last day. What's your final words as we get out of here?
Final words, I got the Wolves taking this whole tournament, baby. I'm calling it right now, man. Wolves looking really good week number 1, so I don't see them slowing down anytime soon. And going back to what Seven was saying for our other North America teams, listen, tomorrow, you see the Wolves at the pool, get them some mojitos, hold up the umbrella, make sure the Wolves are comfortable because they're going to be taking NA to the top, baby.
I like it, Dave. I'm in agreement with you, baby. I want to see North America at the top, and I think the Wolves for sure have what it takes to get it done. Hey, check it out. What a phase it was. It was Alpha 7 who take it, but North America showed that they are not done just yet. Don't count them out. We are looking stronger than ever. For myself, Taylor Reflections, Double Mustache Dave, 7, Power Bank, Enigma, our talented production crew, and you in chat, thank you so much for being here. Make sure you hit that subscribe button because we're going to be coming back for phase 2 very shortly, I believe this Sunday. But at least for day 3 of PMSL Americas, we are done with. Like I said, hit the sub button because we're coming back for PMSL America's fall season phase 2 very shortly.
Finish with 3 eliminations, Reflection.
And that's not going to be good.
Ooh, we're pulling up in the Dacia. Can we get the job done? This is going to be Prince popping up over the wall with the shotgun. Connect alone, but instead allowing the Wolves to group back.
See if they could possibly end up winning this. Meanwhile, Radaboy loops what, or the grenade's going to be too much.
Nah, he's cooked in this moment, bro.
Success with that. So looking to see what Xforce can accomplish here today with those hover.
To see consistency out of Wolves Esports. So far, it's been the case.
So looking at the Wolves, the Bridge Trolls, they're looking to take their due.
And he's going to continue to utilize as much as he can, but now it's just covered.
Eliminations, and some of the squads there towards the top, man. They have 2 players left alive there from Row.
Shop with the winner chicken dinner, the smiles of that recently. Apparently, genuinely, I am a curse. So, hey.
From behind, doesn't even see him.
Find Rebel there, hopefully with the nade. Mafioso being alive. Gisau's going to be popping up out of the woodwork.
Everybody's distanced themselves. Royals of War has...
Looks like they did find him. Oh, I'm going out like a champ right as well. And honestly, they need to send some.
Judder and now Maryland looking to capitalize on this. They're going to be able to spot that player there from Xforce. Maryland, Dave.
Big fight. Dorn in the front line with Dundee. Did toss out that last-ditch effort, that smoke to kind of block those sight lines, but the Wolves are coming.
I don't think they realize Adrian is there, but Tone's going to be able to find him. Oh,
finish him off!
He's trying to find the right much here on this 3rd day. Handshakes all around.
We are praying that they win this fight. It's a big on the run. Mythic is down. I mean, we are
at that point, right? And I think come phase 2, I think it is going to be that time.
Like Team Liquid, right? Represented by them. It's like, it's just tough for me.
There to Korea and the rest of the squad. Wolves wanted to take on this fight. But Diego's going to get knocked. Glow's going to get knocked. It's going to come down to Little Boy.
They take down McGrell, and I was waiting for the kill feed to pop up, and Eco gets a pick.
Now it's going to come down to
Got
a
about
limb.
The 1v4. Quiet, but finally, they rise up.
And the crazy part, too, is that these things are kind of getting away with it.
That's it. And, also to keep in mind, Loops is not too far away positioning.
SK12 jumping across the doorway, letting it rings with the DBS, trying to get the final shots on the Xforce.
But who knows? That's the same result that's going to happen, okay? Coop, I digress. Did I reverse caster? Curse codes! No, I believe he'll fall, but what
entertained right there by not only Alpha 7 doing the right play. Rebel, he's been